Warning. The information shared in these conversations and videos are intended for general knowledge and entertainment purposes only. It should not be considered as legal advice or professional guidance. Additionally, any documentation or references to specific content are solely for the purpose of discussion and understanding. It does not imply endorsement, promotion, or support of said content. The views expressed in these videos and/or conversation are those of the individuals involved and do not represent any official stance or opinion. The content you are about to experience may contain strong language, including explicit words and phrases. This language is used for artistic expression and may be integral to the storyline or character development. It is important to note that the use of such language does not endorse or promote offensive behavior. Viewer discretion is advised, and please enjoy the show responsibly. Disclaimer. Copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976. Allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. The Canadian Copyright Act, Section 29, allows an individual to use copyright-protected materials when creating a new work, such as a mashup, and to post the new work online on a site like YouTube. Fair dealing provision for specific purposes like research, private study, education, parody, satire, criticism, review, and news reporting.
Step up, step up! Yeah! We clash! We clash! We clash! We clash! Yeah! Step in the arena, mind locked and loaded. Truth on my blade, every line's exploded. You swing your words, I counter with precision. Battle of reason, this is my mission. Raise your fist, let them know. No. Raise your voice, let it blow. Woo! We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreating. Yeah. No fear, no chain, no treason. Woo. We clash our swords of reason. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreating. Yeah. No fear, no chain, no treason. Woo. We clash our swords of reason. Step back, I'm a scholar and a fighter. Every claim you throw, I strike tighter. Logic and power, I never fold. In the war of words, I'm solid gold. Raise your fist, let them know. Whoa. Raise your voice, let it blow. Woo. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreating. Yeah. No fear, no chain, no treason. Woo. We clash our swords of reason. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreating. Yeah. No fear, no chain, no treason. Woo. We clash our swords of reason. Every thought a fortress, every claim a storm. We forge a truth where chaos takes form. Ideas ignite like lightning through the night. In the war of minds, we bring the light. Step in, feel the heat. Truth is my weapon, never beat. Raise them high, break the ceiling. With a fire, with a feeling. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreating. No fear, no chain, no treason. We clash our swords of reason. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreating. No fear, no chain, no treason. We clash our swords of reason. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreating. No fear, no chain, no treason. We clash our swords of reason.
Welcome, everybody, to Swords of Reason right here on the Speakeasy Show, Mondays, Tuesdays, and Wednesdays. This is where logic meets passion. If you're new here, the format is simple. Each debater gets 10 minutes for their opening statement, followed by 5 minutes of uninterrupted rebuttal. After that, we enter the arena for a full hour of back and forth debate. This is where the arguments clash and the iron can sharpen the iron. And finally, each side will deliver a 5-minute closing statement to lock in their case. When that's done, we're going to move into a 30-minute Q&A. I'm going to drop the Q&A in the chat there for you guys, but keep in mind the super chats, Rumble rants, PayPals, and Cash Apps. These questions will take priority. So if they fill up the entire 30 minutes, we may not get to the free chat questions. So if there's something you want guaranteed to be asked, make sure you send it through one of the priority options. And once the formal debate wraps up, we open the doors for the Chaos and Chill panel. This is where the community can hop in, challenge debaters, ask follow-ups if the debaters choose to stick around. But that part is optional for them. But we always have fun there regardless. Today's debate prompt: God is the best explanation for the universe. And taking the affirmative tonight is Searkar, who a man who never backs away from the conversations most people avoid, known for diving headfirst into the hottest topics in culture, politics, and society. He doesn't just discuss controversy, he embraces it, whether he's challenging assumptions, dissecting current events, or tackling the debates everyone else is afraid to touch. He brings passion, conviction, and willingness to go wherever the discussion leads, and you can find his links in the description below. And taking the negative tonight is Tyler from We're Offended, You're Offended podcast that he hosts alongside his wife. He's a man who's never met an idea he wasn't willing to challenge, known for his loud, unapologetic takes on culture, politics, and current events. He brings a no-holds-barred approach to every conversation. So whether you agree with him or not, one thing is certain: he is never afraid to speak his mind. And you can also find his links in the description below. With that being said, we are going to get right into the opening statements. It looks like our affirmative ran away for a second. There he is. All right. So whenever you're ready, Searka, for your opening statement, I will start the timer up with your voice.
All right, my friends. Hello, everyone. Thank you, Speakeasy, for having me. All right. So the coda of contingency. A child is born. A flower opens. A night sky sits above all us full of stars. We move past scenes like these as though existence were merely an ordinary thing. But if we pause long enough, I think that one question rises beneath every other question we could ask. And that question is, why is there anything at all? That is where contingency begins for me. A contingent thing is real, but it did not have to be. It exists, but it could have failed to exist. By concrete, I mean the actual stuff of reality, which is bodies, minds, fields, laws, powers, and finite things. Not numbers, not abstract ideas, not mere possibilities. Arguments from contingency ask whether that kind of reality can explain itself or whether it points beyond itself. For this, I will define God as such: the ultimate, necessary, underived ground of contingent, concrete reality. This means that final reality does not borrow its existence from anything deeper, and it explains why contingent reality exists at all. And I don't need to really prove a whole religion for this. All religion could satisfactorily underlie my definition here. It asks for the best explanation of why anything exists. This is not God versus science, then. It is necessary ground versus brute fact. By brute fact, I mean that the claim that the natural order ultimately just exists with no deeper reason why. And science can explain to us a lot of extraordinary things inside this natural order. I'm going to grant that. It can explain physical behavior, causal history, biological development. It can explain cosmological structure and how one natural state leads into another. But if this is going to be a brute fact naturalist argument, the deepest answer is not science. Science studies the order after it already is there. The deepest answer is that order, or the answer in that case would just be that it just exists. And that is, in and of itself, a possible way to stop. But the resolution in which this debate is asks which explanation is better. Stopping is not better merely because it seems like it is simpler. We already reason this way in a serious inquiry, okay? We infer things that we do not directly see when they make better sense of what we do see. What I mean by that is that we infer subatomic particles. We infer dark matter. Some even consider multiverse proposals. The point is not that every inference somehow succeeds. The point is that an explanation is not disqualified merely because it is elusive, unfamiliar, deep, or beyond ordinary experience. The question is whether the explanation of the evidence is better than the alternatives. My first premise here is going to be something restrained, not a principle of sufficient reason. It is a restricted explanatory principle. That means when concrete things exist but did not have to exist, there is some explanation of why they exist. I do not need a sweeping every fact whatsoever has an explanation for this claim. I need only a narrow one, that concrete things which have failed to exist are automatically self-explained. If something real exists and it did not have to exist, then asking why it exists is a fair question. We already reason this way in ordinary life. If there is milk on the floor, a grove of trees in one place rather than another, a field of stars arranged one way or some other way, we do not treat them as beyond explanation because they exist. The point is not size, it is familiarity. It is not complexity, it is simply just contingency. By explanation, I don't mean a useful story, I mean a real account. If an explanation actually explains something, then it cannot be fiction placed on top of reality. It has to track what is really there. So when I ask why contingent reality exists, I'm asking for a real account of its existence, not a description that makes us feel finished. Tyler can reject that principle. He can say some real things simply exist with no reason why. But that is not a neutral claim. That is just his way of ending the search. I will ask why the search should stop precisely where the question, I think, is now the most deep. Natural explanations do exist. Naturalism can explain particles, fields, laws, biological systems, causal history, and even the structure of the cosmos. Nothing in my argument tonight is going to even deny that. Explaining what happens inside the world, though, is not the same as explaining why there's a world at all. Science may tell us how the world behaves. It may tell us laws operate, how structures develop, and how one state of nature follows from another. But before anything can behave, develop, or have that structure to begin with, something has to be there. Why is there anything to have features in the first place? And this is where the natural world becomes even more interesting. I want everyone to consider a desk. The desk is real. It is not an illusion. I have one right here. The desk also depends on something deeper, though. Atoms arranged as a desk. The desk is not separate from those atoms, yet the explanation for what the desk is still runs one way. Atoms arranged in a desk-wise, are able to be explained. The inverse of this is not true. The desk-wise has no explanation or explanatory ability to explain the atoms. This is metaphysical grounding in the most simplest forms, and it's also deeply connected to a contingency argument. A thing can be fully real and still not be the deepest explanation of itself. This is, once again, grounding. It's a technical word, but the idea is simple. One thing is real because something deeper makes it real. I will be talking about someone named Matthew Tugby tonight. He's a metaphysicist who does work on the powers, properties as powers. He develops my point inside of nature. He has an argument where powers and dispositions of things may depend on deeper qualities. In plain language, this means that something can do, or what something can do may depend on what it is as a deeper level. I'm not claiming that he's going to prove God. He doesn't do that at all. But he does show something more serious. That if nature has real layers inside of it, then the question of explanatory capability becomes extremely more difficult for a brute fact naturalist. If natural reality can demonstrably and logically have layers, metaphysically, then why do we expect nature to not have more of them? I think this is a little bit of a Pandora's box moment. Pruss and Rasmussen are who I'm going to use to preserve the question that remains after the internal explanations are granted. A property may explain a power, a field may explain a later structure, a law may explain an event, but those are already assumed that the property, the field, and law, and the world bearing them are there. So explanations inside of contingent reality do not explain contingent reality as a whole. They tell us how pieces relate after reality is already there. That is important. I'm not merely asking how contingent things relate once they exist. I'm asking why these contingent things, concrete things, exist in the first place, rather than others or none at all. Finally, I'm going to invoke Aquinas and press the burden from a different direction. Even if finite things nature can tell us what it does not tell us itself why it exists, that it is. Explaining what something is and explaining that it actually exists are not the same. I can describe all of these particles and fields and even the entire universe. I can explain how it behaves, and I can even explain metaphysically layers to its natural order. But the truth is that none of that explains that it is or why it exists. I'm not going to be placing God one event before the universe as a mere object in a chain at all either. This is about what reality depends on, not what happened earlier. Even if the universe had no first moment, there's still a deeper question of why does the contingent order exist at all? And here we arrive at my coda. When contingent reality asks for explanation, do we stop at brute fact? Do we stop at unexplained fundamental nature, declaration? Or do we ask the contingent order, however richly structured, why it exists at all? I believe we should follow the argument to its resolution, which is a necessary underived ground. God.
All right. Thank you for that opening statement. And with that, we're going to hand the mic over to Tyler. Whenever you are ready for your opening statement, go ahead and I will start the timer up with your voice. Oh, you're muted on the screen.
I know, All right, I broke my notes here. All right, well, just as I unfortunately or fortunately had suspected exactly where Searka would go with this. So I'll start with this. So of course I want to say thank you to Speakeasy and Searka for doing this, and of course Speakeasy for setting this up. Reality is the quality or state of being actual and true. It demands grounding in observable, measurable occurrences, not speculative metaphysics. Yet my opponent, pushing, of course, as I suspected, the contingency argument, must claim that the material world we actually experience is caused and sustained by some immaterial being. That's an extraordinary assertion that should leave detectable traces. Instead, the contingency argument smugly declares something exists, therefore God, a leap that collapses under the slightest of scrutinies. The argument commits a blatant fallacy of composition. Just as every brick in a wall can be small while the wall is large, or every molecule of water can be dry while water itself is wet. The fact that individual things are contingent does not mean the entire universe or totality of reality must be contingent in need of an external cosmic babysitter. The whole could exist necessarily or as a brute fact. No logical violation is required. This is philosophy 101. Pretending otherwise is a sleight of hand. Second, the argument's bloated principle of sufficient reason is neither self-evident nor mandatory. It's a philosophical power grab. Brute facts are not only possible, they're perfectly reasonable. The fundamental laws of physics, the quantum vacuum, or the cosmos itself can simply be, without begging a deeper why, demanding an ultimate explanation for everything, backfires spectacularly, leading straight to modal collapse. Where a necessary God would make everything necessary, destroying the very contingency the argument pretends to explain. The contingency argument begs the question. It assumes the only acceptable explanation must be a necessary divine being rather than accepting the existence simply is. Why is this convoluted theistic construct more valid than a straightforward naturalistic account? Naturalism handles infinite regress, brute facts, or necessity without dragging in undetectable supernatural entities. In short, the contingency argument fails badly. It offers no bridge from something exists to therefore God. It rests on unproven assumptions that crumble under pressure. The burden of proof has not been met, and it never will be. I look forward to dismantling the rest of this case point by point. And with that, I will cede the rest of my time.
All right. Thank you for that opening statement. And with that, we are going to wrap up opening statements and get into the rebuttal round. Okay. So this is not a back and forth yet. We're going to have 5 minutes each to directly rebut your opponent's opening statements. And then after that, we'll get into the open floor. So we're going to hand the mic back to Searka. Searka, whenever you're ready for your 5-minute uninterrupted rebuttal, I will start the timer up with your voice.
All right. Tyler, there's a few issues there. I don't need the principle sufficient reason. The restricted explanatory principle I'm giving is not a full principle sufficient reason from Liebesman. It does not claim that every contingent truth whatsoever needs an explanation. And I think that's probably something that we should make clear off the beginning. Also, my argument stems from the idea that I'm not appealing to something divine, and I'm also not appealing to anything supernatural. What I am appealing to, or at least demonstrating with logic that has real explanatory power, is a metaphysicist who does not use something outside of nature. He demonstrates this with nature. That means that the natural order has a logically and demonstrable way in which we can determine things like a power and property, like mass and gravity, that essentially and constitutively depend on each other in a logically demonstrable way. This is a strong grounding theory that does not exit nature. And as such, if it has the ability to be more explanatory, which obviously it is, then why would we just sit at brute fact? Why does that make sense? Brute fact is a stopping point that is asserted in the same way I'm asserting something that actually has some logic and demonstration behind it and doesn't even leave the natural world. What I'm asking is if we can see this within a natural world, its layers are natural, why do we expect it to not go further? Can you tell me why water is actually wet? You mentioned that. We can say why it behaves, but what emergent property is the reason that water is wet? I want to know if you can answer that one. And then maybe something like polarity underneath that. What actually gives the disposition of a sphere the movement or the rolling down the hill? Why does it have the disposition to be able to do that? These are basic metaphysical questions that I hope you would probably know. And I want to point out again that I never made any causal claims. This is not me putting God at like the start. God constitutively is a sufficient thing and also depends on reality itself in my argument. It is underived, but it is not a causally, added on addition. I don't have to deal with an infinite regress in my argument. It also has something a little bit deeper that I don't think you covered. There is an inductive feeling to my argument. Ordinary experiences present contingent things through explanatory conditions. This water bottle right here has a creator to it, right? The point is it deserves an explanation. Not that it necessarily needs a creator, but it must deserve an explanation. It could have failed to exist. This is a universally inductive idea. It doesn't make sense for us to stop when we think that we are going beyond nature, when nature already gives us the inductive idea, okay? It is, in some ways, a little bit of an a priori idea. Contingent state of existence is abstracted from these particular details. So dismissing it as if it were something that is kind of like supernatural or just, black magic or a Harry Potter spell is making a mistake. If you are dismissing it and you're saying the universe itself is necessary, that means the universe could not have failed to exist. That deserves an explanation. The universe, in your view right now, because you think you're not making a metaphysical claim, could have failed to exist, but that would make it contingent. So I need to hear a reason why. This is a little bit of a comparative statement and a comparative claim. I want to know why just asserting brute fact naturalism, as in necessarily exists in and of itself, is somehow more explanatory than real logical and demonstrative metaphysics using just the natural world alone, and how that doesn't open up a problem with your idea. I'll leave it there, and then we can go further.
All right. Thank you for that rebuttal. And with that, we're going to hand the mic over here back to Tyler. Tyler, whenever you're ready for your 5-minute uninterrupted rebuttal, go ahead and I'll start the timer up with your voice.
All right. Well, there's a lot of already special pleading and brute facts that I can't assert, while Searkar just made the exact same things. Why is there anything at all? Well, I could just make the exact same argument in the inverse as to if the world or the universe was any different, the questions would be asked the exact same way. So already it was trying to pigeonhole the entire conversation or the entire debate into, I must presuppose that God, this God, which somehow is divine, but also within reality, that influences reality. It's not outside of the confines. So already the entire thing is falling flat on its face, but he's asking me to presuppose that God is already a defined point. Yeah, everything exists, so it must exist. Well, then if nothing existed, then this conversation wouldn't be happening. Like, again, it just keeps begging the question in order to try and pigeonhole the entire conversation. Yeah, things are necessary is literally just a brute fact. Because things are necessary, there's no explanation needed beyond that. I need to capitulate or convince, or I guess the audience needs to be convinced that his brute fact is acceptable, which would even beg the question even further, that if God made the universe as a defined being, then he would also have to prove a time when the universe did not exist, but he's already made the confinement that this being is within the universe. This is already the problem that we're already walking into, and the debate hasn't barely even started. So a supreme, an ultimate necessary derived ground of concrete reality. So the thing needs to be within the confines of the universe already. He's applying attributes as to explaining why, where science would just simply say the mechanistic reasons as to why thing happens. He's saying it must have a purpose. And if it has a purpose, brute force, God did it. That's where we're sitting at right now. For some reason, we infer things that we don't see versus things we do. Versus things we do see. We infer dark matter because we haven't calculated it. Maybe things like gravity, things that we can measure. When concentrating on things that exist, there's a reason for why they exist. Of course, trying to pigeonhole the entire conversation. Looking for a reason as a purpose. Again, as rather than a mechanistic property. So he's trying to move everything already into it has to have a reason. If not, then it wouldn't. That's the whole premise. The whole premise. Even with the idea of a desk. Well, the atoms had to come into existence in order for that desk to be explained, to come into reality. And the desk can't explain why. Again, it is trying to apply a question or an answer to a question that he himself couldn't define. He has to go into soft sciences, something that can't be measured, and just brute force it must be. Why can't we go further? Let's go to the absolute absurdity of his claim. If God made the universe, but yet somehow in it, then who in that domino pushing, who then created God? And created God. So if you want to talk about that we can't have an infinite regress, you went beyond the confines of reality with applying to God. So unless we're talking God is a completely separate thing to what people would constitute as a supernatural being. So God doesn't have supernatural powers now. That's where he is operating from. God is confined by the universe. I don't know. This is going to be interesting. I think with that, I'll see the rest of my time.
All right. Thank you for that rebuttal. Great rebuttals from both sides. Before we move into the hour of open back and forth, let me talk to the audience real quick. If you're watching right now, make sure you hit that like button, subscribe to the channel, and subscribe to tonight's debaters. The links are in the description. We host all kinds of debates here on Swords of Reason: politics, culture, ethics, internet topics, anything where reasoning and passion can collide. So if you enjoy the format, make sure you stay locked in because we have a lot more coming for you. And also a reminder to the live chat, after the closing statements, we're going to be doing a 30-minute Q&A. So we've dropped the Q&A in the chat, but super chats, Rumble rants, PayPal, Cash Apps, these will get priority. And then also following that, I have put up a members post on my post section on the channel. So if any of the members want to go over there and comment a question, you will get priority in the after the super chats and Rumble rants and whatnot. So and then if we get past those, we can get to the free chat questions. So if you want something you really want guaranteed to be answered, send it through super chat or a Rumble rant, and we'll make sure it gets asked. And finally, thank you to both of our debaters for being here tonight and bringing your perspectives into the arena. So whenever one of you is ready to start up the open floor, you can go ahead and start up, and I will start the timer up with your voice.
All right. You ready?
I hate me and everything I stand for. So I want to try and get definitions out of the way here before we can start actually having a discussion here. So you had said the ultimate necessary derived ground for concrete reality. That was your definition of God. Where's
ultimate necessary underived ground of contingent concrete reality?
And that's your definition of God.
Yep.
And where are you getting that from?
What do you reject about it?
The ultimate necessary underived ground for concrete reality.
Yeah, which part do you reject?
The definition on it, the entire thing on itself.
Well, why don't you start rejecting some part of it?
The entire thing, considering that's not, I think, what anyone would consider the definition of God. Like even just a general thing would be.
So you do realize that when you say nature itself exists necessarily, then you are already making this definition claim. Nature itself is the necessary underived ground of contingent concrete reality.
But you're saying for God.
I'm saying that because nature has layers in which we can logically demonstrate, why would it just stop in your worldview of just necessary brute existence?
I'm not. I'm looking at what the word
so do you
is.
Reject the idea that we can metaphysically and within the natural world logically demonstrate layering, right?
I don't even know what layering would even constitute when we're talking about God.
Did you think about the question I asked you about water?
I'm trying to understand. That's why I'm trying to get the definitions out of the way before.
So we can absolutely understand why water is polar and why water, when it's put together, is wet, right? Or the sensation, at least, right? But why? What gives it the disposition for that? Can you explain that it is, or why it is?
I don't understand why that's even necessary in the definition of God.
Again, if you're trying to reduce my definition of something that's not, then why are you arguing someone else? Argue with me.
Yeah, I'm arguing what everyone else outside of a proprietary definition.
This is not a proprietary definition. My argument includes the Christian God and every other God that technically it would satisfy that. I'm not going to reduce it to a genealogy of what a God could be, because that would be a mistake. Just because humans may have gotten it wrong in some ways doesn't mean that it's invalid. You should know
Okay.
that.
So in your view, God isn't all powerful, all knowing, and timeless.
I'm not claiming that. He could very well be in, but for my claim, it is that he's necessary, or it's
Why?
necessary.
Why?
The same question can be asked to the necessary nature person. Why is the universe itself necessary?
No, that's begging the question. You're just
It's
trying
not.
to like force it right in. That
No,
I
it
have.
mean,
To, I have.
again,
There has
what
to be
does
an
necessary
explanation.
mean in contingency arguments?
Sorry, say that again.
What does it mean for something to be contingent?
That something has to relate to something else, but I don't.
No, that's not what contingent means. It means it could have failed to exist, or it could exist. What does necessary mean in a contingency argument?
That without it, other things in line.
No, it
What
means it could not
what?
have failed to exist. That's simply what it means. So
Oh.
when you assert that the universe is necessarily existing and could not have failed to exist, you are saying the universe is a necessary ground in and of itself, for itself.
So with the universe,
Except we don't really have all the information, even when we look at the universe, do we? We don't know why a sphere has the disposition to roll down a hill. Why does it do
we
that?
can look at things like gravity. We can look at things like inertia. Like there's tons of
I don't think
explanations.
it's a good idea, because what I'm gonna ask you, what is gravity? We know how it behaves with other things, but what is it?
Gravity is just the concentration of mass attracting mass.
You're describing its behavior, but why does it do that?
But see, again, then we just fall back
Why?
to begging the question. Yeah, why?
That's not a begging the question. That's a real question.
Oh.
Why does mass seem to, even when it also Tugby? Well, I'm going to bring up Tugby, okay? Because I think you think I'm just like a begging the question a little bit again. It's not. I'm using a real grounding framework that is logically and demonstratably reliable and valid. So let me give you an example, okay? We have properties, which are, call it P of X, which is instantiated of a qualitative property, mass. We have powers, which we'll call D of X, which are an X that possesses a power disposition, the power to attract, maybe. How about that? So one of these is metaphysically one way. That means that the gravity exists in virtue of mass, but is fully grounded once mass is in place. Because the way in which it works is when mass is there, all of a sudden the power has some real effect. Its disposition is realized.
You know, you have a gravity, right? Like everyone has a gravity. I might have a little bit more. I'm fatter than you, but everything has a gravity.
Why you were even saying that? How is that relevant to what I'm describing?
Because you're trying to say, like, why does gravity do thing rather than like I'm just you're trying.
What it does? I know that's the question. Yeah, why does it do a thing? Why?
Because it bends space time. It attracts mass.
But why does it bend space time?
I don't even know where to even go from this. Like we're just trying to find the definition of God. This is all I'm trying to do. I'm trying to get our definitions clear, because your definition.
Just because it's mysterious, man, to you doesn't mean that it's invalid. That's just, if you're embarrassed that you don't know, it's fine.
It's a nebulous nothing definition. The ultimate necessary underived ground of concrete reality.
Just because you don't understand the words or you're embarrassed because you don't understand them doesn't mean it's invalid. You realize that, right?
I don't think anyone would look at this and go like, yeah, that makes sense. Like, just like ham-fisting.
Is that an argument against what I'm saying?
Just ham-fisting in words to fail at describing something. Like,
again, if you think that you can say that somehow, contingent reality does not mean anything, okay? As in, let me put it this way. How exactly, or do you think that you can just reject the idea that this marker could is its existence like something that is necessary? It could not have failed to exist, this marker.
I mean, like this presupposes that God exists. Your whole entailment.
I am not even talking about God. Let's stay on topic.
No,
I'm talking about a marker right now inside of the natural world.
Yeah,
so
because
stay with
we made
that.
it.
Stay with that.
We made it.
So we made it. That means it's contingent. We could have not made it, correct?
I mean, I guess sure in like an abstract thing, but
That's not
everything
abstract.
it's necessary, but it's necessary, right?
That is not an abstract thing. That's a logical thing.
All right. So what's the logical conclusion that you're getting to?
That the universe is either necessary, could not have failed to exist, or it requires an explanation because it's contingent on something. Contingent could not have failed to exist, or does exist. That's the only thing I'm asking.
So
this is about explanation, right? Explanation.
So
Does brute fact naturalism, as in asserting that the universe is necessarily existent in and of itself, is that explanatory?
yeah,
How?
it just is. You're
Okay.
asking to go to another level, which is unsubstantiated. You can't prove. You need to
I'm not,
prove why
actually.
God is here doing the thing.
This marker right now, what you just said is essentially saying the marker exists, and that's all you need to know.
Yeah, brute facts can exist. You're
Except
asking for a brute
this
fact of
actually
God,
requires-
which you haven't defined yet.
This actually requires an explanation, right?
No, not necessarily.
Can this exist in and of itself necessarily?
Obviously, someone produced it to do
Thank
a
you.
thing.
There we go. That's what I'm talking about.
But you're attributing that to the entire universe. That the universe itself.
Why would
is
we stop?
contingent.
Why would we stop if we can already, if it's logically valid that this is a contingent thing?
Okay. So I guess you know what.
Are you going to answer that?
Like I don't even know where to even begin with it because it's already
Okay, so
presupposing.
don't read an
that God
AI
is
summary
dead.
on what contingency arguments are next time. Maybe read a book on what it is.
No,
That might help
I'm
you.
trying to respond.
Because you
to
said a
I'm
lot of
still
words
waiting-
in your opening that makes me feel like you actually got an AI summary now because you have no idea what contingency means.
No, I'm trying to grab a fucking definition for God that isn't a nebulous proprietary definition.
I
that
want to know,
no one
are
would
you
agree with.
rejecting the idea that contingent concrete existence requires an explanation?
Not. It depends what you're talking about.
Yeah, whether it's contingent or necessary. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So you know what?
I'm going to ask you another thing.
we
Okay.
can't. What,
So the universe in and of itself. All right.
I'm
Let's
still
talk
trying- I'm still trying
about
to get-
the
I'm still trying to get
Let's talk about
definition.
anti-chaos. Okay. Do you know what the anti-chaos argument is?
no, explain it to me.
Okay. So if the universe is something that necessarily exists in and of itself, then why don't we see an arbitrary amount of existential disorder? Why, if two protons can exist without explanation, like you're saying, and they're just there necessarily, then why is it not 3? Why is it not 4? Why is it not just some arbitrary amount of protons? Why are any fields, objects, whatever you want to call them, any structures, suns, anything? Why do we not have an arbitrary amount of them if they are necessary in and of themselves?
So okay, so you're so if the universe was constructed a different way,
No, if
Right?
the universe was necessarily existent on itself, why do we not see an arbitrary amount of existential disorder?
because we don't see just what would be chaos.
Why is
because
there
we-
2 protons and not an arbitrary amount?
Because we can look like the universe isn't some like just random thing. It obviously has some form. I don't
Structure?
even want to use that word because
Has
I don't want to get.
Structure?
Well, it can have a certain. See, fuck. I didn't even want to get bogged down in this bullshit already. But because just to say the word structure, it's like, oh, so then there must be an intelligent designer behind the structure. Otherwise, it would just be pandemonium.
I never said
No.
intelligent. You inserted the word intelligent. There could be
Well-
an intelligent designer, but I'm not claiming that.
So then, what is God?
My definition is clear, man.
The ultimate necessary underived ground of concrete reality.
Of contingent concrete reality, yeah.
Of contingent concrete reality.
So contingent reality is just reality that is actual, but not self-evidently metaphysically necessary. And its
So then, what's the
existence
purpose?
remains.
So then, what's the reason
Its
of God? Then?
existence remains explanation demanding.
So then, just God.
I'm not making my modal jump that easily. No.
I didn't even know where to go. Like, we can't even get a basic thing with regard to God. So God isn't the reason,
Again,
isn't the
just
final
because you don't
contingent?
understand these words is not, that's a you problem, not a me problem. I'll try and help you out. So a necessary concrete thing, a causally capable reality that exists in every metaphysically possible world.
Yeah,
So
but you keep ham-fisting in metaphysical.
this is all metaphysical argument. Even yours.
So physical is now metaphysical. So what's the explanation for God?
The very existence of our universe is a metaphysical claim, dude.
Do you think the universe started like at some point there was nothing and then there
I've
was
never
something?
made a causal claim.
I'm asking.
not
I'm
necessary.
asking.
It's not necessary for this argument.
Okay, so just nothing. It just always was.
Maybe.
So then, what's the point of God? Why? I don't know why you're making like you're
Again, it's metaphysical. Do you know what metaphysical grounding means?
No, please explain it.
It just means a priority, a metaphysical priority. When something is grounded in something else, it means there's a relationship with a priority in virtue of another. So gravity has a metaphysical priority to it. Mass comes first. Gravity happens when mass is present, correct?
Okay.
Kind of like the desk and the atoms. So there's a metaphysical priority going on there, right? The atoms can explain the desk wise. Why is the desk not able to explain the atoms when it's desk wise?
Well, because like a desk is a description of a thing. That's
Doesn't matter. You don't need to turn into linguistics. This is a metaphysical conversation. You can call it whatever the fuck you want. The point is that its essence is explanatorily made and understandable from the atoms. It's a one-way direction. You can call it fucking flying spaghetti monster. I don't care.
Okay.
That's not an answer.
So desk has to exist. The atoms have to explain it.
The atoms have an explanatory power when arranged in a certain way for the desk wise.
What's the explanatory
power? It's not
power?
a hard thing to understand, I think, right?
I'm asking for clarification.
Okay, the clarification here is that the desk wise cannot explain atoms, but atoms can easily explain when arranged into a desk wise.
What do you mean by explain? So you could like go up to the atom and like, hey, what are you going to be, little Timmy, one day? It's like, I'm going to be a desk.
The desk is metaphysically explained, as in you can fully understand the essence of the desk in a real explanatory sense, but you can't understand the atoms in a explanatory sense from the desk wise.
Yeah, but you're just presupposing it again.
There's no presupposition there. That's a different argument. It's not mine.
It's trying to shove everything. We keep going back into the same thing with regards to this. Like, I actually want to get into the actual conversation. I'm just trying to get some definitions. Okay, so this would be my definition. This is kind of the definition that everyone agrees with for God: a being conceived as the perfect, omnipotent, omniscient originator and ruler of the universe.
About that definition is literally nothing to do with mine. It also is relevant to a contingency argument, even the classic one.
So then why are we even talking about a God in the first place?
Because my definition of God, if you're trying to make it seem like I am not allowing the Christian God to be in it, that's not true. But my definition of God is an answer for a very deep metaphysical question that you just seem to want to hand wave away and dismiss because you think fundamental means self-explanatory, because you think that internal explanation means external explanation, because you don't simply want to ask questions of things that you don't know anything about, it seems.
Is God not a self-referential thing? Or by you invoking God? Oh,
no,
so
because
God now isn't self-referential.
If you paid attention to my argument,
it's not self-referential.
If you paid attention to my argument, there is a constitutive sufficient and depending or necessary grounding happening in this regard. So underived ground. Underived just simply means that nothing else is derivative in my argument.
Okay. What's your definition
of part of that do you reject?
The idea that God doesn't mean God means something else.
That's not a rejection. That's just you trying to find and grab onto something right now. I need you to
You said
engage.
Christian, you said he. Okay, so it can just be a nebulous nothing. A definition with no defining characteristics is nothing.
That doesn't make sense.
Exactly.
No, what you just said doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, you define God as it's the Christian God. It's
Okay,
the
there's
Hindu
no. I
God.
don't. We don't need irony here. Okay, like literally, what you just said doesn't make sense. Okay.
Yeah, because you're trying to presuppose the entire thing.
I'm not presupposing anything. The contingency argument is a logical, factive explanation, dude.
Okay.
Just again, because you don't understand it doesn't make that untrue.
Okay. Well, you know what? I wholeheartedly disagree with your definition.
What are you disagreeing with? Let's focus on that.
That it's undefined.
What do you mean?
To me, this is a proprietary definition that is undefined. The ultimate necessary
proprietary doesn't make it wrong. Which part do you disagree with?
So, the ultimate necessary the whole thing. I have from the outset.
That's not an answer, dude.
You're ham-fisting that God is just this thing within the contingency argument. You're ham-fisting, you're shoving in that God is just a thing. So while you're trying to
Tyler, do you say that a puddle is an array of particles that simply exist without any possible reason?
A puddle is a description of properties.
No, a puddle.
Yeah,
a puddle of water. Do you think that puddle deserves no explanation?
It might not be necessary for an explanation.
That means it's contingent. That means it's contingent.
So are you thinking like mechanistically, like what makes a puddle? Or is it like the puddle has to be there because if the puddle wasn't there, then all these other dominoes in this chain wouldn't actually exist.
I don't need an infinite regress. I already made that clear in the beginning. What I want to tell you right now is it means something very simple, man. It's simple. It is, could it have failed to exist? The puddle.
Hypothetically, yeah.
There you go. It's not necessary. So in my definition, God is a necessary thing.
So God is necessary.
That means that he could not have failed to exist. Got it?
Why?
So there's one.
Why?
Because that's going to be my necessary reason for existence, the universe in this argument. And when you say why, okay, that's fine. You can do that. You can say the universe is necessary in and of itself. But I want you to try and tell me how that's explanatory. Why does gravity exist? We don't know anything about it besides what it does in the universe we can see. Why does it exist?
Because mass attraction,
that's literally describing its behavior again. I don't. You need to understand what I'm asking you.
No, I understand, but your question is
why does it do that? Why does it have the disposition to attract?
Because that's the properties of gravity. The thing that we describe as gravity.
No, that's lazy. You're literally going, because I can see what it does, now I know that it is.
Okay. Yeah. That's what we describe thing. Like
that's how you can describe the relationship between contingent things in reality. That's not what it is.
Okay. Sure. I don't know. I don't want to spend an hour just trying to define the confinements of God here.
I mean, we're arguing about a contingency argument, right? And if you don't even understand the fundamental part of a contingency argument, it's hard for me to understand what you are even arguing against.
Because my line is the universe. The universe exists. Okay.
Necessarily. There you go. You've made a claim. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
The universe exists. Mm-hmm. It doesn't need an explanation as to why. Some shit just be like that. Like, it doesn't need an explanation. You went God, but then God is also an undefined term.
That's an answer, by the way. It is. It's not a good one, in my opinion. It's simpler. It appeals to someone who thinks that maybe, just because we can see in front of us, whatever my instruments can measure, whatever my hand can grab, whatever my brain can think of, maybe not that last one, but you are putting forth a necessary claim right now. And the truth is that you're saying it could not have failed to exist.
So, if I could just ask a question here, because we're going back and forth on this definition here, just for clarification. So the affirmative Searka has defined God as the ultimate underived ground of contingent concrete reality, right?
Necessary. It's necessary.
And then
Necessary.
yeah,
Or is it not necessary anymore?
okay,
It's
so
necessary.
then and then what I'm getting from you, Tyler, your objection. Well, let me ask actually, so that I don't assume. Is your objection that like the definition is unclear, or it's internally inconsistent, or
It
that are you saying it unfairly assumes the conclusion? Like, what is that you're trying to like? So maybe you guys can get going to what the actual issue is with the definition.
Yeah. So my issue is that we've already put constraints on what a god is. So
That's nothing to do with my argument.
I mean, you flat out even said God. Like I literally have the note. God doesn't have supernatural powers, so then it's not a god.
I did not say that God does not have supernatural powers. You need to listen. I said I'm not claiming he does, but my definition absolutely satisfies a Christian God if necessary. Those are two different things.
So a Christian God might have supernatural powers?
Just because, people may have gotten it wrong, or I can maybe claim that the Christian God is the correct one. I could be wrong. You're not even engaging with the argument now, though. You are engaging with something you think is easier. Engage with what I'm saying, the logical argument of contingency, not whether or not you think rituals are dumb, or that the Eucharist is stupid.
No, that's
or that
that's
it needs to be omnipotent. Engage with the contingency argument.
Right. So you're basically just looking at like Hitchin's razor or some crap like that. Like
No,
you're just asserting without evidence.
no, I'm using a logical claim based on contingency that
Okay,
things that are contingent
where's the logic?
require an explanation.
Show me the logic.
That is the logic. That's the logic.
So because everything is contingent, therefore God.
No, everything is not contingent. I didn't say that. It's for any particular contingent concrete thing. There is an explanation of the fact that those things exist. Which part of that does not make sense to you?
So, well, no, it's just the fact that everything exists. Is it necessary?
Everything that exists is, you can put forth the idea that everything is necessary. Yeah, you can. I feel like that'd be dumb and illogical, though. You can say the universe itself exists necessarily, but does this marker exist necessarily? Could it not have failed to exist? Could the puddle have not failed to exist?
Okay.
It's a very simple question.
The thing is that there are brute facts. Some things just exist by themselves. Further explanation
you can make that claim. Yeah.
Necessary. Yeah, but the burden is on you as to explain as to why it's God.
Why it's more explanatory. Yeah, I agree. Now that we have finally gotten past the first part of what a contingency argument is, I can explain my real underpinning part, or my crux of my argument. Yeah.
So well, okay. What's better? What is better? Or I guess
is that we can move on now, or?
I guess I don't want to spend the entire time trying to define.
So we can agree that there are contingent concrete reality, things that can cause on each other, okay, exist, like this marker. Okay, so we have contingency in of itself. The universe, what you're rejecting is the fact that the universe, or at least God in my definition, is not necessary. What actually is the universe exists necessarily. It could not have failed to exist in and of itself. Correct?
Why not?
I'm literally just saying that's your position. It's fine. Correct?
That I don't think that there was anything why the universe would not exist. Like otherwise we wouldn't be here. So like, fine. If this gets the conversation moving,
do numbers not exist? Do the concept of numbers not exist?
No, they're abstract.
Except they exist
within
as independent measurements, even if we call them two, right?
Numbers for the most part. Well,
this is the Humean. You're using the Humean objection. This is just the rejection of anything necessary at all, and it's famous and good, but that also means that you would actually be accepting the idea that numbers abstract do not exist.
Yeah. So outside of a human mind, they do
The
not exist.
linguistic. I'm talking about like what they represent logically in the universe.
They well, okay. So there are some things that would be
Okay, so now you've gone back on it. Thank you.
no.
So
So
the
what
human
I'm
response to my argument is not going to work.
what I'm looking at is it's not just mind dependent. Things can still, even outside of a human mind, can still look at like 5 bananas is more than 2 bananas.
Does the speed of light not exist until the mind thinks about it?
know that well the actual nailing down of it, but light still exists absent a human.
No, the speed of light.
Yeah, the speed of light exists outside of a human
So
mind.
what you just said is that numbers in and of themselves are really important ones. I know it's not constant, but speed of light, for instance, is not real as it doesn't actually exist until we
No.
think about it.
No, that's not what I said. You asked.
That's the human argument, though, because you'd have to accept that if you're going to accept that contingency and necessary things do not exist in general.
I don't know who this Hume guy is. I don't know. I'm saying
That's fine. I told you the argument, though.
You're attributing. So does the speed of light exist? Yes, it would exist outside of a human mind. Putting it within a quantifiable parameter, that could be a human just extra a description for why or how fast light moves.
Exactly. So if you reject the idea of necessary at all, like in its entirety, like I heard you say,
I don't know.
like
I don't
you
know.
just reject contingency and necessary entirely, right? Like you said a few minutes ago.
Who Hume is. I don't know who Hume is.
I didn't say Hume's name. Keep up. I didn't say his name again. You rejected the entirety of a necessary or a contingent thing earlier. That's what you said.
Yeah.
Now, if you reject that, that is the Humean response. That is his counter to this argument.
Cool.
I want you to realize that you would be rejecting the idea of numbers existing until we think of them, as in the concepts, the speed of light.
I don't know
the speed of light.
I don't know who Hume is. I'm like, I don't know why you're arguing Hume on my behalf. I can go dig up his. I assume he's dead. I can go dig up his grave. You could go debate him.
It might be a start, so you can debate me. Don't you think?
So, well, I'm trying. Okay,
it is the number. It is like the first argument you should probably know if you want to argue against the contingency one.
So, well, but you're saying that light. Okay, the speed of light is a thing. Is it independent of a human? Like, does light stop moving because humans don't exist?
No, it doesn't. That's why I'm telling you that your rejection is dumb.
But
so you can't reject necessary existence in this way. So when I say you're putting forth a necessary existence of universe, you can't reject it now. So you have to engage.
I'm trying to. So
do relationships among contingent things between sun and the earth, you and me. I mean, you mentioned that we both have gravity earlier. Do relationships between those things explain why those things exist?
Because a bunch of atoms formed in Tyler Wise. They formed in me. They formed to create me.
If you're explaining the field or behavior of this, why does the field exist? Why do those exist?
Because the universe exists.
So you just stop there because it's satisfying?
It doesn't need further explanation.
It's kind of like putting your hands up and saying I give up, though, isn't it?
No, it's you're going one step further, trying to.
I am, but I can also not. I'm not doing it in like a black magic spell, bro. I am doing it in a logically demonstratable way that can explain far more than what you're doing. So to go back to Tugby.
No, you're presupposing. Your
whole thing is presupposing here. Just because you can say that doesn't make it true. There's no presupposition
that God exists. Your whole
I'm
argument
not presupposing God. This is not a tag argument. That's not how this works. This is a logical claim about something that must be necessary because contingency. There's no presupposition there. There's none.
So then why would you even define God?
Would you call me a presupposition if I created the marker?
No, It's when
But that
when
thing
you're when
is
your end
logically
chain,
necessary, right, to create the marker.
when your end chain is God, then yes, I'm going to have an objection. You're going to something that
Okay,
is
that's different than
getting
presupposition,
defined.
though, right? Like you said, presupposition.
You're presupposing that God exists. Your
No, I'm
end
not. There's
chain
no
is-
presupposition here. It's look, the marker could exist and also not exist. That requires an explanation. Now, me, Nick, make the marker. There's no presupposition there. What part of that is hard?
No. Okay, so everything that exists has to exist.
I never said that. That's not my claim.
Man, I literally I don't even know where to fucking go from this. Like, no, I'm not joking. Like, okay, things are necessary, but they're also just contingent. Okay, so we're just
I don't think I ever said that either. Jesus Christ. For any particular concrete thing, there exists an explanation for that thing's existence.
Why?
The marker could not have failed to exist. That deserves an explanation.
You do know that there's like particles that like phase in and out of existence, right? Like they just disappear.
You mean they have some metaphysical natural layering?
No, it's a measurable thing. They're called virtual particles. They form and then quickly smash into each other, and so like,
what gives a particle the property, okay, or at least the disposition to turn into a heavy element? Not just from its behavior. Why does it have the property? And then the disposition to change into fucking silver when the sun explodes.
wait, do you know like basic like how molecules and stuff are formed, like how they combine and lock into each other? Like, you do know that, right?
I have a degree in chemistry, so yeah, probably.
Okay.
I mean, I have a mind like an AA in it. I have a degree in something else, but yeah, I probably do.
Okay, so you know that.
What does that have to do with the fundamental aspect of this?
So, but
Why are
you're
you trying to describe me how salt can form? What is going on?
because you're shoving in that there has to be a reason for everything existing.
That's definitely not what I said. I said there is a reason, an explanation for certain things that are contingent in concrete reality.
Okay, so then what are we arguing? Because I agree that there are some things that just brute force exist.
Okay, so I'm arguing that your position is lazy, and it's also just demonstrably something that feels like it's not true anymore, because nature can contain ontological, metaphysical, asymmetrical dependence.
Like what?
Like the fact that gravity even exists at all.
But what?
And it only seems to exist whenever it's fully grounded within mass. It exists in virtue of the mass. Logically, I can, using an argument from Tugby, who does real, logical, demonstratable metaphysics that is not hand-wavable away just because it's scary, okay? But this is how we can explain the universe further and further, the thing you like, science. But your argument is, let's just stop. Why?
That's your burden to bear. There's no necessary reason to go beyond what we can.
Both of us have a burden here. This is not me making an economic doctrine or an economic plan, going into a board meeting and you're going, I reject that, and then sitting there with a smile. This is a comparative burden. Mine is also very difficult. I have to somehow prove my argument. But if you notice, I've never said it is 100% true. This is about explanation. And the point is, if I can show and demonstrate logically that there is a grounding, essential asymmetrical dependence, I've already gone further than what you've done. And I've done it in a way that the natural world can explain.
Okay, so well, if we want to go to like some kind of extreme, well then, if God exists, God created everything, then what's the contingents on God? There, I just went further than you.
Except you haven't really understood my definition then, because God is grounded within reality in mind.
Right.
Grounding, a full grounding means that the grounding base would be sufficient within this relevant metaphysical framework. So God is not a first thing. God does not just create the universe. He is the universe in a way. He's fully grounded by it, in my argument.
Okay, so God is the universe.
He's fully grounded by it. There's a metaphysical priority happening. So God is underrived and necessary, but is fully grounded within the universe.
So is God's nature within the universe, or does he operate outside of it?
Depends on how you describe nature, but that's perfectly fine.
But which one?
In fact, Well, if you want to say nature here, okay, like the thing I just
Nature, things that
described,
we can see,
Hugby's work
things that we
again.
can
Hugby's
measure.
work is entirely within nature.
I don't
There's
know. I
nothing.
don't know what a Tugby is. All I know is that's what I do at night. So you help me with this a little bit.
Powers and
care.
properties.
Okay.
So conditional necessity within nature is not ultimate necessity of nature. The Tugby's work does not prove God. I already mentioned that, okay? But his powers.
Prompt. God is the explanation for the universe. Just assert it so. And Tugby just said
I'm asserting that the more likely explanation now, because of, if you let me finish, is that because we can show a conditional necessity and contingent relationship, that a contingency argument within the nature and like natural world itself, and it's a real metaphysical asymmetrical dependence. That's one way. Then why would we stop with your argument? It's only reasonable to assume that these dependencies and nature itself is far more layered than we think.
But why would it be reasonable? You're like,
because I can logically demonstrate it.
So because all things that are necessary have to exist, otherwise they wouldn't. Although there's some
I have
things
no
that
idea
are
how you came away with that sentence after what I just said.
I'm trying to steelman your position. Is it
you're not doing a good job.
Are all things necessary, or some things are necessary but contingent?
Is this marker necessary?
Fuck about the marker. I'm trying to get like the holistic understanding of your position.
Is the water bottle necessary?
Necessary, like, I mean, I guess because someone built it. Someone was trying.
It's not necessary. It's contingent.
Oh, so it's not necessary.
The water bottle is not.
Because if it couldn't exist, it wouldn't exist, right? So it's necessary.
No, it's the very potentiality that it could not exist, but it also could exist.
Okay, so are we just like shoving like Schrodinger's cat in here? Like,
no, Schrodinger's cat is,
and also
Schrodinger's cat is not that either. I mean, oh my god, bro, Jesus, fucking science 101 right there. Okay,
yeah. So is it things can exist?
You know that experiment's a joke about the idea that the cat can't be alive and dead at the same time, right?
I know. But then
why the fuck are you bringing it up? Like,
well, no. The funny thing is that actually ended up proving superposition.
Oh my god.
So
I'm bringing it back to the argument. How about we do this? Okay, we're gonna do this. Do you not agree that there is an overwhelmingly amount of contingent things with explanatory conditions in your ordinary life? That flag behind you, that is a contingent thing. The plant behind you, the way you laugh at your wife's, that's not contingent. That's necessary.
Yeah, that's necessary. That's true.
You get the point. This stream we're on right now is contingent, right? You agree that it's an overwhelmingly present thing within your ordinary experience.
So like we can measure it and stuff like that. Like we can see it. Obviously, contingent. So
just real quick, I just wanted to chime in here real quick because it sounds like we may have a disagreement over the meaning of contingent and necessary. So before we keep going on, it could, Searka, if you could briefly just define those terms as they're being used in the argument, and then the negative could have an opportunity to state whether he accepts the definitions or not.
It is a necessary thing is something that could not have failed to exist, which means exactly what it says. Could not have failed to exist.
So that's necessary.
And could not have failed to exist, yes. And then contingent means that it could have failed to exist, but also not exist. So it's just the logical idea of something that, is incapable of not existing. So would
it be fair to say, Searka, you're saying contingent means it depends on something?
It requires an explanation, because if it could not have failed to exist, like the marker, but it does exist, then it requires an explanation for why it exists.
Okay.
Correct?
And you're okay with that, Tyler, for both of those definitions?
I mean, I guess for the sake of this argument, sure. Yeah. So contingent would have failed to exist but didn't, correct?
Yeah, could not have failed to exist, and also could have failed to exist. So it's
Could
both.
not
Or it
have
could have failed to exist, essentially, just to keep it
Could-
simpler.
Okay, so could not have failed to exist, but didn't.
No. Necessary is could not have failed to exist.
I think if you
Contingent
take
is-
the second part of what he
Yeah,
said,
yeah,
it'll
yeah.
be easier for you, Tyler.
Yeah.
Requires an explanation. So contingent means it requires an explanation. Something that exists that's contingent requires an explanation.
Okay, contingent requires an explanation to exist. Fair? Right?
Yep. So does necessary, though,
And then necessary could not have failed to exist.
which in a way is kind of explanation demanding, but depends.
But is explanation demanding. Contingent requires an explanation to exist. Necessary could not have failed to exist, but explanation is demanding.
When it's metaphysical, obviously. I'm glad you used a lot of words earlier in your opening that I was kind of impressed by. I'm a little confused now, if I'm being honest with you, man.
Well, because I'm trying to really hone down on really, because you're like shoving like the contingency argument with PSR, with the definition of God.
I'm not using the PSR. I've made that very clear multiple times.
But
if you look at an AI summary, man, you're going to be told the PSR. I'm not doing that. Mine is concrete. Concrete is Preston Rasmussen. Necessary Existence. It's a good book. You should read it.
So it's necessary. So everything that exists is necessary. So God.
I was naming the book. The book's called Necessary Existence. It has tons of ontological and modal arguments. I just want to be clear. The PSR is not what I'm presenting, but that is the normal contingency argument.
Contingency,
base.
yeah. Yeah. So it's kind of like I said, it's shoving in that why concrete things have to exist.
You think it's presupposing, but that's just because you don't understand it. It's not presupposing.
Okay, so then what would be the end of the chain in anything in your marker?
I don't need a causal end. Mine is just an underived ground that is necessary. What that means is because I can demonstrate logically using only the natural world once more, okay, that the natural world has layers of constitutive contingency that it now opens Pandora's box. If we can logically demonstrate the explanations behind the natural world in a layered, asymmetrical, metaphysical dependence, how does your idea of brute fact naturalism remain reasonable?
Because we experience the world, we interpret it through our five senses.
What I just said about natural world reality layering using logic and demonstratable metaphysics is that very thing. I'm not making a divine claim. So
but then
Pandora's box is within your universe right now. How is your position still sensical or reasonable, knowing that the natural world can be explained? It's not proven, but the theory of gravity in itself, by the way, it's not something we can 100% prove. I want you to understand that.
What do you mean we can't prove? We can literally measure what the effect.
We can measure how many
gravity.
times we drop an apple to see that gravity does its thing, but you can't literally prove it. It's a theory. Theories are obviously strong, but the theory of gravity is not something that is objective. This is the science of philosophy right now, but I'm confused. Do you not know this?
No, we experience gravity. We see.
Great. What does it have to do with
effect
the
of it.
objective truth of gravity truth claim? What do you mean?
So you're applying that there has to be a reason, otherwise gravity wouldn't exist.
No, we are on a completely different conversation right now. I never said there's a necessary reason. This is completely different. This is just understanding the universe in a natural way. I'm not even, my argument right now is put aside. You're
superimposing this metaphysical. You're superimposing that God has an explanation as to why.
I didn't say God. Again, Tugby's work is within the natural world. Forget God for a second. The natural world and the natural order can be explained logically and demonstratively through a constitutive contingency and necessity with powers and properties, mass and gravity. Because of that asymmetrical metaphysical dependence, how is your theory still good? How is it reasonable to assume that somehow, even though we can see layering within the natural reality, that it suddenly is just non-existent when we go further than this?
What layering are you seeing that maybe I'm just not as a naturalist?
Do you think rich naturalism exists?
I think for the most part, what we can see with our five senses and are able to measure is probably the best explanation. You're adding in.
I'm not adding in anything. You are just trying to keep saying that because it's the only thing you can think of. But I'm talking about modal depth between structures and properties. Didn't you say earlier there was virtual particles?
Yeah, there's virtual particles that come into exist, or they exist, they split, and then they detonate.
So how exactly does that fit into the natural universe in the way it's rich, right? There's some modal depth going on here. Neutrinos do not interact with almost any part of the standard model, correct? Sterile neutrinos.
Okay.
They barely even interact with matter, correct? How do we even see them? We have to use extremely gnarly sensors in, salt water conditions underground, fucking inside of the earth, almost 2 miles deep, right? And even then, we only see the signature of when it hits a certain point. So, is there modal depth going on there internally?
I don't know what you mean by modal depth.
If you think of the natural reality that we live in, like a building right now, okay? Let's say it's like 5 levels for this hypothetical. The building is, five levels high. And there are 5 levels to it, right? Gravity could hypothetically exist on like the 3rd or 2nd. The very thing that gives disposition to why particles close together give heat is a metaphysically asymmetrical prior thing at a different level. Modal is just the naming between those. And then how you get between the floors of this building is normally a staircase for most people, right? But sometimes it's hard to do that. You'd have to make a jump. And this is what we mean by modal jumps sometimes, because we can't really claim what we can't observe in the higher levels. But we do know that we can't explain gravity at all besides what it does to other things. And that implies that there is some other level right now, correct?
I would disagree that it has to have a why explanation. That's been my whole contention this entire time is the why.
Wildly backwards because your entire life, everything around you, that flag, the plants, the hat on Speakeasy's head, the artifacts on the stream, everything in your life, overwhelmingly in ordinary experience, is somewhat contingent. It's natural. It's a priori. Now, I can demonstrate mass and gravity logically within the natural framework using Tugby's strong grounding theory. That is real science trying to understand the universe on a greater level. Do you think we should stop doing that? Should we reject that?
Well, it's just if it becomes emergent, if something happens, if we see the effects of the thing, but to imply that there is something, a reason as to why, like an intelligent design or whatever that.
I didn't say intelligent design. How about consciousness? Why does brain matter produce consciousness? It's emergent.
Yeah, it is emergent.
So,
it's emergent property.
You think it doesn't require an explanation?
I think it's an interesting question as to why people think or why our brain does a thing, but it's more of a mechanistic understanding as to why.
I'm talking about not the emergent property of consciousness, not
right.
What you feel happy about today.
Well, but that's the entire thing is just like the understanding as to why thing does a thing, or like what causes it, not why. Like there's a purpose.
So do you think there's some depth? Some modal depth to why consciousness exists?
I don't really see much reason as
how come consciousness doesn't just come out of this water bottle.
I'm sure given enough time, you'll get some consciousness out of that.
So there's some metaphysical asymmetrical priority happening, right? Why does consciousness become grounded within certain material?
Because just as with the example I used, the the brick not needing to necessarily explain the wall. Just because one
Does
thing
the brick
happens
produce
doesn't mean-
consciousness?
no.
Okay,
But
so
I'm saying just like
why
little
not?
things cannot not necessarily defined by the big thing that they're defining. Much
That's
like
called emergent. Yeah, emergent means that you can't reduce something down to its atomistic properties, right?
right. So if that's what we're
So why are we doing that with gravity?
because wait, I didn't
You
understand
can't
why do
actually,
we-
can you?
I don't know
You
why
can't.
we would. We just look at the impact that it has around us.
It's kind of an emergent thing, though, isn't it? Like we can't really reduce gravity down to what mass is. It just fucking happens.
Right.
Kind of like consciousness.
So but you're content with gravity just being its gravity.
No, you are. You are.
So then why? Why is God the explanation as to why gravity does the thing?
See, it's not clever, bro. If you're trying to suddenly make the jump now because you know that this is making sense to you in a rich naturalist way, that now I have to somehow prove Christian God, stop.
Not Christian God, just
You've
a
accepted,
God.
it seems like, some rich naturalism now. Is that correct?
Just a God. I'm asking for a God.
Do you accept rich naturalism?
I don't know what rich naturalism is. Just assume that I'm retarded.
The emergent property of consciousness is
Okay,
a
so-
modally deep idea that is emergent out of brain matter for some reason. There's
Okay.
something modally happening there, right?
Yeah, there's certain chemicals and things are going on that produce a brain.
That's
and
not
give us
true.
What we call consciousness.
If I asked you if you're happy, and the truth is we can determine whether someone's kind of reliably happy based on their chemicals, but you could be the happiest person on earth and still say, I want to kill myself every day, determined by their chemicals. You can have no happiness chemicals and you could be the happiest person on earth. Why does that have to, how does that make sense?
I don't think that's actually what's happening there. I don't
You
think
think that
you can-
simply increasing serotonin is going to suddenly make someone happy?
yeah, we definitely see that, especially with people that have depression and being able
Then
to
you have no idea what you're talking about. Because if you actually read those studies, then there's a relationship, but you cannot actually describe happiness as an emergent thing
no
from serotonin. It's actually a combination. You can also
happy-
have someone with brain damage who's lost an entire part of their brain be perfectly and functionally normal. You could also have someone who gets hit in the head one time and now they're functionally a fucking vegetable. But this person has
Okay.
lost part of their entire brain.
okay, right?
So how does that make sense?
Because their brains are very complex things. Like
Okay. Yeah. So there's something emerging going on
sure.
that can't be reduced and it's modally and metaphysically prior or hidden, right? There's a dependence going on.
I mean, yeah, there are certain things that are contingent within each other.
I'm not talking about contingency.
So okay, so now brains are not contingent on
not
atoms
even-
and other things to
Put my argument aside for a second. We're talking about rich naturalism. No God at all right now.
okay.
So do you accept the idea that the natural world has metaphysical grounding that takes place, which just means relationships that are hidden between different layers?
But I don't buy that there's hidden things there.
Hidden is the wrong word. It's not like it's hidden, but it's metaphysically prior. Prior just means there's a priority happening.
Well, okay, so maybe there's like why okay, so like if the brain at one point didn't exist and then something whatever alterations influence within the environment ended up eventually creating a brain.
Sure.
So just because of that, well, there's a natural progression to that. We could see
Yeah,
that.
but
we
how
can
does
measure it.
consciousness, how do we measure consciousness becoming emergent?
Consciousness is a description of something.
How
It's
do we
just a
measure it?
descriptor.
How do we measure it?
You don't. It's a description.
not?
It's
I
no
thought you said we
different.
could just measure everything.
It's no different that well, no, it's a descriptor for a thing that we're engaging in. Much like
It seems like it gets actualized though within the brain, correct?
yeah, it's a process. It's a descriptor for processes that we're engaging in.
What is the process?
well, we would call it something like thinking, something that the brain is doing, much like when we would say maybe like driving. Is driving it's a descriptor of something that's happening.
Okay. Can you measure that with certainty?
Can you measure
thinking?
consciousness?
Can you measure thinking with certainty?
I don't think that you could. I think it's something that we necessarily engage in.
I think we can go back now, but it seems to me as if like you're accepting some rich modality within the natural world. You just don't want to commit to it, which is not a good thing.
Well, there are certain things that we just engage in, things that we do. You know, when people talk about like knowledge, or they talk about logic or things like that, these are all descriptors for things that we're doing.
The laws of logic, again, I mean, technically they're emergent properties.
Well, they're descriptors. They're descriptors. They're descriptors of how we think.
Sure, the laws of logic are descriptions from our end, but they are universals within this universe, at least.
No, they're not.
I mean, I had a debate on this where I kind of was doing the same thing you're doing, but the truth is that in this universe they are. But I was asked, can you imagine a universe where they aren't? But in this universe, yes, they are, man. They're constants. They're universals.
So they're universal. So like if Pinocchio said, "My nose will grow,"
is that a law of logic?
It seems to be kind of asking, well, does that seem illogical? If Pinocchio asked the question, "My nose will grow,"
is it illogical to say that gravity can be grounded within a property like mass and then be fully actualized when its disposition makes mass pull other things in?
I can agree up to gravity is the attraction of mass or high mass densities and attracting other material.
Why?
That's you to describe, not me. I can only describe the mechanistic properties. You're asking as though there has to be a reason.
We're kind of going in circles. I want to move on a little, but I just want you to know that that is a failure of explanatory power. And it's also just asking people who are scientists to go, I'm going to give up. Not a good one.
No, they're still trying to understand deeper why
the universe,
what gravity actually does.
Okay, so that would involve asking what it is, right?
All right, so that would bring us to the hour of the open floor, but this one, you guys seem a little bit still like you might have something else to go on to here, because
I have a lot.
Yeah, we were kind of we were in one place for a bit, and I think we were starting to go somewhere else here. So if you guys both would agree to it, just keeping in mind we have the 30-minute Q&A. If you guys want an extra 30 to 60 minutes, we can.
I have a lot more I'd like to present, but it's up to Tyler.
I'd love to, but unfortunately, because we did end up starting late, I have to get up super early in the morning. I apologize for that. So I'd be okay with going. I actually really want to get into the Aquinas thing, but I don't know. Maybe if we can have.
Are you sure? The Aquinas thing is actually what we've been talking about on another level. Aquinas asks, just because you can describe something, what something does not tell you what it is in the most pure form. It is essence existence.
So my whole view, my whole view with Aquinas is that why would we be looking at people that had no idea what the fucking universe actually was and its actual understanding, and we would take incomplete knowledge.
That's a stupid ass argument, bro. Are you kidding me?
So do you want an extra 30 minutes?
Algebra was invented in like the first Islamic age. I mean, it's just because it's old means it's fucking dumb. What the fuck does that mean?
No, it's because now we have so much more.
What?
So much
knowledge
more
about metaphysics,
knowledge, and everything else.
You seem to reject that too, though. So why the fuck would you care?
Fucking hit it.
I'm confused. I just gave you contemporary metaphysics, literally a year old, and you're like, fuck Tugby. He's a year old, bro. He's like a leading metaphysicist.
Right, let's do it.
All right, we'll put another 30 minutes on the clock for you guys.
God damn it. Well, okay. So then let's maybe we should shift into Aquinas and the information with regards to that.
Okay, go
So,
for it. Let me hear you talk for a bit.
well, no, I want to hear what your view on this is. I think I kind of just deposited that antiquated.
Aquinas has many arguments. Aquinas, is famously, unmoved mover. He's fantastic when it comes to a bunch of different arguments. I personally chose the essence existence argument to actualize my definition of God. And it is a little bit of a modal jump that I think is harder to make, but it goes something like this. And before I explain this, I want you to understand that the term unicorn here linguistically is not relevant. Okay. So I'm using Kerr, who is a contemporary Christian scholar, if I'm not mistaken, on pressing Aquinas' essence existence point. And it goes like, what a finite thing is does not explain that it is. So this is ultimately somewhat more difficult, I think, from your position, if we want to go to my actuality part. It's essentially the gravity question on steroids, where I ask you, even if we can say that, gravity is this, or like this marker is this, it doesn't explain that it is. So if I ask you right now, can you think of a unicorn existing in your head? You can say, yeah, I do, right?
Yeah, I
Correct?
can think it conceptually in my mind.
It's not about the word, but it's the metaphysical conception. Yeah, whatever that means to you. So in a way, its essence is existent.
See, I would disagree with that. Like, just
And
because
how so?
because when we use words, we're using descriptors of conveying.
I already prefaced this by saying, do not focus on the linguistics. That is not a good way to approach this argument. It's a metaphysical claim. So
But I know, but
the word itself is meaningless. It doesn't matter if it's a red unicorn, blue unicorn. That's not an argument.
No, but it's conveying thought. That's the entire thing. So you're saying
conception.
just because I
Conception,
can
yeah.
think of a thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
So if I describe to you a chair is a four-legged animal with fur, cute little ears, and a long tail.
That's
and
not
has
understanding
spots.
the argument.
No, it's describing, it's descriptors. So just the fact that when we're talking, when we're communicating, we're conveying thoughts.
It's not. Again, this is an essence thing. It's not really what's relevant is not that we're both thinking of a hypothetical unicorn from My Little Pony. Okay. It's not relevant to describe what it is. It's the essence of it, infinitely existing.
Yeah, but
in any way.
But yes, theoretically, but you'd have to be introduced.
Yes, theoretically, that's the point. Essence.
Yeah,
so
you'd have to
metaphysically,
be introduced to it.
the
first
unicorn
to
can
the
exist
concept.
within essence without existing. Correct?
No, I would disagree with that.
But the concept of it can.
Yeah, conceptually, I can also think of a pig with wings.
That means there is an essence
reality
of it that is universally existing, right?
But you have to look at what is true. Yes, we can be hypothetical about nearly anything.
Telling me that a red unicorn or a red horse, if you want, in reality is fine. That doesn't explain the essence at all, conceptually.
But
which is everything in a way. But
I don't understand why it would be. You're applying again a magical type of supernatural thing to it. So the essence of a unicorn, because
describing things and dismissing them as magical, again, like it's a Harry Potter book, doesn't make it less true or doesn't really help your case.
But we have to look at things that are true. Actually, I would say true and sound. Things
so
that
the essence of you being able to theorize what a unicorn might be, how would you determine whether that's a true objective thing, thought, whatever?
How would I?
Yeah, you just said we only need to care about things that are true, and the only things that matter are true. But what is the truth and the concept of the essence of whatever unicorn you're thinking of?
When we're describing reality, when we're describing what we can interact with,
the unicorn could exist in reality, but the essence is existent, is what I'm talking about. Yeah.
But
I mean, technically, it could exist in reality,
but it doesn't. That's the thing.
But it could.
It doesn't.
No. But it could.
Sure, but it could. But it doesn't.
There you go. So it could.
Yeah, because you can conceptualize something doesn't mean that it comports with reality. So if
Correct.
I send
Aquinas would call this actuality. That's what he
so
calls it.
so if you could hold the position that I can conceptualize you having wings, does that mean that you suddenly have wings?
No, but it also means that the metaphysical conception of it is in essence a true thing. I could technically have wings. Like you said earlier, given enough time, it's kind of funny. Given enough time, I could have wings. And then
Right.
they become actualized once that happens.
But does it comport with reality? Is
It
it
might.
true?
Can you deny that it can't?
We haven't seen it happen.
That's
So
not a good answer.
the best understanding is looking at history. Did human have wings at one point and we suddenly lost them?
Can you tell
Doesn't
what
seem
evolution will do in the future by looking at history?
You can kind of see trends that are emerging. Can you
Trends are historical.
within say 1 million years or 2 million years?
You're able to tell me what species
No.
will look like or have turned into in 1 million years?
No,
using
you
the past?
couldn't.
Okay,
You
so
can infer.
why
can
would you
look
be
at
using
where
the past
things
here?
gone. Because you can look at history, the trends of history, and what influences may have created what we're experiencing now.
That's
So
fine,
the
but what
reality.
you thought in your head is technically, in essence, existing, and it can be actualized in reality. A unicorn doesn't exist, but it could be actualized, and the essence of it is, and that's Aquinas' argument. So this is why I think it's probably this argument of Aquinas is not his most famous one, but I actually think it's very, very interesting within my framework of Tugby showing natural world order. Because even if we can describe the natural world and order of things, right? If we can use science to understand the metaphysical relationship between consciousness and brain matter, and the sun, mass, and then gravity, or the disposition to attract, then what actually actualizes those things? And in my argument, God here is the actualization of that full grounding and effect, the necessary underived ground that allows contingent reality, but also itself, to exist in actuality.
So God influences
No,
reality?
it's constitutive sufficiency and dependency. Those are two different things.
So okay. So God just exists in like it, I'm assuming it has to be physical.
He's the underived ground, which is a stopping point. That's I'm not going to deny that. It would be a stopping point. But in my argument, God would be the necessary underived ground. There's nothing else derivative of it, but is only actualized when it is fully grounded with the natural reality that we can see that has modal layers already. And I'm arguing that that is far more explanatory because of inductive reasoning and the fact that we see contingent creation happening throughout our ordinary lives all the time. And it is an a priori sensation of ours. As well, okay, is the fact that brute fact naturalism seems far in the rearview mirror now. I could be wrong about the fact that God,
compared to a person from 1200.
I never said a person. Never said a person.
Well, I'm speaking with regards to Aquinas, who what was that 1200 years ago or the 1200s that that was depositing these types of things where we've had so much more, infinitely more information that we can actually describe the world, the universe, and how things operate.
You know when Pythagoras fucking existed?
Yeah, that's cool.
It's like 380 BCE, right? Or,
okay,
yeah.
but that's what
he's fucking old though. Should we just throw that out or what?
But we can look with regards to people trying to describe what we experience, what the universe is.
Tugby, Matthew Tugby, the metaphysicist I just told you with strong grounding theory, he is literally doing that. And he is showing that your idea of brute fact naturalism is, in my opinion, lacking. It's failing at doing what it claims it can do.
Well,
by using the natural world against itself.
Because it's the presupposition that there has to be a reason for everything to exist.
Presupposition, again, it's a contingency argument. We don't need to presuppose we don't need to presuppose Searka to say whether or not the pen needs an explanation. The very fact that the pen could not have existed and also, sorry, could have existed and also could not have existed, means that it requires an explanation. There's no presupposition there. It is logically coherent.
But again, this is why I keep asking, what is the end chain? What is
Again,
the
there's no end
what is the
because
first domino that you flick in order to get
there
this
is
all
no domino. There's no infinite regress because I just told you that there's a grounding that's fully it's dependable on the universe itself with the underlying ground.
That would be
Why? What are you rejecting about that logically? What are you rejecting?
so it would be God. God
No,
is
no.
your.
What are you
is your-
rejecting about that idea about
No, I'm
underlying
asking.
ground necessarily constitutively sufficient as well as metaphysically dependent in a full grounding relationship? As in, there is no cause; they both are actualized at the same time. I avoid
Okay.
an infinite regress that way.
I'm sorry. I'm looking at some of my notes here, and
You're fine.
okay.
Here, let me try and explain it a different way. Okay. Do you think numbers, propositions, and abstract structures may be necessary entities?
With regards to what?
Just
Like,
in general. As in they could not have failed to exist.
No. Well, numbers don't exist within the natural, like outside
Necessary
of
entities. Entities.
So numbers are entities now.
Well, yeah, numbers represent something, right? What do numbers? What does 2 represent?
Well, two would be contingent on the laws that God put within the universe. So if before God created
I don't need
the
a
universe,
full. I don't need a full monologue. I'm trying to make this really reductionist right now. Okay, so numbers. Do you think they exist as necessary entities? Yes or no?
for us to describe the world, sure, or the
Okay.
universe.
So that means you're accepting the idea, right? Of
Kim, can you grab me a
necessary
beer?
contingent.
God damn it!
So technically, you could say that God is numbers, propositions, relations, and abstract structures. Kind of the same way someone in tag, which is not an argument for God again, but someone who uses tag says that the laws of logic are necessarily some entity that is contingent on God, is in a way. But you could put forth laws of logic as like a field or something like that as a necessary entity in of itself. Correct?
So the universe would have to be necessary.
No, this is not just very simple. No, not a lot of. I'm not like making big claims behind this. I'm just saying that someone could do this, as in you could put forth that numbers or fields, gravity itself is a necessary entity, right? Kind of like what you said earlier.
Yeah, in a concept, yes, like numbers would be a descriptor for a thing, and then that's what we're just trying to describe a quantity of thing, and like numbers, like the idea of quantities existed before humans were here, right?
Okay, no, that's good. That's good. Okay, so you're putting forth their necessary entities. Now, normal
just numbers
principle,
existed, like the idea of quantity, but we've applied number in order to describe that thing.
That's great. Describing things between, describing relationships between contingent, concrete things in a concrete reality is fine, right? But it also doesn't give us an explanation for why the laws of logic or why numbers even are what they are, or why they sometimes have dispositions to do things.
It's
right?
Because we've constructed them to try to understand.
I thought you said they
reality.
existed before humans.
No, I said quantities existed. So
you think gravity didn't exist before humans?
No. Those are brute facts. Gravity exists outside of a human interaction.
So they are necessary entities. You're saying they could not have failed to exist.
No, I never said that they could not have failed to exist, because then
that's what necessary means.
Well, they would have to be necessary, otherwise then God wouldn't need them.
That's not true.
Okay, I guess we just brute force that. Not true, because God needed them. They're necessary.
No,
Otherwise,
that's-
God wouldn't need
I don't
gravity.
know what need mean. When I say constitutively sufficient and dependent, this is the same metaphysical grounding that happens with mass and gravity, or the disposition to attract. So the disposition to attract is always there in virtue of mass. It is only actualized in a one-way direction once mass is in place, correct?
Yeah, okay, out, but it's outside of
Now you have accepted a modal depth within naturalism, so you cannot just sit there and say necessary brute fact existence. You've accepted some modal depth.
No, so what I was trying to explain was outside of the human concept with regards to numbers, with regards to gravity. These are things that just exist, or I shouldn't say numbers exist. Numbers
But
are
you just agreed with me when I told you that gravity.
I know. I was petting my fucking dog, bitch.
Do you think gravity just doesn't exist at all as a power when mass isn't there?
No, obviously. Well, no, I don't think gravity.
Do you think gravity? Well, we see gravitational waves.
Yeah, but you're saying
So
if
mass is not really there for that,
Yeah.
right?
As I said, yeah. So when there isn't a coalescing of mass there, yeah, we can still see that there's some type of gravity within the universe and things.
So
that
why is gravity happening without mass?
Because I would guess probably because within the confines of the universe, there's things like quantum foam, things like that. There's things like dark matter. That
Dark
actually
matter
has
is
a lot
a
more.
metaphysical inference as well. You know that, right?
That's
We can't observe it. We just see something that we look at. The famous experiment where he looked at a spiral galaxy, and saw the outside of the galaxy spinning the same rate as the internal. Doesn't make sense in physics, but we are inferring that it's just dark matter. How do you make sense of that?
No, it's actually been measured. Just like we've looked at, just because you can't see it with your eyes, but we can measure it.
You think we measure dark matter? What we do is we measure the amount of matter in the universe. We measure the acceleration principle, and we see how fast matter is moving and how it is functioning. And we look at the absence of matter that should be there, and that's how we infer dark matter. What do you mean we measure it?
So we can look at things through
we are measuring the absence of something we see that should be there, but it's not there.
No, because we can look at things like how gravity is actually being warped by dark matter, where there should be technically nothing. There's something there.
But we're not actually seeing the dark matter. We
might not be able to see it, but obviously something is interacting with light, something's interacting with it in order.
Why can't we see it? It must be modally deep then, right? There must be some metaphysical priority grounding place.
Just because we can't see it, but we can measure it. So it's not like there's a metaphysical.
We measure the absence of it. I'm going to make this very clear for you, man. We do not measure dark matter. We look at what the universe is doing, much in the same way old astronomers looked at gravity, like Saturn, and they were wondering why gravity wasn't in the right spot. So it pointed to us mathematically that some other planet was out there. But this is different. Okay, we can't really say that the planet is real also until you find that planet. But dark matter is not something we measure. We don't go, here's fucking 5, light years of dark matter. We look at where it's not, but it seems like it should be, and then we make our inference. It is totally an inference that is based on the absence of it existing.
No, we literally look at it. We can literally measure how it's affecting things around it. So, just because we can't see dark matter doesn't mean that doesn't have an impact.
We don't measure it, bro. We measure its effect on other things. Okay, but that is not the same thing as we can see matter in the universe. We can go, sun, look, sun there, right? Sun.
Yeah.
We can measure a lot of things about it. The light it's giving off. We can we can do astrophysics to see the actual composite of the elements within the sun. Do we do that with dark matter?
So I literally just pulled it up. We measure dark matter by observing its gravitational effects on visible matter and light.
There you go. That's exactly what I just said.
Yeah. So
we don't actually see it. We don't measure it. We measure what we think it's doing.
What it's impacting, what it's actually influencing on.
Except we can see matter and also what it does. This one is not there, but we theorize that because there's so much matter that's unaccounted for that we just put it there. That's different. Those are two different things.
So because we can see that a thing is happening, there's actual distortions, things like that. Like clearly there has to be something there. We just can't measure it. But we're gonna throw. We don't know. Therefore, God.
Did this guy just say wind can be seen? Wind is air molecules.
I didn't say wind.
I know. I'm talking about the chat. I'm losing. Oh, sorry. That just. What the fuck? That's actually kind of funny, bro. We can measure wind, dude.
Yeah, we can measure wind. Oh,
literally particles. I'm sorry, that just threw me off, bro. It's just funny. But again, that's not the same thing as measuring literally, like gravitational waves with gravity. We can measure that, and it's different even still. Like dark matter, we just look at other things entirely, okay? Like we can detect gravitational waves. We can't detect dark matter waves. We can't see it. We can't do anything like that.
Much like with a black hole, it's really hard to see it, although we have photographed one, but only once it was actually consuming something. So that
we are inferring a lot about the black hole, but there's also things we don't because, physics. But I just want to be clear, we infer a lot of things. So dark matter is not something we can measure. It's not true. We measure what are things around it.
Yeah,
and then we fill in the gaps. We're making a jump with dark matter.
Well, but we've been able to actually understand quite a bit with regards to, there's things like antimatter that we've finally been able to stabilize and move.
That's not relevant to dark matter, though. Dark matter is kind of a conundrum because, again, it's the famous experiment of how we found it was someone was like, why is the tails of a spiral galaxy moving at the same speed as the inner part? Because technically matter is supposed to be more dense there, which means it should be pulling faster into the center. And then
so obviously there's
at the ends of it, and he was like, "Well, there must be more matter somewhere that we just can't see."
Right,
but that is not the same thing as measuring the literal matter within the spiral galaxy.
So when we're looking at those things, so like the entire hang up that I've had with this entire thing, and I've been trying to cram God, the definition of God within this, and I think that's where it becomes what everyone would assume was. Because that's
not
genuinely
really the same thing, though, right? Like that's kind of smuggling in something that's not really true. The thing is that contingency arguments.
So are you saying God isn't true?
Christian God? No, God could absolutely be true within my framework. The Christian God, absolutely.
But that God's omniscient, omnipresent, yada yada yada.
So even if humans got it wrong when they wrote the Bible or when they got God's message, revelation, whatever you want to call it, does that mean that it's not true? So let me give you another example.
But then you're impugning God, Jesus, all the people that were within the Bible that said that all these things happened.
That does not invalidate my God argument. Here, let me give you another example. Nazis are fascists, correct?
No.
You don't think? That's insane. Hypothetically, no one would agree with you.
No, they're not. They're national socialists. No, fascists and Nazis were like mortal fucking enemies.
I'm gonna lose my mind. Anyways, just agree for this so I don't have to fucking spank you on this. Can you please just say yes?
Okay, sure.
There's different can of worms. All right, so the Italians, Mussolini was a fascist as well, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so there's different genealogies of fascism. Is fascism untrue if you think that the Nazis don't fit the criteria of what fascism is?
Yeah, because we have definitions.
No, is fascism itself untrue if you think the Nazis don't fit the criteria of fascism?
No, because I look at Giovanni Gentile and look at his definition for what
God in this regard is not untrue because you simply don't like Christian religion.
No, I look at the text from the people that say this is the thing. God,
the text in this regard is just the Nazi framework of government or something. Who cares? Is that fascist now not true? Fascism in general is not true.
I'm looking at the definition of the people that developed that
is doctrine. The definition of the Nazi or Nazism what fascism is, true or false. Is that the same thing?
They're non sequiturs.
That's not a non sequitur.
No, they aren't even tied to each other. Fascism
Mussolini, if I said Mussolini doesn't fit the description of a fascist, inverse, okay? Right? And you said that doesn't invalidate fascism, you'd be correct, right?
but he was.
I say he's not.
He was
now fascism doesn't exist. That's pretty much what you're doing.
I mean, I guess even though fascism was by Giovanni Gentile, was an advisor to
yeah, but I say no.
Mussolini.
I think he was a propagandist who molded and abandoned his values because in 1914 he had a completely different fucking opinion of what tripartite bargaining was compared to 1932. So he's not fascist now. Fascism doesn't exist. What do you say to that?
Then if that's by what you're going by, but then you're just saying then the Christian God and all the definitions and explanations for that
does fascism become invalid
wrong.
because I say no?
No.
Thank you. So God cannot become invalid because you don't like the sacrament or the Bible.
No, it has to do with regards to definitions. Otherwise, God could just be a fat guy that likes eating Burger King. Like there has to be confined. There has to be definitions.
I did confine it. My definition of my God is not the Bible.
But you said it could be a Christian. So if I'm defining,
I'm not making the claim though, but it could.
But that literally literally makes no sense. Then
it makes very fine sense. You just don't want to accept it. And just like me saying Mussolini's not a fascist, it's just fucking wrong.
No, but we define things by what they are.
No, that's called a genealogy fallacy. I didn't want to say it, but now I have to because you just keep doing it. Genetic fallacy.
Well, because we're looking at as the descriptors of what God is, the nature of God, what God is supposed to be.
A certain form, I guess. I mean, technically, they could have gotten it wrong when they were describing him, right? They could have gotten him wrong when they were describing him.
Okay, so there you go, Christians. You guys got it all wrong. You're all fucking wrong. So
I said could.
Sure. Then
they could have got it all right. Isn't that equally as true?
But then it's nothing. Then it literally just means nothing.
I don't think that means nothing to a Christian, but it's fine. I guess we can say it.
No, but you define thing by its characteristics. Otherwise, that thing isn't a thing anymore. Like describing a cat.
I'm not a Christian, but I understand a Christian who might do that, and that's fine. My definition of God actually allows for that to happen. And a Christian,
God operates outside of time.
I never said that. I don't know what the fuck that's supposed to mean. Certain branch of Christian theology, parish, early one, obviously you could say that, omniscient, omnipotent, fine. If you want to use Augustine and then I am using Aquinas, it's fine. The point is that doesn't invalidate my argument. Are you going to do that, or are you going to complain about Christian, sacrament or rituals?
No, it's because if people are describing it, if God himself is describing, hey, I am this thing, and you go, nah, I think you're something else. You're nebulous. You're nebulous something else.
My definition is an underived necessary ground, and it's perfectly capable of adopting a Christian theology. I'm just not making the claim because I don't think I can satisfiably do it. But that's not relevant here.
All right, we got a minute left. I want to ask this quick little syllogism for you. God, does God necessarily exist?
In my argument, yeah.
So it's God's will is identical to God's essence.
You're making God personal. It's not relevant.
How is that not relevant?
My definition does not describe a personal God. Try again.
So it's just a nebulous nothing.
It's not. Okay. It's a necessary underived ground.
Okay. So then God doesn't have an essence.
He could.
Then which one is it?
I don't think I can make that claim, but he could.
God can make a claim on his essence, but you can't derive
You think I can make a claim for God's essence? A God could make a claim for his essence
within your own definition.
I cannot make a claim on his essence. That is a fact.
You did within your definition.
No, I'm not. You're making it personal. You're attaching these little words, right? Essence, omnipotent, omniscient. Those are all personal words because it makes your argument a little bit easier to make mine look like it needs to be a human. It's not going to work.
Oh, so God's just a human. So he's like Zeus.
I just said that's not what it is.
All right. So that is going to wrap up the open back and forth. All right. First off, want to say great job to both of you tonight. So I just want to tell everybody in the chat, we're going to enter to the final phase of the debate, the closing statements. Okay, so quick reminder to you all, the Q&A is already up. So if you have a question for either debater, make sure you drop them in now. And remember, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, PayPal, Cash Apps, these will take priority. So if they fill the whole 30 minutes, we may not get to those free chat questions. Also, if you are a member, go over to my post. You'll see there's a members only post. You can put your questions there, and I'll do those questions second in line to the super chats and whatnot. With that being said, we're going to move into the closing statements. So Searka, you're going to be going first for the closing statements, and that'll give Tyler the last word. So, Searka, whenever you're ready for your closing statement, I will start the timer up with your voice.
All right. So, what remains? I think the central question here, after a lot of deliberation, did not go away. The question I began with, and throughout the entirety of this, was that every major move that we turned on didn't really have, or wasn't really given an actual answer. It only moved it around. And you could probably say the same about me a little if you'd like, but I just want to make clear again that I did not argue against science. I've not argued that natural explanations are false. I have not claimed that every dependence relation in nature proves like God in some way. I can't do that. But I just want to point out that the prompt I chose was on purpose. God is the best explanation for the universe is because I think the claim that brute fact naturalism, or just necessary universe in general, is abandoning this aspect or this endeavor and remaining blind to science at the same time. I did present a narrow case. I argued that real things, which could have failed to exist, are not self-explained. That's it. Asking why they exist is a completely fair thing. It is not presupposition. It is not anything. And the realm of what I feel like I heard. So he can reject that demand, but I don't really think that's beating my argument. Especially is not by giving a better explanation. It is refusing explanation at the moment when science and reality starts to become very interesting. So that is not nothing, but it is a position, I guess. I think it's a costly one with a burden that he doesn't really understand yet. So a refusal again to explain is obviously not better than an explanation, but obviously explanations do need weight even when they reach deep. And we routinely accept serious inferences, such as dark matter, it seems, even when the inferred thing is directly, not directly in front of us. And that was made clear near the end. Science infers these subatomic particles. It infers dark matter and even multiverse proposals. And it's not that every inference succeeds. It's that just because something is far away from like your ordinary experience doesn't automatically disqualify it, okay? This is why I feel like Tugby mattered in my argument. Again, his name's Tugby, doesn't matter. He just shows that nature may have some real depth in a completely demonstrable and logical way that is explanatory. This is all within science. He lets me grant a stronger picture of nature than brute fact. And once I've opened that idea up, it makes it a very serious question, even for the naturalist. Well, why would it not just continue then? why would it just remain necessary in itself? We still didn't get an answer for the arbitrary existential, chaos that would happen if matter could just necessarily do its own thing, pop into existence on its own. That is a problem that I think we probably could have went back to. But a reality with internal structure is actual reality, and it structure that may be able to tell us how it works. It also still does not really tell us why it is there, though. So once again, you can explain fields and laws and events and ask why these things belong to a real order of things. And internal explanation is not external explanation, no matter how hard you try in this case. So what remains? Contingent order is brute, but brute fact does not explain. It stops. And it's also costly. Fundamental particles, laws, and all that, that's fundamental. Fundamental doesn't mean self-explanatory. It doesn't dissolve contingency by being simple and basic. It's just an absence of knowledge on what contingency is. You can say the universe is necessary, but necessity cannot be assigned by declaration if we're talking about metaphysical claims. I can say that something in life is necessary, right? And I don't really have to explain it if that's the case, but metaphysical ones kind of need to be argued for, not merely stated. So my answer is not that we just need to add one more object again. It is a necessary underived ground of contingent concrete reality itself. God is the best explanation. And it's an argument that I think still matters within the lives of humans and the human condition. I don't think it retreats from reason. I think it refuses to stop one step too early. And I'll ask you again, so what remains? And that would be a necessary underived ground, which is God. And I'll end it there.
All right. Thank you for that closing statement. And with that, we are going to hand over the mic to Tyler. Tyler, whenever you're ready for your closing statement, I will start the timer up with your voice.
So, okay. So, of course, I want to say thank you again to Speakeasy and Searka for this. It was interesting discussion, to say the least. But I want to deposit a few things here. We looked at things like special pleading. It must be. I'm going to frame questions so that these things, it must be a thing. It must be a God. And even within the, that he had described, even within the Christian paradigm, this is not an omniscient, omnipotent being. Why, like I think one of the main questions is, why do we get to exempt God from this explanation? His own necessity. But not allow the same for the universe. As I said, this looks like just more special pleading. If God is necessary and his will is identical to his essence, which even Searkar had denied, then everything God wills, everything is contingent within God. Or should I say, everything no longer is contingent and becomes necessary. Everything becomes necessary. We see a lot of things that were pointed out. We couldn't define God in any sense that most people would, I think, would be sufficient. Even if he could describe these things, what does it establish? At some point, necessary reality exists. It doesn't show anything with regards to omnipotence, omniscient. Doesn't look at anything like any type of godly qualities or any person or anything that we would view as a god. It was just God, but now within the time frame and constraints of the universe. I was really interested in seeing where the whole discussion with regards to, well, if God was created, then, or if the universe was created, was there a time before when it didn't exist? And that would necessitate that a God would have to exist. So what I think we ended up getting a lot of, like, I'm trying to nail down on why the brute facts aren't acceptable, but within his paradigm, that they just were. They were just granted. And I think when we look at, because God's nature is this thing, but we can just shove it aside and move into different positions, become nebulous, undefined. I think the most essential term, what is God? I think that's where the issues start to arise even bigger. I think it showed that the natural universe just has brute facts. They exist because they exist. Some questions aren't required an answer. That's begging questions that something must exist. And if something does exist, then what is beyond it? To me, that's almost a non sequitur. And that's the hardest part of actually engaging in fundamentally something that has no evidence for its own existence. But I'm demanded in order to somehow prove the inverse, when that was Searkar's entire position. He appealed to the physical world in order to explain a metaphysical constant. And I think with that leaves a lot more demanding. It was incumbent upon him in order to make those claims, substantiate them, and prove them without begging the question for God. And I think that's ultimately what we got. So with that, again, speak easy, Searkar. It was a lot of fun. Always appreciate it. Chat. It's fucking fantastic. Thank you very much. And I will concede the rest of my time.
All right. Thank you for that closing statement. That is going to conclude the closing statements. Great work from both debaters tonight. If you're enjoying what you're seeing, make sure you guys like the stream, subscribe to the channel, and so you don't miss any of the debates we host here. Like I said, we run all kinds of matchups: political, cultural, social, internet topics, philosophy, anything where there's a conversation worth clashing over, we'll put it into the arena. And also, don't forget to subscribe to tonight's debaters as well. The links are in the description. Make sure you go show them support for stepping into the arena and sharpening their arguments tonight in front of us. Now, before I start the timer for the chat Q&A, I always like to ask a question or two to each debater based on things I heard, argument I want to clarify, points I think maybe were missed or deserve another pass, and things of that nature. Then once that's answered, we'll begin the official 30-minute Q&A. Okay, so we're going to start with the affirmative with my questions. So first, for Searka, what is the specific feature of God that makes God a better explanation for the universe than a non-theistic necessary reality?
That's a good question. The characteristic or feature is what you said?
Yeah. What's the specific feature?
Well, the base of my argument is that it would be necessary, and I guess the most important characteristic would be the underrived part, and then the fact that it's an underrived grounding. So this means that God is able to substantiate, it could be essence if you want it to be, reality through a metaphysical asymmetrical dependence, which we already kind of see in the natural world. So underrived here is actually the same thing my opponent's putting forth. He's saying that the universe itself is an underrived thing. It's no different. But it is rejecting rich naturalism, or even what we already see in natural world. So it's not a good answer.
All right. And did you have something you wanted to say to that, Tyler?
I was told essence wasn't a thing, and now apparently it might be a thing.
Do I need to answer that?
Well, yeah, you guys can go back and forth for a second on this if you want.
I don't really understand. Why don't you argue with who's here and not some imaginary person? I don't say, or I never said, essence cannot exist.
You said that
I said
essence,
that
you're trying to turn him into
argument-
a person.
I said my argument does not claim that essence is what it is. But I never said it can't be. Those are two different things. Don't confuse them.
So then it's again, it becomes an undefined nebulous term that
It's
can be
undefined
nailed
because you
down.
want to apply something I never said or even claim or even need. So pay attention.
You said essence is a personal characteristic of God. You're
I don't need a
personal
personal
trait.
characteristic to define what God is in my definition. That doesn't mean I reject it.
Okay, so again, yeah, just
Those are two different things.
undefined. What are you eating, by the way?
Candy.
No shit. Those like gummy bears? What the fuck? Some Scandinavian shit?
All right. So then, all right. So the second question for you, it's kind of based off something Tyler was trying to ask you during the debate there, or it seemed like he was. If the universe requires an explanation, why does God not require a further explanation?
That's a good question. I am putting forth a brute fact or a stopping point that is something that requires an explanation still, doesn't it? There is a burden there. What I am arguing, though, is that it is unreasonable to think that there is no modal depth or grounding that takes place when we look at the natural world. And I'm using the natural world to argue that. I then point to the fact that Pandora's box has been opened within the natural world and science itself, or at least science's attempt to understand the natural world. And then I posit the question that if layers already exist in the natural world and are demonstrated logically and explanatorily, then it's actually unreasonable to assume it just stops there. It's opening up a question that is not begging. It is simply the opposite of that. It's like expecting another storm would never happen over the Atlantic again. It's unreasonable to assume that if storms happen all the time and are constant, as far as if we contain it. But I think that there needs to be some necessary stopping point for underived reality, right? Or concrete reality. And that's underived. So underived doesn't mean the first point. Doesn't mean like first step in the chain. It means just the final point that is only actualized or real when it's fully grounded within reality itself. So it's kind of the same time. It sounds like a cop-out, but it's not. We look at these things, metaphysical dependence, all the time. Consciousness doesn't just it's not just causally happened by brain matter. If we could say that, it would be much easier. Truth is, it's just emergent. And it seems to exist in some thought, like panpsychism, that everything in the universe, matter-wise, can be consciousness. That's a theory as well. But I think that's not as likely. But I don't know. Maybe he could disagree with that. Maybe he can describe how consciousness actually does get caused.
Did you have something you wanted to say for that, Tyler?
Well, yeah, I was just looking at like the idea with the like obviously if God is to be a thing, it either has to operate, it's either confined by the I don't know if God exists, like God is the universe. Like if
Could be in this. Could be.
yeah, but then it becomes like, well, it could be I don't know. Actually, I was looking up one philosophical argument was by a Philip Mainlander that like basically God, because it was such a perfect being and just the natural way that the universe is always moving towards entropy.
So that's a lot of personal characteristics.
Yeah, which God has personal characteristics. I think every Christian would agree with that. But because
that's
he was
people applying humanistic characteristics to God, though, isn't it?
No, this is from God. God made humans in his image.
I know, but people are the ones. And if we're taking your argument right now, right? People made it up, right?
In my worldview, yeah.
So why are you now suddenly assuming that invalidates what God is supposed to be? Don't you not believe in that? Why would you assume that is somehow what is necessary for God to be?
So
if you disagree.
What I'm saying, you do too. Shut the fuck up. You're an atheist.
I know I do. I'm just not that arrogant.
So the
I know it's
initial,
not logical.
the idea or the philosophical premise was that because God was so perfect that he ended up like taking parts of his being and dispersed them through the universe, and he ended up killing himself. Thus, the Big Bang. The Big Bang was God finally killing himself, and we're actually living within the dead corpse of a god. So, like,
Who said this?
Philip Mainlander. It's a fucking
So-
wild.
Does he say the Big Bang is an explosion or something?
It deposits it before the Big Bang was actually theorized. If my
Okay, so the Big
timeline is
Bang
correct.
in scientific theory is not a bang. It doesn't actually claim anything about
No,
the universe.
right.
Okay.
No, I'm not saying like the universe began, but that's his view, is that the Big Bang was God finally killing himself, and we're living in the corpse of a dead God. So eventually entropy will take over.
So the difference between my argument, which is based on, a logical argument about contingency, whether things exist or not, which is a factive thing, objectively factive, is different than the modal jump of just saying God exploded. Right?
You'd have to look at it. Like I'm just giving like a quick synopsis.
I just want you to realize that, like, I know it sounds like they're similar, but one is based on an actual factive explanation. The other one is, if it sounds like smut writing.
No, actually, the crazy thing is that the guy with the whole view of like nihilism and everything, entropy and everything, he ended up killing himself. So
okay, well, you can actually believe in God and be a nihilist, so I don't really know what that's.
Yeah, no, it was a wild thing, but like it's what's the confinement of God? So I'm looking at what are those characteristics. So if God is saying he is those things,
necessary being, so that means it could not have failed to exist, just like the universe for you. It's the same thing. And then the underrived part is the same as your argument. The universe exists necessarily, which means it could not have failed to exist, and it's underrived. There's nothing derivative. We're the same right now. We are the same. Now, the final part is what makes my definition different than yours. The ground. This is a metaphysical explanation about a relationship between metaphysical priority. That's what grounding is. So, because we can already see and we know that we cannot find everything in the natural world, there seems to be metaphysical priority and asymmetrical dependences. Consciousness, emergent out of brain matter, makes no fucking sense. We can't connect them.
But why not? Why not? Like it's. I don't see why
you
could not.
You reject that idea.
No, like that. Seeing that emergent properties can happen. That we can see like the synapses and everything that goes on with regards to a brain. Like consciousness is just what
we can say a marker is a thing, right? A marker has a name, I guess. It doesn't matter. The linguistics is not important. So bear with me with the concept. A marker, we can say that it's a marker. There's no metaphysical thing about this. Me making the marker, there's no, metaphysical priority. There's no grounding necessary. Consciousness, I mean, how do you explain that?
So let's get to I have 2 questions for you as well, Tyler. The first one is, so if God is not the best explanation for the universe, what explanation do you believe is superior and why?
Truth through consensus. That's I think the simplest way that I could put it. So we look at the reality that we actually interact with, and then we comport it, or then we compare it with other people to determine whether that is actually accurate, and then we come to a consensus. I think truth isn't a thing. Truth is a description that we give to a process.
Okay, so what is the process for consciousness? The emergent process?
I don't know the exact everything that makes up what a brain is made of.
You think we should just not ask for an explanation then?
It could be, but it's again with regards to whether why, in terms of like, why does a brain do its thing? Why do some people develop Alzheimer's? Why do some people, become a sociopath, even though their brains function the exact same way, or like whatever
Exactly.
things that might happen. Yeah,
Exactly.
we could look at like why in a mechanistic way, but to try and look at it as there has to be a reason. That's where it becomes a lot harder to try and.
I'm not using the PSR. I'm talking about concrete reality and things. I'm only using consciousness as an example to show metaphysical grounding in a analogy, because it is a metaphysical, emergent property.
What, consciousness?
Yeah.
Consciousness is just a process that we do as a descriptor for what we're doing, much
Oh my
like
God.
driving.
Does that explain why it happens? Or even
What?
tell you anything about why it happens or what it is?
But again, it's begging the question that it needs
It's not
to have a
begging the
reason as
question,
to
bro.
why.
It's not begging a question. It's
Like-
an emergent thing that you think you can measure, but you can't actually capture all the measurement.
We can't measure consciousness because it's like,
I
can
thought you just said we
measure-
can describe it. Isn't that measuring?
we can describe the thing we're doing. Like, okay, here's an example.
Isn't that measuring?
When does a lap begin? When's a lap? What's a lap?
Depends on the person.
No. Speakeasy. What's a lap?
Like your legs?
Yeah. What? When does it become a lap?
I don't know.
Can we measure that? Is that a thing we can you measure what a lap is? Or is it a depiction of a process?
Is it
maybe
emergent?
sitting
Is it
cross-legged.
emergent? Is it
It's-
emergent?
No, it's a description for something that we're doing.
A lap can be reduced down to atoms arranged in a certain way, like the desk, right?
I mean, yeah, in
So can you do that with consciousness? Can you reduce that down to just brain matter?
but it's the description of a thing.
Yes or no?
Much like
Yes or
describe.
no?
I said no.
Then they're different things.
No, because we're engaging. We engage in consciousness. Our consciousness is something that we're engaged with.
Okay, but
The
you said a lap.
brain-
You said a lap. So a lap, we can actually describe the parts of a lap, which is atoms in your legs that make up the lap.
Yeah,
Factively.
right. But is a lap a thing? Is it a
Fine.
concept?
It's not emergent, is my point. Consciousness, you cannot do that with. Consciousness comes out of brain matter fucking magically, almost.
I wouldn't say magically. I think it would be
Okay,
inevitable.
well, if you have, are you saying that there's a certain amount of, brain matter, all of a sudden consciousness, or?
Yeah, because we can see it from animals that have the brain the size of a fucking toothpick.
Except some people can have all of their brain matter, be stupid and brain dead, and be kind of not conscious. Some people can have giant holes in their brain and then not have consciousness, but still have consciousness.
But still conscious. So
You
there's
don't know
still.
Consciousness doesn't form right away. It takes like fucking 2 years in toddlers almost, right? Or babies.
No,
correct?
well, obviously they're forming the.
So what is the moment that consciousness, right amount of brain matter, or how's that work? Can you reduce it down to brain matter?
So I think with consciousness, yeah, it's a bit of a sliding. It's when do you become maybe like self-actualized? Like when
It's
can you actually
emergent.
look at
It's
yourself
an
as
emergent
a thing?
thing. Emergent, right? Emergent.
But with consciousness that we're like, if we're like looking at like engaging with knowledge, like knowledge. Do you agree? Do you think that knowledge is a woman?
I have no idea what that's supposed to mean.
So I've been reading the book of Ezekiel. Knowledge is a woman.
Okay.
It's a tree.
Yeah.
So when you're engaging with knowledge, you're engaging with a physical entity. That's what you're actually doing, right? Speakeasy.
Are you okay? So we're adopting Steel Manning Ezekiel's argument about this, right? The Bible, biblical Old Testament, right?
Yeah. So it's the
I
view
thought
that
you
when
said
you were
people who are very old who wrote before we knew anything about physics or science are worthless.
Yeah, I agree.
So why
But
the hell
I-
are we bringing that up?
But so what I'm
consciousness?
looking at is with the view of, are we engaging with conscious? Are we engaging with knowledge? Or is knowledge a description of what we are doing?
Well, that doesn't really say anything about how it emerges from brain matter, does it? Doesn't matter.
No, it's a whatever. I think we're just kind of going in circles here. But
Again,
Well,
emergent is kind of the thing. that
There's
you're not
something
understanding.
here kind of leading a little bit to my next question for you, Tyler. Is that, like, do you believe that, like, do you believe contingent reality ultimately requires an explanation, or can it simply just exist as a brute fact?
I think there are things that are contingent, but to explain everything, I don't think that the universe
Did you
itself.
concede?
No, I've been saying that the whole time. Like there are certain things that, like, a like H2O and oxygen. Those things are they wet by themselves? No.
The marker.
But but because those things maybe they interact with each other or an emergent property, they don't have to be contingent. Brute force can or brute force or brute facts can exist.
Okay, so remember you asked me earlier, do you know how molecules come together in compounds?
Mhm.
I'm going to ask you a little chemistry question, okay? Why is ice slippery?
Because when we interact with it, a microfilm of water goes between the two, and that's why we slide.
What gives it the property?
Heat.
No, like literally the compound molecule. What gives it the property of slipperiness?
The hydrogen and oxygen together.
No, like the literal molecule itself. Like, why does it have that property?
I couldn't explain it.
Slipperiness.
Why. Well, because it ends up creating a slick surface where there's
That's
ice
what
underneath.
happens.
and then-
Obviously, you're describing how water can create a film on top, but
Right.
does that describe its slipperiness?
Right.
We can say the outcome is slippery, but why is it? Like, what is the slipperiness here? Why? Like, how do we know that property is coming out of the water from that?
Because we can see
Polar,
that,
it's actually kind of sticky if you think about it.
well, because we're losing traction with a friction surface.
That's not
And
telling you why it comes out of the water, though, like the water molecule.
Then
Water's polar. It actually sticks together.
right.
It's also a weird thing. I don't know why it does that. I mean, technically the bonds are strong, obviously, right? If you know
Mhm.
covalent bonds and everything, right?
Right. So then like are you asking like why as a purpose?
yeah,
like-
like how does it actually have the disposition to be slippery?
As I just described, you're losing
You're
friction.
describing what happens as an outcome once it's already in place, right? You're describing
Right.
the relationship.
Yeah,
But
but
where
you're
is the property coming from, my friend?
it's because the there's the ice underneath, the water on top, and the heat.
You're
that
not understanding.
into
It's
it.
fine.
Well, again, because you're asking as a why as a purpose. It has to have a reason, otherwise, what's
I never
its
said it
purpose?
has to.
All right, so we'll get into the official 30-minute Q&A. So chat, if you got questions, get them in there now. Any of the members, go ahead over to the members only post on the channel and get your questions in, because you'll be second in line there. So we're going to go through all the super chats first, and any of the other ones that we may have, PayPal, Rumble Rant, all that. Then we'll go to the members only questions, and if there's time, we'll get to the Q&A in the chat. All right, so let's start this up. We got Joseph coming in for 5, just showing some support. Appreciate you, Joseph. Thank you very much. And with another 10 coming in from Joseph, showing some support. Thank you big time. I appreciate that. Shante coming in for $5 says, hit that like. True. Make sure you hit that like. We got €5 coming in from Teriak, says, question for Tyler. What is an argument from incredulity?
I don't know.
Okay. Are you being serious?
No, well, an argument from incredulity is just I don't know.
Oh, okay. Oh, you're doing that. Okay. I was like, wait, are you saying you don't know? Or... Okay, yeah, I'm confused.
It's a little
I
more
mean,
than
it's one way to put it. We got member for 7 months. Let's get a dono train going, chat. Let's go. Thank you for that, Teriak. We got Lord Random Person coming in for a big 20. Says cheers to you as well, Random Person. I appreciate that. $10 closer comes in from Daniel Ramirez. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Joseph coming in with another 10 just to show some support. appreciate that big time. We got 20 coming in from Lord Random Person. It's been a while, so here's to getting closer to the after panel. Thank you very much. I appreciate that big time. Rowdy Gowdy comes in for 5, says, chat, help a brother out. I thought we'd get a hot seat, but y'all sleeping. Also, is rollerblading gayer than video games? Asking for a friend.
Yeah, as far as I understand, the worst part about rollerblading is telling your parents you're a homosexual.
That sucks.
Right? Like,
That's a Joe Rogan joke, right?
It's only personal experience, man. What the heck?
well,
Come on.
that's all it took. I don't know. Is it a Joe Rogan joke?
I
don't
think
know.
that's the Joe Rogan joke, yeah.
Oh,
or,
is it? I have
or
no
someone
idea.
that goes
Okay.
on Joe Rogan.
Like,
Daniel comes in for
that's all it took.
$5.01. Thank you very much, Daniel. Seb Eternal Chaos comes in for $2, showing some support. I appreciate that big time. Rowdy comes in for $2, says, just open the panel before Tyler passes out.
I'm still sober. Shut up.
Southern Man coming in for $2 says, Searka won, but he's still extremely annoying. Damn. And I think that is all for the super chat. So let me look. We did have a PayPal. Let me read what this PayPal said here.
I've heard that before.
We got a $5 PayPal said, Searka is giving me cancer. Damn. They're hating on you. And then let me look at the members' post, make sure if anyone had commented there, they had a question. Looks like there is no questions on the members' post. Y'all slacking on those questions tonight. All right, let me see. Let me go over to the questions in the live chat. All right. We got spiritual. Wait, Eurasianist. I thought that said something else. Spiritual Eurasianist says, here, I'm going to put it up on the screen for you guys too. If God is necessary, then he must be changeless. Explain how this is compatible with the act of creating, which requires transition and action, and thus introducing contingency into God's nature.
Untrue. He's smuggling in unmoved mover logic, or the idea that the universe needs motion. You can reject that in the same way Tyler's doing. Second, the other smuggling in here is changeless. Why does necessary need to be changeless? The universe can not fail to exist, but also change. That doesn't make any sense. Your question is incoherent.
So I think with this, and this is kind of a thought that I was actually thinking of while prepping for this, is so if God has concepts, ideas, and before he actually creates them, they're kind of undefined. Like I was thinking, like a pulsar and a sun are in his mind the same thing, but it's once it's actually put into the universe, do these actually terms become defined? They become the thing. Up until that point, they aren't a thing. They mean the same thing. But I think I would say actually God relies on the universe in order for those types of things to actually become real.
That's literally grounding. That's called grounding.
That was just a thought that I was having with regards to this. Like I said, I was just
relies on. What does relies mean?
Right, so you would have to be contingent. So that's why I was saying,
no, that's not what relies on. Relies means something dependent, right?
Right. So your whole view was that God had to be contingent on the universe.
No, God is necessary. The universe is contingent on him. And
God
God depends on the universe as well. But in order for the universe to actually happen, obviously it requires a necessary underrived grounding. You just described grounding in a way, and you didn't even realize it.
So just looking at underrived basic.
Underrived means non-derivative. Think, when something is derived of something else. That means
Not
that it can be
derived.
derivative of it. Underived just means the same thing you're presenting with the universe itself is necessary. It's
Not derived,
underived. It's a claim
fundamental
now.
as an axiom or postulate.
Yeah, that's it. Ground is a relationship metaphysically. So you kind of just said you kind of just did what I just did, but really quick and unknowingly.
No, like I said, it was in my research thinking about this type of stuff. Like, this is more of my arguments against Christianity.
This is literally a weak version of mine, though.
Mine's better. Mine's better though, because I have tits. That's why. I'm just throwing it out there.
Fair.
I see a chatter in there who said the creator is dependent on the universe. Grounding is if for full grounding to take place, constitutive sufficiency and constitutive necessary are both ideas in which it's not like the thing depends on it. The God in my argument exists in virtue of the universe, but is only fully actualized with the universe in place. So in a way, the presentation of the universe is dependent on God, but it's not that God is somehow, dependent on the universe.
Thank you.
It is dependent for actualization, though.
All right. So, next question comes in from Rowdy Gowdy. Says, Tyler, does your brain have a purpose?
It's an emergent property, I would say. Does it have a purpose? Undefined. Or is it, or would it better be underived? It's just axiomatic that a brain has to exist or something like that.
I would love to hear how that's axiomatic.
So then the next one, also from Rowdy Gowdy, says, do your thoughts have purpose?
I think that's implying or applying a reason as to why they exist. So I would think more like you can have thoughts, but I would say probably most of them are probably useless. But until they actually become actualized, like in the world, they actually don't really have a purpose.
How would that make them useless?
That's what I'm saying. I'd say most of them until they're actually like entered into the world. Like,
is every thought that you don't act on useless?
Probably.
What if it informs a thought that you do act on?
I mean, maybe at some point it ends up, but I'm sure there's a lot of things that our thoughts don't really have a necessary purpose. Like, there's not a underlying reason as to why thoughts have to have a thing.
Maybe you are a nihilist. I don't know.
Maybe.
All right. Next question that comes in is also from Rowdy Gowdy. Says, to both, is truth physical, love, math, knowing things?
Well, physical? No. Physicalism obviously is not going to pertain to any of those. Well, math is not physical now.
No. Like I said, that there's digits. Digits exist. Like, animals understood that like 5 is more than 2, but they didn't have a concept of mathematics. Like, this is kind of the thing I was thinking of, like with Aquinas, like the whole limiting thing. He was not Greek, whatever he was, but like there were certain limitations that were put even within mathematics. So like 0 didn't exist, or negative numbers didn't exist. So it was like a self-imposed dogmatic restriction that they couldn't even fathom existed, or at least conceptually.
I can make 2 + 2 = 5 if you want.
I know, if you say 2.4 plus 2.4, I'm going to punch you in the dick.
No, it's clever, but no, not that.
No, that's the whole leftist argument.
All
No.
right.
Wait,
how about
what?
How about same person with this question? He had 100 questions over here, but some of them just, I don't know where they're going. But are observations physical? Same person, Rowdy Gowdy.
Are observations? I don't think so. Like, you're kind of interacting with the thing. I don't know. I don't know how to. I'd say no, not necessarily.
Look at that. 2 bars plus 2 bars, and I can make it equal 5 spaces. Isn't that crazy?
Get this fucking guy out of here.
I just fucked math up, bro. Let's go.
Is that like the double slit experiment or something?
What, wave and particle?
Double
Isn't that
slit,
weird,
yeah.
man?
Yeah.
I just fucking crumbled math underneath my fucking hand right now, okay?
All right. This one comes in from section 230. It just says
Well,
how
I
many.
wanted to
Oh,
ask
go ahead.
Searkar,
Go ahead. Keep
Searkar,
going.
Yeah, if Searkar had an opinion on that, or observations physical.
If you mean observations that are measured in a physical way, sure. But actually, observations start from something before measurement, right? You observe something, which means you're trying to interpret it. It's not physical. Your data would be maybe. And sometimes that's not even physical, but your data could be physical.
All right. So this one from section 230 says, how many restarts does it take to debate that God is the best explanation for the universe? Apparently, the answer is 2. As much as I dislike Searka, unfortunately, he won this one, in my opinion.
That one's for you, buddy.
Man, I should have just made a better argument as to why God is actually the entire reason the world exists, the universe exists.
You did just a few minutes ago unknowingly, remember?
This one comes in from Daniel Ramirez, says, is God physical?
No.
In my view, he either has to be or he can't exist.
I thought you said numbers were necessary entities.
For our description, that's something that we lay on top of things to understand better.
No, the numbers exist independent of humans. Remember, right? You said that?
No, I said quantities. Quantities is different than numbers.
Numbers here is not, it's a necessary entity. I said entity, not like literally my stupid fucking bar experiment, bro.
Yeah, so quantities, animals could understand that 5 is more than 2, but we apply a numerical value to it, which is a literal.
Okay, so
construct.
before that numerical value is applied, it is a necessary entity of the universe, right?
Necessary. I don't know if it would
Entity,
be necessary.
yeah. You don't think it's necessary for the universe, even though your universe is necessary in of itself with all of these structures and orders in place?
But that's implying that someone intentionally put that there.
No, it's not. It just means it could not have failed to exist, which is what you are claiming.
I mean, then we could just look at like, well, why does like the multiverse theory exist? Like it could be our universe could be something completely different than you're asking the same question. Like, why does our universe operate this way?
Close to being the same question.
Well, it'd be why does our universe operate this way? Then it would be big and like asking the same.
That would be claiming the universe is not necessary. That would be claiming the universe is contingent, right?
No, I don't think it necessarily. I don't think it is.
Okay, so you're saying it's necessary.
It could just exist. It doesn't need to be necessary
It's
or
necessary.
contingent.
Again, the human objection is not going to work because now you're going to reject numbers as a concept, an entity.
Yeah,
you
numbers
exist?
Numbers themselves do not exist. It is a construct.
I already told you we're not talking about the numerical value. We can call it Kafka's for fucking all I care about. The point is the measurement of what is supposed to represent. You already agreed that is existent before humans.
That quantities exist.
There you go. That's the same thing.
No.
You're just relabeling it. So that's a necessary thing.
Quantity is just an amount of a thing. It's not necessary with regards to numbers. When we're looking at numbers, it's something that we've layered on top of.
Does the speed of light go the speed of light without us calling it speed of light?
Yeah, it's going to go the speed of light.
There you go. So it's necessary. It's a necessary entity of the universe.
But when you put a number to it, now you're putting in a oh God, I'm blanking on you're putting on a subjective thing on top of it.
Let's just say, yeah, it's good. It's good. We're good.
All right. And then I think that actually might be it for questions. Just making sure. Let me look at this post again quick. Make sure nobody asks nothing over there.
Okay, how about this? Let me see if I can bring it up a different way then while you do that. Okay.
Oh, there is a
So-
question though, real quick,
That's
on
okay.
the members only. It comes in from Spartacus, and it says, "Why does Tyler still have a shirt on?"
Because I'm still sober. If you guys fill that dono bar, and that's for the members only.
Okay. So Tyler, Jesus Christ.
Shit.
I'm scared. So I know that you heard me say this earlier, but the classic objection you're using right now, even if you don't know the name, it's fine. It's not really that important. Is the Humean objection from like the late 1700s? Okay, it goes like this: the concept of a necessary existence, in and of itself, cannot be applied to anything in reality because they can't be conceived of existing
Outside of
not
existing.
existing. Okay, that sounds like something you're agreeing with, right? Like that's what you're claiming.
Like yeah, that would be like I said, that would be more my like I said in researching and getting my notes together. That's kind of a thought that ended up coming through. That
It's just rejection of the idea of necessity entirely, right? Which is fine. It's an argument. It's a Humean one. He's a smart guy.
yeah, so that and that's where I ended up falling on that. Well, God is like everything that within the universe. God actually needs the universe first. Like the universe. Let me see how I can phrase it. Maybe I'm phrasing
You're
it badly.
making a metaphysical grounding argument again. I'm
No, I know. But, yeah, I can
also kind of scared.
I can think in concepts and metaphysical, but like, what do we actually look at? So, like, if God is a metaphysical property, but God in constructing, if he was,
what do you mean by metaphysical property?
Like, God operates outside of what physics, as what
No,
we
it's not what metaphysical means. Metaphysical grounding.
No, physics. Like
you can't use physics here.
No, like physical, like things that we can interact with. So my whole just.
So how is it metaphysical then?
But I'm saying God would have to be metaphysical. So, but
yeah,
God would need the universe in order to define everything that is within the universe.
So he's grounded in it.
Like I said, that was just within my research. That was a thought that had come up. So it's not like I don't agree with it.
Making a grounding claim. God is now the underived necessary grounding.
Right, but obviously I would have to assume that God exists. I don't assume that God exists.
You don't have to assume God exists in a contingency argument. Contingency is not based on presupposition. Again, I don't know how many times I have to say this, but you do not presuppose me before the marker. You look at the marker, and then you go, the marker could have failed to exist, but it does exist, which means now it needs an explanation, aka you go to me. You don't go me to the marker. That's nonsensical.
And then this is why I kept harking on the well, what's the final chain is that God has to be the first domino or the last domino. I guess depends how you want to look at it.
That's not true, because in an underived ground, like you just said, God is only actualized or only becomes a thing at the same time as the universe. This is not an infinite regress then.
Right. And well, I was just saying, like,
exactly the same
my research,
as asserting, it's the same thing as asserting the universe exists necessarily, technically. That's a stopping point, but with no metaphysical grounding.
Yeah, we I don't think we need metaphysical grounding to just say that the universe.
Metaphysics, in contemporary metaphysics, the fact that I can logically demonstrate explanation using metaphysics is a Pandora's box moment of why would you just say the natural world doesn't need that now if we can demonstrate it logically and validly with validity.
So if the universe didn't exist, would God?
You have to answer that question before we go to Modal.
No, I didn't know if you were asking.
How do you square that?
Oh, did we lose him?
How do you square that?
Sorry, I don't know if I lagged or you lagged.
So
I don't know if you were asking a question.
Demonstrate modal depth in natural reality. How do you square that with just saying that the universe is explanatorily flat necessarily now, even though we can see depth.
Hold on. Is it me or?
Maybe it's you.
Yeah, it must be you because I hear you both fine.
Oh, fuck.
And trust me,
Maybe
Speakeasy
flip.
doesn't want to hear me that much, man. Come on.
Yeah, I don't know if it's the storms and everything that are going on here that it's causing problems with Starlink right now, but
Could be.
yeah, you both were like super robot-y, so
You like right now you don't hear us? Do you want to try to go down and come back up or
I'll try it.
Should I play him? So what you're saying is
there you go.
that God needs a fucking personal will, and I'm kidding.
He was losing connection on his
Yeah,
side,
I
I
know.
think.
I know.
There's everything here. I hear you. I heard that. We heard them both fine, so
JS Urban, that comment's very correct. The funny thing about my argument is that I don't need like a time on a timeline, because whether or not time starts at a certain moment or whether it is continuous, and I don't have to make a claim either or. So that's also true. What he said.
working better for you.
No. Thanks, Elon, you dick.
What are you running? Starlink from Russia? What's going on here?
No, we've had like wicked storms for like the past like 2 or 3 days, and
I forgot.
Yeah,
you're
all
Canadian.
across Canada is storming right now.
Are you guys near Ontario? Not
I am.
Okay.
I'm in Ontario.
yeah, I'm central Manitoba. So.
Yeah, he's different area.
Yeah, I have family in Toronto area, Ontario, Kitchener.
Well, we had one more question that comes in from section 230. If you can read this one. Why is Easy the best host?
I got scared for a second, bro. This guy hates me.
I'd rather not answer that question. No. Speakeasy has been very, very gracious of allowing these conversations to happen. So I appreciate it a lot.
I enjoy it because I get to talk to people who have different opinions, and I like challenge. And Speakeasy has a nice place to do that. So, and also he's funny and good. He's a good host.
Appreciate
Just
it.
to make it not all personal, you know what I mean?
Appreciate it. I appreciate it. Yeah, it doesn't look like we have any more questions, so I guess we can wrap up the Q&A from there. First off, I want to say thank you to everyone in the live chat for all the questions, the engagement, the support. It's what helps me keep bringing you guys these debates and the entire Swords of Reason experience week after week. So I appreciate every single one of you. And of course, huge thank you to our debaters for stepping into the arena and sharpening their ideas in front of all of us. Before we move on, let me check real quick. Are either of you planning to hang out for the open panel tonight?
Yeah.
I got to be up at 7 o'clock in the morning. I got a bunch of work. I got to get done on the semi, unfortunately. And,
dude,
gotta
abandon it. Your responsibilities, just throw them into the wind. It's fun.
Yeah, right.
Fuck being responsible, man.
Tyler, just so you know, I am an atheist, by the way. If you want to know my real opinion, this argument I'm making does not fully satisfy me. I'm arguing it because I don't like when atheists dismiss metaphysical arguments with zero understanding or reason why. They just something I've noticed lately. So this is an attempt to try and show that there's real value in like metaphysical arguments from something that I think is natural to human life, human condition. And my real opinion is that I think the universe is rich naturally, but the existence and actuality of it is in fact brute fact and probably does not require an underived ground. But I think rejecting rich natural universe is probably a mistake. To be honest.
Yeah.
Just so you know my position.
No, like I'd be down if you wanted to like 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 I said, just with regards to like researching this, I ended up going down like weird rabbit holes of like philosophers and like their views on a lot of shit. So like I'm, you know, it was I think it was a good discussion.
The hard part is the actualization of Aquinas. Essence actualization is, you know, saying that like it needs to be a God at that point, right? Because you think of it in essence, is probably the largest modal jump I'm doing. And it's probably the point where it's most vulnerable. But if you notice, that's why I don't talk about it that much.
Yeah. Well, there was one thing that like, you know, I had a bunch of like points.
Hey, for, like, Rage Page comes in for $2. Best channel and host on YT 100%. Let's fucking go. Thank you, Rage. I appreciate that big time.
Yeah, like I had a bunch of stuff on like, you know, like modal collapse and actually like attacking the whole thing itself, but you kind of like shoved in like it's not necessary, but it's also contingent.
Contingency arguments are not a modal jump. I want to make that clear. Contingency arguments are not modal jumps.
Right, but then it ends up becoming that everything then like if it's not.
See, this is why you should just stay for the after panel, Tyler. See, you want to talk more about it? I see it.
The modal jump happening here is assuming that the necessary being must be God, but contingency arguments in themselves, there is nothing modally jumping. We're not doing any modal jump when I say this requires an explanation. That is a factive thing. That is a factive explanation. So I would be careful of calling that a modal jump.
No, it's like
Jeremy
collapsing on itself, I think.
I like 2 + 2 sends in the pie. I like it. I appreciate you, Jeremy. All right, so what's gonna happen next? Listen, if you want to stay, Tyler, you can. If not, I get it. Work. I get it. But what's going to happen next is we're going to roll the debate outro song and video. It's going to run for about 4 minutes. Perfect time for everyone. Hit the washroom, grab a drink, stretch your legs, whatever you got to do before the Chaos and Chill open panel begins. During that outro, I'm going to drop a link in the chat for anyone who wants to join the open panel, test your ideas, continue the conversation. Anyone is welcome to hop up. Just come obviously ready to think, question, debate. If you're coming to try and just troll, spurg over everyone, bring personal dramas, you're just going to get muted, most likely booted real quick. So while you're ahead with this idea, just quit. And before we run the outro, one last reminder, make sure you guys go subscribe to both debaters. Their links are in the description. And if you're enjoying these debates, make sure you guys hit subscribe here on Speakeasy channel as well, so you don't miss any of the upcoming Swords of Reason battles, Mondays, Tuesdays, and Wednesdays. This is where logic meets passion. All right, let's roll the outro, and I'll see you all in a few minutes for the Chaos and Chill.
Into the circle where the echoes collide, truth through the static, no place to hide. Iron tongue, sharpened fire in our breath. We dance with conviction on the edge of death. Your words are bullets, mine are storms. Ideas forged where lightning forms. No retreat, no treason. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through lies with steel precision. No faith, no fear, just raw collision. We clash our swords of reason. Facts burn brighter than a prophet's flame. Egos crumble, but the truth remains. Every scar, a discretion. We clash our swords of reason. No silence left for indecision. Ideas break with loud precision. We clash our swords of reason. Strike me with logic, I'll plead my proof. We cut through chaos to carve out truth. Let the sparks fly, let the echo scream. This is no debate, it's a metal dream. We clash our swords of reason. In the storm of thought collision, forged in fire, pure precision. We clash our swords of reason. Reason bleeds but never dies. No surrender, no retreat. In the war of words, we find a beat. Swords of reason. Oh.
And we're back. Welcome in.
Hi, guys. Hey,
Welcome up.
Figured I'd come say hello and hi to everyone, unless they got something they want to say. Come say it to my face.
Hi, Tyler. Hey, Speak,
Hi.
can I jump in real quick with Searkar?
Oh, please.
Searkar. I just have to jump in, then I'll shut up. You guys know I don't talk too terribly long.
Oh no, never.
Okay. I comprehend, because that's my wheelhouse, the things that you were saying, okay, and your concepts of all of that, therein, everything. But basically, your entire argument was not fair. Meaning, all you had to do at the very beginning of it was just say, I'm going to bring up a whole bunch of things that the human mind is incapable of answering, and I'm going to try to make you look like a dummy because I'm wording it in such a way that you are incapable of answering it, because no one can answer it, including yourself. You're talking, and I mean, from everything that you said, there was no resolution to a single thing that you brought up. I understand everything, like for instance, the atoms, the table, and we know that the table can't speak, but we know that the table knows that if it could know it's a table, it knows it's a table, but the atoms making up the table don't know what they're being utilized for. Okay.
It's not about what the atoms are. It's about the explanation.
I know what atoms are.
Go sniffy marker.
See, that's the point. Anything anybody says, whether they're right or wrong to you, if they don't use the exact wording that you have proclaimed to be the wording of the whatever, you slap back at them. You know darn well I know exactly what you're talking about.
Or are you rejecting the fact that, it's knowledge that you just don't know?
I do know the knowledge. That's the thing. But anything I
What
say
are you
to
rejecting instead of me? What are you actually rejecting?
your mannerisms and the fact that you know that the way that you're putting out each point is not answerable to most people. And
Okay, so that's not a rejection of my argument. That's a rejection of
and
me.
the other,
Because you don't
see,
like
there
me.
you go again. And no matter what I say, you're going to argue it. I've met people like you. So the thing
Sorry,
is,
you expect me
the
to sit
thing
here and
is,
not
though,
say anything?
human mind, none of us have any idea about any of the things that you brought up because we're not advanced enough yet to understand or conceive of any of it. And I mean any of it. You might think, like like light speed, and is it a number, okay, well, that isn't how it works, and you and I both know that. I have a very good concept of how the Big Bang went, but
okay, well,
you need
we
to
have some fun. The Big Bang, was it an explosion or was it something else? What does the Big Bang say?
well, that's the
What does
thing.
science say it is?
Okay, so the current, now it used to be thought that it was a big giant explosion that reoccurred. Okay, but now that they've gotten the quantum computing into it and they've got the AI into it, now they're discerning that there was no Big Bang at all, and that the whole thing was created. Okay, smart.
So the Big Bang, just to be
smart
clear, Big
creation.
Bang is a misnomer. It's not actually and never has been claimed as an explosion. It is
No human.
The stopping
can
point is 300 million light years after the universe looked
I
like
know
a dense.
I know how old it is. I know how
So
long
it's
it's been
never
there.
actually been an explosion, right?
They used to think that. That's what I'm saying. You're
It's
putting
never
out
never
points.
thought that. It's never been
You-
thought of.
Do you not hear yourself, dude? Like you ask a question, then you never let anybody else freaking finish and answer the actual question.
That's great.
Like just zip it for a
Fine.
second.
Are we rejecting me or are we rejecting my argument?
I'm both. They both suck.
Fine. Can we
You're
just
the
reject
most
my argument?
condescending, arrogant person.
But what you're doing is doing the ad hom fallacy. You're going after his character. You're saying like, oh, it's because you're arrogant, or you present the argument in an arrogant way, or the way you presented it, rather than critiquing the actual argument. Because here's one key question for Tyler: why do you believe in brute facts? Like, what makes you think that that's true?
Observation, probably, firm.
See, you still can't let him answer.
You're speculating about a guy you don't even know. Let him answer the question. Stop speculating.
I think it's brute facts are just because they are because they are. We don't need a deeper explanation as to exactly why, and that kind of ends up. Well, then presupposing that a god does a thing, therefore it must be a god. You also are presupposing a thing. So
yeah,
it's
but
either
you realize then your critique is the exact same.
Yes, that was the whole thing. It was the presupposing that God must exist and giving evidentiary reasons as to why, rather than it just exists. And then you have to give an evidentiary reason as to why God does exist.
You don't agree to a presupposition of God in a contingency argument. It's a factive one, right? You look at necessary and contingent, and then you factively explain when something's contingent that it requires an explanation. But when you put forth a necessary universe, it is burden heavy. There's a burden with the metaphysical claim. You don't have to presuppose a God in a contingency argument.
Well, it's necessarily true. It's the only conclusion. Tyler,
you're right. Like so it becomes your question begging. So then
but your critique. One sec. Your critique though, and typically the atheist critique is that you'll say you have no evidence. You're just saying God is because God is, even though that's not actually the case, which is what Searka's trying to say. It's like he's actually giving a logical argument, all this kind of stuff. But you yourself are believing something without evidence. Like the atheist critique is you're believing God with no evidence, but you believe in stuff with no evidence.
Wait, the point behind this whole argument, though, has been...
Okay, so prove... One sec, Prem. Tyler, prove that brute facts are true.
Well,
he can't.
But the whole idea is that something doesn't need an explanation. I've said, and I maintain throughout the entire argument was that there Well, there, like I said, there are some things that we can
Pin down. Nobody
explain
cares about
the
the pin.
mechanisms, but we don't necessarily need a why, like purpose driven, because then it begs a question that then if there's a purpose, then it needs to happen. If it needs to happen, then it's necessary. If it's
Not about
necessary,
purpose.
then
Not
something
about
that
purpose.
could not.
If something can fail to exist, I mean, right? If something could exist but also fail to exist, then it requires one. It requires an explanation.
But
That
why
is
would it?
factual.
But why would it require one?
Good
Because
point.
it could fail to exist and simultaneously also, exist.
Right, but it's within the mind frame of God.
No, it's
So
not. This
God
is the
had
mind frame
to.
of your very life. The flag behind you, the flag, your microphone, everything is contingent on what?
God.
No. On this is all talking the natural world only. No God, no God. Only the natural world. Your microphone. It's contingent on what?
But then it like
On
but the whole view. Well, then it'd be contingent on everything else that preceded it.
just some explanation, right? Some explanation. Doesn't matter what it is. Some.
Yes,
Someone
some
who likes
things-
microphones made it. Okay.
Yeah, but
Right?
but then it'd be like, well, why does the Earth rotate at what is it, like 23 degrees? It's like why?
That's not a contingency one. It's
No.
more like the Earth could have failed to exist, but it also could exist.
But then
Well,
it
and that's
wouldn't
an
exist.
assertion.
But then it becomes that
Can
it's
you prove it?
necessary. Like
Are
then
you
it just
asking me
becomes
whether I can
necessary.
prove if the Earth could not have existed? Is that real?
Like, are there some questions that don't need an answer?
I mean, I feel like that's very anti-scientific, but it's fine.
No, but are there questions that don't deserve an answer? Like it
What do you
just
Let me
No,
put it
is.
this way.
No.
What do you mean
Let me put it this way,
reserved?
Tyler.
Question entails an
God,
answer.
God is a proof fact. Do you reject or deny? Do you reject or accept that?
I agree that it is a brute fact.
God is a
Okay,
proof
so
fact.
Agree that God is a brute
Yes.
fact.
So God exists because God exists. You accept that?
He just
Like,
does.
In an atheist worldview, no. But I understand, like from your argument, I would say yes. Just the God doesn't need an explanation as to why God exists. God just exists.
The problem
That is
I'm
the most
seeing-
unscientific thing, or like most
How are you supposed to
unreasonable
ma-
thing I've ever heard in my entire life.
he
That is
doesn't have to
literally
be.
that
That's
is
his
literally a
answer.
brute claim. Like that is literally
No,
a
it's
brute fact.
ignorance.
You're welcome.
It's
Joe.
literally
Okay, wait a
ignorance.
minute. Everybody here, what's really funny about this, especially when you get really deep into the sciences, is no one here, including myself, knows anything. You guys are speculating about the whole thing. Nobody knows what created it all, whether it was a big bang or whether it was creation,
That's fine. Is that a
intelligence.
problem?
Well, you're talking as though you know these things, and
I am
none of
absolutely
Well,
not.
hold on
I'm
a second.
claiming
Hold
and
on a
advancing
second,
an argument.
because-
My claim is
because-
that I cannot prove this. I
Hold
cannot
on.
Hold
prove
on.
anything.
Can I go down a bit of
do we
questioning
know?
with
Do you know
Teriak?
that you do you know that you had
Let's
a
go, baby.
great grandfather? Do you
Okay,
know that you had a
so-
great grandfather?
Can
By logic, yes. Go ahead.
Teriak, can you explain why God exists?
Yeah, so I like to use the argument of change. Change is unchanging. Everything in the known universe is in some sort of state of motion or is in some sort of state of change, correct?
yes.
I would,
Okay.
I would
And
reject
that change is measurable, it's empirical, it's verifiable. Okay, so I don't want to hear it's like, oh, I can't measure and all this kind of stuff. Okay,
Well, there's
so
no
the
reason
same
to
way
assume
that
everything
you,
needs to be emotion.
With our tech,
yeah, well,
we could
and this is the whole aspect, because if something wasn't to change, that itself would be unchanging. But to point towards that everything is in a state of change, that change is unchanging, meaning there has to be some unchanging principle or law that governs that change.
Is there a logical reason the universe must be moving? Is there no reason we can't just be pluralism and think that the state of motion is actually something that also can exist?
we can see the motion. We can
you?
observe the motion.
We can see motion.
Yeah,
Yeah,
feel
that's
you would
more
not,
fundamental here.
you would,
I reject pluralism.
So
An
Yeah.
observable.
yeah,
I'm
you
just
would not be
embracing
able to experience it.
so
Well,
Teriak,
Tyler,
so-
a simple
hold on.
way, a simplified way to think about this is, right? You know the whole like
Mhm.
simulation theory and all this kind of shit?
Sure.
Yeah, so if there's a simulation, there must be a power
Holographic-
source to that simulation,
The
correct?
holographic degree. Yeah.
That is
Uh,
true. This is true.
Okay, so if there was a simulation, therefore
There must be a power source to that simulation.
There's an
okay,
explanation.
so there has to be an unchanging thing to compare itself to.
No, just we're just dealing with a simulation. If there's if this is a simulation, there must be a power source to it.
The holographic universe.
Wait,
and
are you saying power source?
We would never see the
Yes.
power source. We would never know it. We are but
Just
amoeba.
the Matrix, gosh dang it.
No,
So-
just let Tyler. He's about to crack it here. So if there is a simulation, there has to be a power source to that simulation.
Who's to say that we're in a simulation? Like, is there?
No,
was there-
don't. This is the hypothetical that if it were a simulation, there would have to be a power source to that simulation.
Sure.
Yes. Ergo, what is the power source to the universe?
So
Well,
okay,
one is
so-
a simulation you described
Um,
right now. It's fake, and then one is the universe. So I can reject that. Sorry.
So, do you have evidence that God actually exists?
I'm giving it to you.
It's
The
a
universe that
simulation?
you're in is in constant motion. What is the power source to all motion?
So is God the power source?
How do you know
I
there
mean,
is
it is an
Yeah.
inductive. God would be an inductive reason for why everything's in motion. That's for sure.
So-
We see
Yeah,
motion in-
that's why they say one sector. That's why the Christians will say God is all powerful. He's the power behind all motion in the universe. He is all knowing. He is the source of all knowledge in the universe. He is omniscient. It's ever present.
You're making claims with no evidence.
I mean, the evidence is that.
Well, one sec. The brute facts. The brute facts. So now you can't deny it.
Yeah, I'm saying from a Christian paradigm, it would just have to be the.
What do
thing
you mean from a
itself would
Christian
have-
part? I'm talking to you, motherfucker. What
Yeah.
do you believe in?
Okay, so was there a time when the universe didn't exist and then it existed?
What
Was there-
are we fucking talking
was
about?
there-
That's
Why
pretty
are
much
you
saying
running?
nobody knows.
Why are you running, Tyler?
Was
Question.
there a time when the universe didn't?
Why
exist
are you
and then it-
running?
What am I running from?
Deal with what I'm saying. Don't be there saying, "Oh well, what about this? What about that?" Just deal with what I'm saying.
Fucking deep colors, motherfucker. Tell us.
Just say,
So then what are you asking? So that what change like what?
What is the power source to the universe? If everything, all like right now, everything in the universe is in motion. What is the source of that motion? What is the power source?
What is this? In your worldview? It would have to be God.
Don't talk about your world. What is it? What do you think it is? What is your answer?
Tyler,
What's the
Tyler,
power
what
source to the
you can do
universe?
here is reject
Just is.
the idea that
Yeah,
the
what is the
universe needs to be in
reason for
motion.
everything being in motion?
There is no
Everything
reason.
that ever was and everything that will be. What is the
There is
reason
no-
why it's all
There
in
is no
motion?
reason. There is no reason. It just
Yeah.
is.
You can reject it that way.
No, that and
Yeah, brute
that's what I'm
facts,
trying to
right?
like hammer down on his view so that I could fucking destroy it.
He's
So-
using an inductive argument.
Because
for
you
the
don't
fact
have
that
a
we
worldview,
see-
Tyler.
brute facts.
You
don't have an opinion.
Oh, I don't have
Like
an
when
opinion.
you look at the universe, right? We see matter flying away from each other at speeds that are crazy. Everything is in motion, and it is an inductive argument to go. Well, that makes sense. I feel like something caused it. That's an inductive argument. It's strong. It's good.
So Teriak,
We
is
don't know
there
what
was
the
there
dark matter is. We don't know what that's doing. We have no we cannot
we actually
see.
understand
That's
quite
why
a
we
lot
don't
with regards to dark matter.
Well, we certainly don't know why it's not stopping. It's definitely moving.
Yeah.
And it does have it pulls it shapes and readjusts and causes things to move around. It has activity. It has an active effect on the universe and how it's maneuvering. That the bodies in the universe, how they're maneuvering around, but they don't know what it is. It's just
That's
like antimatter. They really don't know. Except
That's correct. This is
crazy.
correct.
You know what I think the problem here is? I'm going to explain to you what I know exactly what the problem is here. Because when you guys say, oh, wait, I'm not on camera. Hold on. Let me get out of
It's a
here.
dog.
Dark matter is
With a
the
hat.
devil.
My ninja bear. It's my Raiden bear.
Ninja bear.
So I think the problem is here with you guys, like when like Searka uses this argument, or I've heard Teriak use this argument, you're saying God, right? when Tyler hears God, he's thinking of the Christian God.
Omnipotent, omnipresent, and timeless.
Right. If you guys used more of like just the like a necessary being exists, this may be something Tyler would probably agree with you guys on. The problem is, I think, is that you guys keep saying God, but when you say God, to me, there's the Trinity, Jesus Christ, divine revelation, a personal God, the moral lawgiver. You don't mean all that. You're just meaning the thing that is necessary for us to exist. You're just saying a necessary being. So I think you guys should stop using the word God, because you don't mean God.
Aquinas is the reason for...
You just mean some woo-woo
Supreme being.
Right? And that's why I would slam both of you down, and Tyler could slam both of your arguments down if he was a little more knowledgeable on this. You guys aren't invoking God; you're invoking just something else.
Well, and that was the whole thing that I was arguing.
What God is, bro. You don't get to make your own definition.
Supreme being.
Aquinas is someone who advanced the Trinity extensively, as well as a bunch of Catholic and
But that's why I was hammering.
And they got it from the ancient Greeks. They got it from like Heraclitus and shit. Do you understand what supreme being is?
And that's why I kept hammering on that point, was when you kept saying God, you're talking about a omnipotent, omnipresent, and timeless being. You're operating.
That's why I think you guys should argue just for a necessary being rather than God.
Okay, God
supreme. One sec. Supreme being. Do you know what supreme being is? What do you think supreme being is?
That sounds like some shit I buy at fucking Taco Time or something.
Did God exist?
No. Okay. Right. Do you know the way we call each other human beings?
Burrito. Let's fucking go.
We're not actually beings in a sense. We are becoming.
What's your definition of being?
You might like this, okay?
So being is unchanging.
Did the Christian God exist before the three tags of omnipotent, omniscient, omnipotent were given to him by Augustine? Was he all of that before that was written about him?
We have no concept of what he was before. We have no concept.
The answer is obviously it follows that yes, he was. So it doesn't matter what people want to prescribe to him or say that he prescribes and describe about him. Truth is that that's fine. You can do all that. The reason I leave it open is because I can't make the claim that the necessary being requires some characteristic of these things. It follows downstream from it. And I do mean the Christian God is real in my definition. I mean, again,
so does God change? Does this being change?
I'm gonna throw something else out there. Have you guys? You probably haven't heard of like a level 4 civilization, which people are.
Type 3, like type 3, type 2,
type 3, type 4.
Yeah, there's
galactic.
There's type 4 goes into God mode. Okay, that's another. That is another
Kardashev scale. You're talking about the Kardashev scale.
You can throw in there. We're not even at level 1 on this planet. We don't know anything. That's why you refer to us as amoeba. So arguing these things is not even. We don't have any idea what we're talking about. We don't even know the makeup or functions of the planet itself that we're sitting on. Go on.
We have a pretty good idea with regards to that.
I mean, I
wait,
know
when you say we, who's we?
Real quick. That's what you just said a minute ago, Searka, is what I was trying to explain. It's like, you're right. It's you brought up Aquinas, right? This is what he did. He would bring people to the necessary being and then argue how that necessary being would also have to possess the attributes like simplicity, eternality, all these things, right?
The root of his argument, though, doesn't mention any of that.
That's what I'm saying. So, like, when you do this argument, I think in the future it'd be easier to get people to understand necessary being, because I think God throws them straight to Christianity.
I am doing a necessary being argument. I tried to call it God because I feel like I thought it would be a little bit relatable, creative, but I do know what you're saying, where there's a lot. Whenever you say God, a lot of people it invokes a lot of personal relation and attribution to it. So I think that's
Four
probably
syllables.
Yeah, and
But
that's what I
even-
kept
even in
getting so
terms of
hung
that-
up on was the
Even in terms of
God.
that, yeah, but even in terms of Taylor, when he says all-knowing, all-powerful, and omniscient, right? That still entails a supreme being because it is the source of all knowledge, the power
so-
or the motion of all the universe, and it's ever present. So everything
it-
that ever was, everything that ever will be, everything that is right now is
Right,
in
we're-
state of motion. It is
we're-
the source of knowledge. We observe the universe to gain knowledge, and it is everywhere.
So is God unchanging?
Yes.
So there was a time
Absolutely.
when the universe didn't exist, and then it did exist. So did God change?
I don't think
then?
that needs to be answered, right?
God
I
is
think
the
it needs to be-
creator of the universe.
We don't know if God
What
is
is going on?
unchanging or not.
We have
no-
no clue.
We don't know any. We don't
That's
know anything.
literally what supreme being is, premonition.
I know, but just like trying to reduce it down to like, did the universe not exist at some point? I don't even think addresses or even invalidates a God creating the universe. It's kind of irrelevant.
So, but it shows that. So, if God was unchanging, at some point, God was outside of all of this stuff, and then he obviously he made a decision. He changed his opinion or whatever it was. God could have not made the universe, but he did. So his characteristics himself then changed. He himself
There's
had
no
to
reason to
change in
assume that.
order to create the universe.
There's
He
no reason to
You're
changed
assume
making
that.
just baseless claims, Tyler.
Blood.
Yeah.
Where's the
You're
basis?
running away from
It's
this.
fine.
Does the nature of gravity change when it is fully grounded in mass? I don't think so. Maybe mass is the only thing that even has a changing effect. The gravity could just exist in general in virtue of like it's supposed to. Is there
Okay,
change
so now
happening
you're on
there?
to
I don't know.
gravity. Okay,
No, but
gravity. But
Yeah,
again,
but
we
you-
also we don't know
oh,
enough
wow.
about enough about gravity throughout the entire the universe at all. We
have a
only know enough
fantastic
about gravity
understanding. We
as to
literally
what we're
shoot.
observing. Go
Gravity.
ahead.
We
It's a
literally
made-up term.
shoot spaceships using gravity as a slingshot. I think we have a very good understanding with
That is
mass and
explaining
gravity.
we
what
again.
contingent things
And
do
just
with contingent things.
can I just help you out with something there, quick, Tyler? Because you said if God is unchanging and we went from no universe to universe, doesn't that mean he changed?
Yes.
That means like his creation, his will. He can change his will to create. That doesn't mean he changed, right? Like you can
I
change the
disagree with
flavor
that.
of ice cream you're gonna like tomorrow, right? You can change the flavor of ice cream you're gonna get tomorrow, but do you change?
No, but
Contingent,
that-
do I do?
it ends up becoming that there was either
Yeah, we
no
might get some
universe
more
or he-
weight, so that's a bad
Tomorrow I
example.
could get fucking killed on my motorcycle. I'm contingent.
But at least good ice cream. Get like gelato. Don't get like that shitty Chapman's garbage or Nestle crap. Get like some gelato.
I like that frozen yogurt, man.
Oh,
That's
you
good as fuck.
fucking flag.
Hey, it's good as fuck. I don't care.
Dude, where are we at on like? Yeah.
So was he a creator before he created the universe?
You're looking at this the wrong way. You're looking at like some BG Jesus or like some spaghetti monster, whatever. Look at it this way: does the law of gravity ever change, or is that an unchanging principle?
Well, is
You
gravity
can
a
ask the
law or a
question. You
theory?
can answer the question.
We
Was
don't
God a
know the
creator
answer to
before
that,
he
Terry.
created?
The law of gravity, Terry.
At least speak and say yes, or at least I assume he did. He's
Prove
fucking
it.
muted, dipshit.
Yeah, I know.
Drink.
I'm
Everybody drink.
To have fun with
It's
Terry.
speakeasy,
Does
Yeah.
the law of gravity ever change?
They seem
Searkar,
to be
Yeah,
prove that.
Yes or no?
well,
Yes.
the answer is yes. The answer is
Yeah.
yes to you, Tyler. Just so you wanted that answer.
Oh.
So it is
How
yes.
can
The
you
answer
claim
is
yes to
yes.
that?
He is a creator, but no in relation to creation, right?
Right.
So in
his-
the sense
his
of
change.
there was no creator to creature or creation relationship because there was no creation yet, but he was still a creator.
because he created the universe. So like his nature did change because until he created everything that's within the universe, he didn't create anything.
Yeah, but
Like, it's just pointing
the
at
the changes occurred in the creation itself, not in God. That's what I'm trying to explain.
Yes.
I want to know how the laws
description.
of gravity change. How did the
Yeah, I
laws of
want to
gravity
know what the
change?
laws of gravity are actually.
It's just
Yeah,
So the law of gravity. One sec. Let me just cook for like two minutes here, folks. Right? Does the law of gravity ever change?
What is the law of
It gets more
gravity?
intense. If you mean by change, it can get more intense.
That doesn't mean it changes the mathematical.
No, I'm not saying does gravity. Is there different gravities on different planets? That's not what I'm asking. I'm saying the law, the formula that they use for gravity to work out gravity. Does that ever change?
No, if it can change. or
Prem,
not.
just give me 2 minutes. Tyler, does that ever change?
I don't think it does. I think there is a formula in order.
Yes,
to
it's an
express what gravity
unchanging
is.
principle. And the mere fact that those unchanging principles exist and they govern reality, it points to an unchanging law or an unchanging principle or a divine mind or a divine intellect that governs this universe, that governs reality. AKA
definitely
Supreme
not-
Being, or
can't-
what the Christians would call God.
There you go.
can't
So you just
claim
presuppose. You just
intelligible one, but it definitely points
Oh
to an
my
explanation.
God.
Yeah.
All these
I just
presuppositions.
proved it.
How?
I gave you empirical evidence for it.
that's not empirical.
That's not
Empirical
that's a
is
modal.
measurable.
So
I'll tell you
gravity's
where
not
the
measurable.
break
In the
is.
world or
Wait,
outside the
Teriak,
world?
I'll tell you where that break is that I think he's having. Say that again. Say exactly what you just said.
So I point to gravity as an empirical thing we can point to. The law of gravity. We have these laws that never change. They're unchanging laws that
But they're
govern
not.
certain aspects,
Wait, Tyler.
right?
Yeah.
And then the fact that change is constant, which means change follows some law or principle or formula or that governs reality. And that principle is unchanging. It is supreme being. It
Okay.
never changes.
Right. And so saying it's a necessary being, right? But then when you jump from that to what the Christians call God, that's where I think he has the break. I think
That's a modal
because
jump, yeah.
because it's saying you would have to explain why that has to possess the attributes of what the Christian God possesses. This is why I say
Yes.
people who deny tag, you can't. You're gonna start here, and then you're gonna get someone. If you want to get to where we are, you have to use tag. You're gonna get there. Trust me.
No, tag
Yes.
bastardizes and
But let me
abuses
let
other
me
arguments.
go there. So from
Tag
if there
incorrectly
is
does the
supreme
argument.
being or necessary being,
Well,
right?
hold on.
Three
because-
characteristics of that, Taylor, would be all knowing, meaning the source of all knowledge. So everything we can possibly know, okay? All powerful, meaning it is the ultimate power of the universe. It is the power behind all the motion or
I know,
inertia
you're just
in the
making claims.
universe.
You're just making
And then
claims.
omniscient, meaning it is ever present. So everything in the universe, everything that not only everything that is in the universe, but everything that ever was in the universe and everything that ever will be in the universe.
You're
The
just
Teriak's
making
argument's
claims.
good. Teriak's argument's good. I'm going to explain
Yeah,
why
it's tough.
Teriak's argument is self-defeating, okay? So Teriak,
You're just
this
making
idea is
claims,
emergent,
though.
correct? God is an emergent property, right?
What you mean by emerging?
It can't be explained or reduced down to the parts like fundamental particles, correct? In the same way, when I argue that we can't reduce God down to fundamental particles, right? Because that would be, I'd be making a mistake. I'd be almost, saying your God is like unreal because he's not gravity or something, right? It's emergent.
Okay.
So how are you using it definitively and in some extremely factive way to explain that God, an emergent property that can't be reduced to these, is now 100% true in your claim?
You
Using a thing that's not supposed to be able to do that because it's emergent. You can't
you
reduce
put
it
him in
down
a
to that.
box again. He can't answer that
Yeah,
question.
between
No human
the-
can
I know,
answer.
I'm good
between-
at that.
yeah, there is two sources of knowledge. There is logic and then there is empirical.
Logic is a law
Correct.
like gravity, actually. It's a law
So-
or field or system or universe.
Yes, and it's the
Yeah,
fundamental
it's a
basis of knowledge.
It's a
Well, you can't call that
description.
emergent. You can't call that literally something that emerges. God doesn't emerge out of that. God is an emergent thing that can't be reduced to that. So wouldn't that be like a mistake, right?
I don't get what you mean.
He's saying
God
God
is an emergent thing that
logic.
cannot be reduced down to the parts that you are describing. Correct?
Not yet.
It's not. God cannot be reduced down to laws of logic or fundamental particles or gravity because it sounds cool.
Adam.
You're making a good argument, but it is a modal jump. You
So-
cannot claim with fact or else you're making a mistake and doing the inverse that you criticize atheists for.
No, because it would be illogical to assume otherwise.
It's illogical to assume that you can reduce God, an emergent thing, down to a universal within our universe, like gravity or fundamental particle.
No, I'm not saying that gravity ergo proves God.
$2 just wants to ask you guys, what about miracles, things outside of this law?
I don't believe in miracles.
What about knowledge?
I don't know. Is knowledge a woman and a tree?
Yeah, so to go back to, I'm not saying gravity, like God is gravity.
Like,
I'm pointing to one part, one fact of the universe to show that there is unchanging principles. Ergo, the sum total of all those unchanging principles, even the ones we don't even know about yet.
That would be anti-emergent. You are now summation of principles is now creating God, but God is an emergent thing. You can't reduce him down to a summation of
Yeah,
parts.
and is change unchanging a contradiction?
That's a mistake. Is it not?
How is that a mistake?
You think you can reduce God down to parts of the universe in terms of their like properties?
I am using a part of the universe to prove the concept.
Emergent from it, right? I can't reduce consciousness down to brain matter. That would be a mistake.
Okay, so, like use a different word than emergent.
No, emergent is perfectly fine here.
I agree with Searkar.
Emergent is the correct word.
Emergent primarily means coming into existence, rising into prominence, or unexpectedly developing.
GS, I don't think you want to use the fine-tuning argument.
Parts. That's what emergent means.
I don't know if you want to get into fine-tuning.
Wait, Tyler was over talking you.
Sorry.
You cannot reduce an emergent thing down to its parts. You cannot take something like knowledge.
A lap?
Idea.
How about a lap?
An idea.
How about a lap?
You can stop. A lap you can. It's made up of fucking you, and then you literally go, "Oh look, my skin cells." Okay, that's not emergent. We're talking about an emergent thing, something that like God is an emergent quality. I don't know how you think you can reduce it down to just like some laws of gravity. That seems a little weird.
I'm pointing to an unchanging principle.
I'll give you some ammunition, okay?
But what's unchanging? What's unchanging?
It's not relevant to necessary.
Change is
unchanging is irrelevant. It's not relevant.
Change never changes.
Yeah, you're saying like it's not an emergent property, so like it's not coming into existence property.
No, God is not an emergent. It is an emergent thing. That's definitely true, right? God is omnipotent. He's separate from everything, but also everything, right? He's an emergent thing.
So God came into existence.
No. God is emergent. It doesn't mean like you have to come out of something. Okay? It's just what you're doing here is saying that God can be reduced down to the laws of gravity, therefore he's true. All of them in summation, right? All of these
I'm trying to drill down on the definition of emerge. You said this was the perfect word. And
you're
claiming I have the definition up here.
True because
it means arising unexpectedly. Correct.
Here, I'm gonna help Tyler on this.
But God is uncreated.
I'm gonna help
so
Tyler.
How are you reducing them down to the laws of gravity and laws of logic?
I'm not reducing God down to that. I'm pointing to them as empirical evidence that unchanging principles exist.
And how are you jumping
that
to God
supreme being exists?
How are you jumping to God as true from these things in summation?
How? What are you talking about? The concept of supreme being. What does being mean? What is being versus become? No, one sec, because Searka just tried to do the whole emergent. So now you're in the hot seat, Searka. So what is being versus becoming? Explain that to me.
What is being versus becoming? I'm not really sure what that's supposed to mean. Are you asking me a continuing
exactly? Because you don't know shit.
Necessary being would be something that could not have failed to exist. That's all.
Here's a being.
Okay. Can you step into the same river twice, Searka?
Oh no! Here we go. Not the river one.
And this one.
Yes or no? Can you step into the same river twice, Searka? Everybody, shut the fuck up.
Yeah, I know where he's going with this. Yes.
But you can't. Because
can you step into the same river twice?
Searka, answer the question.
You can over time. Yeah.
You can over time.
Yeah.
Okay. What does same mean?
Are you going through the same molecules?
Same means unchanging.
Have the same.
You cannot step into the same river twice.
I get it in a philosophical
because everything in the known universe is in constant change.
But I still want to know how you're making the jump from the laws of logic to
No, we're not
truthfully
running away from
God
the
is
river.
true.
We're not running away from the river.
I mean,
The
tell me
river
you
is a
wanna
perfect
talk about
example
it. No,
because
that's
the
not-
river is a concept. Yeah, the river is a concept of constant change.
Okay, and
No.
that proves what?
So if the river is in constant change, how can you step into an unchanging thing that's constantly changing?
Well, you can.
Contradiction.
Yeah,
Sounds
It's
like a
constantly changing.
contradiction.
yeah, I know.
So how is it
Change-
the same? How is it
change can't
unchanged if it's
change.
constantly changing?
Change can't change.
What do you mean? Are you talking about God here? How are you making the transposition?
I'm talking about a river. A river is in
You
constant
are
flux.
talking about
It is in
territory.
constant
Yeah.
change, which means it's
You're
constantly
trying to make a
changing.
metaphor here. I want you to now jump between them.
I'm not. I'm talking
without
about
getting into
definitions of
Tyler, come back.
words that you
I
clearly
want
don't
you to jump
understand.
between them. Jump between them now. Let's see it.
Yes. So what you just said was I stepped into a river, the same river twice,
No,
which means the
I
river did
agree
not
with you.
change, but by definition, the
along.
river is in constant
That's all
change.
wrong.
It's
The river is always
constantly changing.
You can't do it twice.
No, the
Okay,
river is
fine,
still the
you make the
river.
jump.
The river is still the river.
Make
No,
the
you
jump.
can step into a river twice, but you cannot step into the same river twice.
Can you make
No,
the jump, please?
you sure can. It's the river. The river.
No, he's talking about the fact that the river is.
Is it the
eternally
same
changing.
river?
It's a
Yes.
continuity. It's a
Meaning
continuity.
unchanged.
Molecules
No.
constantly
River
change
doesn't
over
mean
time.
unchanging. Those are two different things.
Yeah,
I just wanted to help.
No,
I just
that's what
wanted to
he's
try and
trying
help
to
Tyler out.
fucking say.
I was.
Yeah,
hold
this is
on,
what I'm
I
saying.
just wanted to-
You fundamentally don't even understand what the word
No,
same
you're-
means.
You're not allowed to help me.
Okay,
And then
Tyler,
you're
Tyler,
trying to point
I'm
towards
glad-
an
I'm glad you
unchanging
did the
being.
experiment metaphor. I want you to now jump modally between this river and the fact that you use time to try and show that in your continuity it's always changing to God. Let's go. Hurry up.
Yes, I'm pointing to empirical evidence, stuff that is measurable. We have,
On
for
time.
example, the law. For
On time, right?
example,
So
for
hold on.
we have unchanging principles that we know to be true. But how do we explain unchanging principles?
Hold on. You're bleeding fucking shit together. A
With
river
fundamental
is a,
things,
hold on. A
fundamental
river is a
properties,
description.
fields, laws,
Hold on,
and
hold on,
summation
hold on.
prove God. That's your argument.
So, but Terry,
No.
you're making it like a total distinct.
Why not?
Like,
Isn't that what it is? Fundamental, fundamental
is this
fucking things.
shit on the fuck? You're saying the river, which is a description, but are you trying to say the water? The water is different.
No, you don't
Or
have
you
to have
saying the
water in
river?
a
All
river.
the
It could
time.
be
I'm
a river
saying
with no
a
water.
river. Part of the
A
definition
river
of a
is
river,
a
it is
description of a thing. It is
Yeah.
not a thing.
yes,
Look
that
it up.
thing that thing that I'm pointing to, whatever fucking word you want to call it, Tyler. The definition of that would be a body of moving or changing water. So to say that you're stepping into
Changing
changing water that
There you
is
go.
unchanged
Thank you.
makes
Thank
no
you.
sense.
There you go. You
Nope.
just said changing. There you fucking go. Thank you.
No, it's not true. You
Are
don't
you
even have to
retarded?
have river.
I
I
rest
believe.
my
I believe by definition, you don't
Court,
have to
I
have
rest
water
my
to be a
case.
river.
By definition you need fucking when
You
I
can have
when I say
blood.
a river, when I say the Nile River, are you thinking of a fucking chocolate fountain?
The
Yeah.
key word here is same, which means
Look it up.
unchanged.
But
Same
you
The
just said
definition
river.
of a
Same
river
what?
is water
just
in
said
motion.
Changing. You just said
Eric, I'm gonna
changing.
give
Wait,
you
same
better
what?
emotion.
I've had this,
I'm talking about 2
I'm
different
te-
words.
but Tarek, I'm trying to tell you this with this rivers thing, right?
Yeah.
The
It makes no fucking
the
sense.
problem with it is when you have to tell me what the river is, right? Because if you're talking about the water molecules inside of the river, that's different.
Correct.
Which is why
Just
I
like
said
a
the
bucket of
river
water.
is a
Okay,
description
a
of a
river.
If river
water.
means if river would mean exact same water in the exact same state, you can't step in the same river twice. But river
Exactly.
doesn't mean that.
No,
River
not
means
exactly.
means changing.
Oh,
It literally is in the
Exactly.
textbook.
Shit.
Yes,
What do you
that's
mean
what I'm trying to say.
exactly?
In the
But
What do you
same
wait,
mean?
river.
wait,
River
wait.
fucking
One sec.
changes.
Oh my
argument
god, he's
fails.
going red like a fucking tomato.
Ah,
But
I'm
easy.
gonna
What I'm
fucking
pointing out
blow up.
is I
Your
evoke the
argument
word
fails.
same.
Damn it.
Even if we accept
I
it, it
evoke the word
fails, even
same,
if we-
which
Red
means
Hulk.
unchanged.
But you said it changes.
Yeah,
Same.
but the river's identity is the same.
Hold up.
The
It
river's
fails.
identity
Jordan.
isn't
Not a good
grounded
argument.
in the water particles. The river's identity is grounded in the structure and location and however the movement is of that thing. That's how.
Cons-
That's
okay,
that's what.
let
it's
me
at
ask it this
that
way.
P
Let's
is
just
grammar.
accept
Also, the way the water
Can
carves
something-
into the
His
land.
His
true.
argument is
Can
fucking
something in
insane.
motion ever be not in motion?
Yes, we definitely can say that we don't know if things need to be in motion, bro. That is 100% a
what?
philosophically
Shut the
sound
fuck up,
position.
Searka.
Valid one.
Can something that's in motion be not in motion at the
it
same
sounds like a
time?
Contradiction. Sounds like a
No,
contradiction.
no,
Wait.
At the
why?
same
No.
time,
And something that's
Exactly.
in
That's what I'm.
motion-
That's
No.
fundamentally what the question. Can you step into the same river
No.
twice means?
No, does a river
No.
have to be in motion to be a river?
Yes.
mm,
Does,
Wait, what?
does internal
Otherwise, it's no
explanation
longer a river. A
Mean
river is a moving
existential
body of
explanation,
water.
Kariak? Can you explain
Exactly.
can you
It
use
doesn't even
internal
have to have
explanation
water.
to explain external explanations? Can you use internal ones to explain
Oh my
external?
God. Definition of a
Rivers don't
fucking
have
Yes.
water.
river.
No.
It's a
I'm gonna make
definition of
this real
fucking
quick and real easy for Tyler. I got your back. I got to work in the morning. I'm gonna go ahead and dip out. No good time to do it. You guys have a wonderful night. W's in the chat for both debaters. Shouts out to Easy for holding it down. Good to see everybody. Have a good night.
Have a great
later,
night.
later.
Have a good one, buddy.
You can. I thought about this, Teriak. You can be in motion and not in motion. So check this out. Relative to the sun, you're right now in motion thousands of kilometers an hour. Right now, relative to the sun, my motions is thousands of kilometers an hour.
Speed
Relative to my chair, I'm not fucking moving.
Yes, speed is
Right.
So
relative.
I'm both moving and not moving at the same time.
Yeah,
this is
you're
No.
why
not
this
moving
whole
You're
around.
not. You're
Soul
not.
River are-
That's like saying
What do you
you're on a
mean?
train and you're not.
You're
moving.
not.
Come on,
Because
man.
in
Yes,
order,
it is.
Yeah, no.
You're moving,
because
though.
there's
Yes.
your heart. No,
Technically
because your
moving.
heart is still pumping.
No,
The,
actually,
the blood in your veins is
Oh
still
my
pumping.
Fuck,
You are in
yeah.
constant
Because
motion.
we're on a fucking rock flying. Like,
Shundalala!
40
Fucking Jesus
if you
Christ.
look at the galaxy, like the universe as a whole, we're literally flying at like light years per second. So
No,
Then
we
what-
are.
So then,
We're-
what do you mean by in motion? Then
We're,
the universe is entirety is in
Every-
Everything that you can possibly mention in the universe is in motion. Even a rock on the ground
that's
is
not
in
telling
motion.
me what in motion means. You're just saying everything is that thing. What does in motion mean?
It's okay.
Aquinas'
Changing.
version. Yeah, changing.
Speed in motion is
No, it's changing.
relative.
It means changing.
So everything's always changing. That's what you
Yeah.
mean.
Yes.
It's always changing, shifting, and
But
then
God never changes. God is unchanging.
So you're asking is something that
That's
is
a jump.
changing. So you're asking, you're asking is if something that is, can something that is changing, also be not
Constantly.
changing?
Yes.
God went from not creating to a creator.
Yeah, obviously not in the same respect at the same time. But again, like a tree is constantly changing. Where you believe we're all changing, right?
In a universal way.
Yes.
That's what it's
Everything.
describing.
Do you believe in evolution though?
Yeah.
Adaptation, but like this whole evolution thing, like that
It's a
carries a lot
theory.
of weight. and all that
Right.
kind of
So
shit.
I'm not gonna
You're
ever
not-
change
that's
my
one we're talking about, bro.
species.
Well,
No.
you might
Yes,
not.
but what up?
You're
What,
not gonna
one
be
sec, what I'm
able to
pointing to
change
with that?
these.
No,
You're
exactly,
going-
exactly,
don't
exactly.
run
I
away
agree.
from
I
it.
agree.
Don't
I
run away
agree.
from
I
it.
agree.
No.
One sec.
Is your species?
Yeah, I
ever
agree with
gonna
that.
change?
Yes. Yeah. I agree with that. But
Yes.
the fact that we have that concept in our
No.
heads.
No, stop. Stop. Is your species ever gonna change?
No.
No.
Evolution does not
Then
claim
that
that
is
either.
not in motion. Your species
Evolution
is
does
not
not
in
claim that
motion,
either.
right?
But you yourself,
Yes, which
it-
proves the existence of an unchanging being.
through your life,
A
Because
you
in
are-
order to even have that concept,
every species is unchanging beings. Then
Species is just
No.
a taxonomical, categorical
the
term.
fact
It has
that
nothing to mean in
that
nutrition.
concept can exist in your mind proves the existence of an unchanging being. That's
Does
what
a-
I'm
does
what
a
I'm pointing
tree-
to.
Can an oak tree ever change to an apple tree?
No, it can't on
So
a
the
timeline.
species of
No.
tree is never changing.
No,
Yes,
but-
technically, the species is a made
Yes,
up word. Species.
I've said
Species is
yes
made up.
to all of this.
So then that's unchanging.
Well, technically,
Not
no.
in motion.
We just can't put boxes around it.
That's
To call it.
something within our universe, not in motion.
No, what I'm pointing to is the fact that that concept exists in your mind. It proves existence of an unchanging being. Because, for example, describe nothing or imagine nothing.
I've done that.
You can't do it, which means it doesn't exist.
Wait,
I've
That's-
tried.
Hold on.
that's just running away from what I said.
No, it's not.
You
Like I
said
said,
there's
you guys need
nothing
to look
in this
into
universe
you-
that's
yeah.
not changing. Then said our species is not changing. So what is it?
Well, species.
Every-
You just said it
Thing,
was A
every
and not
every
A.
every physical thing is in constant change. It does not mean that just because a river doesn't become a fucking tree, that then all of a sudden it's unchanging.
But
The mere fact that we
river-
can come up with a concept and definitions that are unchanging points to an unchanging being. Because otherwise,
No, it
how are we
means
even able to
they're
do that?
Changing in
Listen.
different respects. That's what that means.
The mere fact that we can even have that as a concept and it is logical points towards that there must be an unchanging being. That's what I'm saying.
So does change destroy identity?
It can.
Look at
No,
you.
the identity is unchanging.
Not can it, does it?
Wait,
People age.
No. The fact that identity does not change proves that
Does
there's an unchanging
change
being.
destroy
ident-
identity.
You're
Does
dead.
death
No.
end your identity, bro? Does
So a
dying
thing can undergo change while remaining the same thing.
Okay, I'm gonna have to ask you, like what precisely do you mean by change in identity?
No, I'm going off your definition. You're trying to run away from it now.
I'm
You
not trying
just
to run away
said-
from it.
You just said something can undergo change and remain the same thing. Ergo, the river is still the same river, even though it's constantly in change.
Actually,
you
that is true.
understand?
No,
that's been
No,
my
I
whole
don't.
I'm
fucking
sorry, but
argument was
what's his name was pretty dumb, bro. Remember they were wiping their asses with fucking their hands. Okay,
This is the whole
Didn't
thing that
have
I've been
time
saying
to
this whole
think
Yeah.
like me and you.
yeah. So explain what you're saying in terms of the identity and change.
So you said
yeah,
there's
you have to do
nothing
that.
that's never in change, right?
Wait, hold
But
on.
every physical thing,
Because this is the whole- This is based off you can't step in the same river twice.
yes,
Right. So the idea that something can be in change and still not unchanging in different respects shows that just because a river is constantly changing, it's still the same river.
no,
Right? It doesn't change its identity of a river. The water molecules in it, the sand, everything may be changing, but the river still remains the same identity.
Well,
Just
but-
like a tree is constantly growing taller, loses leaves, grows new ones, lose them, grows new ones. But that oak tree is never going to be an apple tree. Means the species of that tree is unchanging. Therefore, things can be unchanging and changing.
Well, but hold
No.
on. So
There-
you're hold on.
Speak easy. You mentioned that's
What?
essence existence right there. That's Aquinas' argument. That's good. Although
Hold on.
species is a category thing, so species doesn't mean anything along like an actual biological scale.
So if a
Species may not
river
exist.
if a river became blockaded, when does it go from a river to a lake? So like if the stream is still, water's still moving, but now at what point does the stream become a lake?
That's just
Or the river.
terminology. That's when
Tyler,
you decide to
metaphysical.
change the name.
Shut the fuck up, Searkar. I'm not. No.
River can
Fuck
explain
up.
the lake-wise, but the
Shut
lake-wise
the-
cannot explain the river-wise.
Shut the
Let's
fuck
go.
up. Shut the fuck up. Right, but so we can see that obviously a thing is a thing until it's not that thing anymore. So when does the river no longer become the river?
When someone decides it
no.
does.
What I'm pointing to is the definition of a river necessitates that it is in constant change. It's in a
Description.
flux. It's in a flow.
It's
So
a
to say that
description.
you're doing the
But the
same,
identity of the river doesn't change, right?
yeah, sure.
So
Right,
we're
so
stepping
in
the
terms of
same,
the-
we're stepping in the same river.
Let me finish the point easy, because this is the nuance that you don't seem to be getting. When you
Okay,
evoke
let's-
the word
come on, come
same, what you're saying is unchanged. So are you the same person tomorrow that you will be in 10 years?
Yes.
I don't know, but I'm gonna let you finish.
I'm
Before-
still
Okay,
the
so
same
there-
soul.
Beyonce had the
I
best
didn't
change.
get- I
No,
didn't get
well, hang a
the
second.
soul.
Hang a second.
I'm
Same
still the
soul.
soul that
Same
God
soul.
created, Yes.
Same soul, but not the same. You will have aged, correct?
Sure. That's right.
Yes. You will have changed.
My point.
So you won't be the same.
Change presupposes identity. To say something that's changed, there must be a thing that underwent the change. So
Y'all killed Tyler.
if the thing ceased to be itself every moment because it's always changing, we couldn't even speak of it changing. Do you understand? That's why, like,
No, do you see the way? Do you see the way when I point
wrong with what he was saying?
Yeah. Do you see the way when I pointed in 10 years? Do you see the way when I pointed in 10 years? See the way when I pointed in 10 years' time, and you said, "Well, I have the same soul."
Yeah,
you're pointing to something that's non-physical because your body would clearly have changed. So you would no longer be the same. You would be similar, but you will have aged.
This is like some like Shippus Theseus bullshit.
I'll still be the same. I'll still be James Pacheco. I'll still have the same identity.
Oh my god, you just fucking
yes, identity. Yeah, that's why identity is the first law of logic. It is unchanging.
I have an album called.
Dude, why is it not the second one though? What's going on there?
Good one.
Why not? The other laws of logic are pretty cool, aren't they?
I'll still have the same identity. That's what I'm trying to say.
Oh yeah.
Yes, but identity is unchanging. That's why logic is unchanging.
Why then? What?
Is identity always unchanging? You can never change identity.
You can change your name. Yeah, sure.
Teriak. I'm gonna grant you everything you said so far. We'll say your stupid river analogy, which is totally not true. It's true. I want you to make the jump.
God.
Make the jump. How is this prove God?
Red hole.
Yes, because it's an unchanging principle.
And how exactly does that transpose to God being true?
Because the only thing to explain the unchanging change that we see in reality is for a unchanging principle. A supreme being.
Hold on.
Describe the mechanism, not the thing. Describe the mechanism.
Wait. This is so much more important than any what the fuck you guys are talking about. Craig hasn't listened to Tool. That is changing. There's pre-Tool and post-Tool.
Yeah, I would agree.
Jesus.
Tool would tell Teriak to tell me the mechanism and how.
Stop it. Get some help.
Sorry, go ahead.
The mechanism. How are you factively explaining this?
Can someone pay to mute him?
Who,
Explain, sorry, what?
You are claiming that somehow you can reduce God to the summation of the laws.
I'm not
of logic.
reducing God. No.
Okay, so how are they explaining?
Fundamentally don't understand what I'm saying.
What the fuck? I've listened to Tool. I think they suck. What the fuck?
How are you explaining God in your argument then?
Unreal. Craig, don't ever talk to me or my kids.
I'm
ever
proving
again.
the existence.
Proving
it's pretty
means you need to
hardcore.
describe a mechanism, not just assert it, bro.
Okay, I gave the evidence. The
evidence is that a summation of universal properties and laws means God is now true.
No, I'm pointing to one example of a concept of unchanging.
Now, I know, so unchanging, fine, unchanging. Now, how exactly does that just like prove an emergent thing like God?
Okay, so what does being mean?
Is that
Oh my
something
God,
to
do we
do
have
with
to flow?
necessary, man? I don't know. Tell me what it means.
Okay, so you don't even know what being is, but you were
It's
here
not necessary
arguing
in a
that
necessary
supreme being
being
exists.
argument, if that's what you're asking me, man.
I'm not. I genuinely don't think you understand what I'm saying when I'm saying being.
Oh, they tell me like I'm stupid. How about that?
Yes, being is unchanging.
And you
What?
are now describing a mechanism how?
Because, like, fundamentally, the concept to be.
Fundamental
how can you
does
be
not
if you're in a
mean
constant state of flux?
self-explanatory. Fundamental does not
How
mean
can you be?
self-explanatory.
How can you be if you're in a constant state of flux?
Being is
Does
simply
fundamental
existing.
mean that you can now
Let me
explain
explain
something?
this to you. Let me ask you. Let me just do this. I know this is gonna be a weird one. All right, this is gonna be a weird one. Okay. Teriak, from now to now, am I the same James?
Identity doesn't change.
Identity
is
doesn't
unchanging.
change?
I've already said yes.
Didn't his cells get older though?
So
That means
wait
he's
a minute.
The law of identity, A equals A.
So then, when does a river
Wait.
become a fucking lake?
So
When does a river become an ocean?
if identity
That's
doesn't
two
change,
different identities.
Yeah,
the
exactly,
hell?
motherfucker. There's kind of a bit of a
Yeah,
gradient. here.
can an ocean
Stop,
be a
wait,
river?
You just contradicted yourself. Hold up. Wait, listen. You just said identity doesn't change. So the river's identity remains the same?
The definition, yes.
No. Stop. Don't change the wording now. You said identity doesn't change.
What?
So the river's
does-
identity remains the same.
Yeah, so identity is the set of qualities, beliefs, personality traits, and expressions that define who a person is.
I whatever definition
And
you
who a
want to
river
use.
is.
You said
Yes,
the identity
So
remains
part of
the
identity
same.
is definition.
Sure, but the river's identity remains the same.
Yeah,
Yes,
like the Colorado
definition.
River.
Yes.
So what do you
If you change the
mean-
definition of a river in the middle of an argument, it automatically becomes illogical. Would you agree or disagree?
I agree. Just like
Wait,
your
no,
argument.
wait. If identity remains the same, then by definition, it's the same river.
No.
Is it only same in like some of its parts?
No,
or-
river would be the same.
Right. So the description of a thing.
But the river we're referring to, the reference.
So you're just saying the
would
river
still
is the
be
same
in
river,
constant
but not
change.
exactly the same in every
No,
property.
the definition of the river would not change.
So
But
is the not
what we're referring to when we say river, that is in constant motion.
So-
No, listen, stop. And nobody claims that you step in the same river in every respect. As in, like, when people say, do you step in the same river? Yes. Do you step in the same water? People would say, nope. Do you step in the same state? Nope. Did you step in the same property? Probably not. Like, what you're just saying, you're not, like, this doesn't help your argument to say that the river is the same river, but it's not the same in every property.
When you put the word the in that sentence, you're referring to a river.
Yes, a description. You're describing a thing, a river, like
When I say the
Mississippi
word the-
River.
Yes, when we say river, we're talking about an
talking about
abstract
rivers.
thing. But when we call that river or the river,
No, there's a
we're
reference.
referring to
There's a
something.
reference with
Well,
river.
you used the word abstract there in a contingency argument, right? What does abstract mean?
What does meaning mean?
I mean,
What
you
is
just
the?
mocked me for using
What?
being in a fucking necessary being argument. Come on, bro. Keep up. What are we
Like,
doing?
I don't get it. If identity remains the same, then it's literally the same river. I don't even understand how you're. If it's not the same river, then identity did not remain the same. You can't have both here. It doesn't you can't say it's not the same because it's not identical, but it can have different identities. What?
Yes,
What are you
I'm not
talking
denying.
about?
I'm not denying that you cannot step into a river twice. I'm denying you can't step into the same river twice.
Okay, so then that means the identity didn't remain the same either. It has to be either if identity remains the same, it's literally the same river. If it's not the same river, then identity can't remain the same. This is the contradiction here.
No.
How is
Does
it?
this have a lot to do with water
Just
particles
look up-
changing?
Look up the argument, the philosophical argument, being versus becoming.
Okay.
But
Terry,
you're arguing.
Wait, you want me to?
You're
What do you want me to
arguing for
search up?
necessary being right now, right? Is that what you're
Being
doing?
versus
Being
what?
versus becoming.
Necessary being is what you're arguing for right now.
I don't know what this is gonna help. Being versus becoming.
Yeah. Teriak, yes or no?
Well,
Are you
At what
arguing
point-
for necessary being? It
At
sounds
what
like,
point
right?
do my tits
Yes.
become moves or
So in a
man
necessary
boobs?
being argument, which is a contingency argument in a way, or at least
see the way
There's
you
certain
you
outlaws
word used the
argument.
word becoming. Tyler.
Jesus Christ.
At
Abstract structures.
what point do my
Do
my
abstract
tits?
structures explain
Hold on.
contingent existence for necessary beings?
I got a perfect example. When do pecs become moves? When do my pecs become moves? Are they the same?
Guys, it doesn't matter if his analogy is wrong or right. He still needs to understand that what he's doing with the analogy itself is wrong at its core. This is downstream from that. He thinks that you can summate, reduce the idea of God being now suddenly true and necessary because he's looking at an abstract structures and saying that, well, they have unchanging properties. Therefore, God is now emergent and true. That is false.
Yeah. So
And no matter
No,
how much he
what
makes
I'm
this
pointing
analogy
to
sound
is
good,
to even
he's making an
have
error.
that concept, to even have that
You're making an
concept
error,
would
bro.
necessitate a supreme being.
What do you mean by identity?
A set of qualities, beliefs, personality traits, and expressions that define who a person is.
So how do you find the identity of the river? Is the river a person? Identity is
facts
like
or-
what makes a
Yeah, okay.
thing
In
the
terms
same
of
thing through
river, when we're
time.
talking about
That's-
identity, like
right. If
yeah,
you're
when we're
talking about
identity,
logical
yeah,
identity,
we're talking about definition.
and
When we're
metaphysics, identity is what makes a thing the same thing. That's
the
what
description,
identity is.
the
Right.
attributes.
Wait, stop. Teriak, are you not understanding what I just said? In metaphysics and in logic, identity means a thing that makes the thing the same, or sorry, is what makes the thing the same thing. Do you understand?
No.
Human being. That's an identity. We're the same, right? We have the same identity in this respect, right?
Okay, yeah.
This is what
And?
identity is. You're using it in some other way I don't understand. In like gender. So in your version of in your version of, what do you mean? Just read what you just said. Read what you just said again. Read it.
Yeah, so in terms of like the description, the definition, but identity is a set of qualities, beliefs, personal traits, and expressions that define who a person is. Yeah.
That's a
so if your beliefs change,
that's a personal identity.
you have the same
like,
identity.
That's
yeah,
not that's
yeah.
not what
But
we
if your
mean in,
beliefs
like,
change, are you the same person? If an atheist starts believing in God, they no longer have the same belief. Are they the same person?
Yes.
They're no longer the
So
same.
they're going to act the same way.
No.
Exactly. They're not the same person.
Wait, so like when you say same,
same means unchanging. There's not a single thing that changes.
but if their identity is the same, my identity of James Pacheco never changes.
Yes, your identity might not change, but if this is like next year, you will have changed. Your identity might not have changed, but your body would have changed. Ergo, you're not the same person. You are not the same you.
So if anything changes, you're not the same you. That's what you're saying. So you're not the same you from the last two breaths you just took.
Yes, we are constantly changing.
So what you mean by same is simply
exact,
identical in every physical property.
Yes.
Well, hold on. But
so nothing can be the same.
But I'll let him answer.
But it'd be a bit broad in terms of that, but generally speaking,
What
yeah,
is
nothing can be
same? What is same?
Exact, unchanged. Like we falsely use the
There
word
is
same
nothing
and
that-
say, no, God will always be the same.
We literally just described that he wasn't.
God is
the same.
unchanging.
He literally
Shut the fuck up, Tyler.
Literally,
Shut the
he went
fuck up.
from uncreator to creator. He went from not father to father. He went from lawgiver to not lawgiver. Sorry, I flipped that one. Right? He went from something else and then became something else. So did God change?
So which God are you talking about
God is
right here, right
unchanging.
now?
God is eternal.
Oh, for fuck yeah! Just presuppose. Just beg the question that. Well, yeah, it has to be that way.
That's your favorite word.
Yeah, it has to be.
This is unbelievable.
Even though
You're presupposing, bro.
Definitionally, when there was
What does presuppose mean?
When God
It means
didn't
you
create-
presuppose.
No, don't.
when God didn't create anything, Was he still God? Was he the creator before he created anything?
Teriak, were you
what
the
does-
same as you were when you started making this argument?
No. There's been other beliefs that have changed. I've grown.
Then why should
older.
I care about what the earlier version of what you just said? That person doesn't even exist.
He's unchanging. That's what-
Yeah, sure.
Teriak, you want me to give you some ammunition?
Well, if
Speak
changing
my
any
throat.
property, if
No,
any, if changing
help this
if
motherfucker.
changing any property makes a thing different thing, then nothing ever changes.
No, this is the whole being. It like changes an illusion, all this kind of stuff.
You know, changes.
No. Change requires a subject. A changes into B.
But there has
But
to
in
be
your
a,
view, the moment A changes any property, A ceases to exist and B appears. So there is no change. There's only annihilation and replacement, right?
like when does a caterpillar become a butterfly? Like is a
I know
caterpillar
you've
still a
read
butterfly?
Aristotle and everything he said to what Heraclides said. I don't know why you even dare to go down this fucking road.
Like
bro. This is
the
crazy.
fact that there is like a change is in reference.
What
to
is
something
what is
else.
the disagreement that you have, Easy?
I mean,
The-
just fundamentally, it's modally incorrect.
Right. That you the fact that you're saying you can't step into the same river twice, that's just fundamentally incorrect.
I'm out, guys. Have a nice night.
Have a
Nice
good night.
to
Have a
Remember,
good one,
God loves you.
Prem.
Have a great night,
premonition.
premonition.
Teriak, the law of identity here, does it apply to the river or to the molecules? Couldn't you like step in a river at one point, run down the stream, and then get hit by the same water molecule? Would that
Yeah,
qualify?
so you think that you can't step into the same river twice,
No,
and that
no,
you
answer
are
the
the same
question.
person
Answer the
now
question.
that you will be in 10 years, even though you completely change all your beliefs and all this
Yeah.
kind of stuff, you would
Yeah.
still be the same person.
That's a
Fucking
philosophical
monologue it up.
Unchanged.
Baby, monologue it up, okay? I'll hit me with the
That-
fucking your best shot in a second.
No, because what you and Tyler keep doing is getting in between me and Easy, and then it's like a broken conversation. So I'm saying
Okay,
is,
well,
in
let
10
my
years'
retarded
time,
ass
you've
just ask
converted
me the
to
question
Islam,
then.
or you've converted to a different religion. You've become a completely different person. You no
Yeah.
longer have a beard, like all these different changes, all this kind of stuff, right? But you'd say that you're the same person. You're completely
is-
Are you
unchanged.
okay,
casting,
but-
casting spells right now? What is happening?
But is
What are you talking about?
if you guys say, "Hey, that's Tyler," are you describing a concept and you are describing something, right? I think that would be fair. You guys went, "That's Tyler," but if I came up to you and I said, "Hey, you guys, I converted to Islam," would
Sure.
you go, "Wait, that's not Tyler"? No, you're describing a something.
No,
Tyler
that
is
would
a
literally be
description.
that would literally be someone close. You would say, Tyler's not Tyler anymore. He's changed. Yes.
So it seems like
Tyler-
something
Right.
within
That's
me
a
has-
What do
radically
you
listen
apply-
though, this is actually bad, right? So this is what I'm trying to point out about this position, Teriak, is like, so for like, could you name a single thing that exists for more than a moment?
A rock.
Right. Sorry, I just
It
want to
doesn't
clarify
change?
Tyler Bob. It's Tyler
My hopes
Bob.
and
I
dreams.
No, it would change. Sorry, it would
Terry,
change. Yeah.
that's
Everything
what-
in the universe changes.
Yeah, so that's what I'm
Yeah.
asking. I'm asking, is there a single thing that exists for more than a moment, or it's always constantly in change?
It's constantly in flux.
So that would mean that like moral responsibility, knowledge, promises, causation,
They're not physical.
all these things. Wait, what do you mean? What?
They're
It
not physical.
undermines all these things, is what I'm saying.
Derivative. Yeah, they're derivatives. For sure.
Sorry, it was Tyler.
Which means
Bob.
Right, so,
undermines
like,
them.
If we're constantly think about, just let's go to moral responsibility. If I kill somebody, but then it's an hour later, like, bro, that wasn't me, dog. How are you gonna put that
No.
on me, bro? I don't know who
I've
that guy
changed.
was, bro.
I've changed.
That wasn't me, bro. I'm a
I'm
different
a different
person.
person now. Yeah, I am
Dude,
so.
See,
Lightly.
you understand? We undermine all these things when we get into this idea of nothing's ever the same.
What do you mean? You just tell the judge, "Hey, I'm like a river." That's what you tell him. I've changed.
Oh, sorry.
By
Jack
the
Complaints has had a
river.
question up here. I probably haven't noticed this. If you took the
Uh,
water
yeah.
out of the river, what would it become? And is time measurable? Okay, well, wait. Let Teriak answer this first one before we go to these other questions.
Yeah, so number one, if you took the water out of the river, it depends on how big the river is. It could be a valley, it could just be a hole, or dry riverbed. What is time measurable? Yes. Is God under the same laws as us, or is he outside of time? He's outside of time. God is the creator.
Wait, but there was a time before the universe was created, right? And then there was a time when it was.
What was time before time?
But that's the thing. There has
That's
to
a
go.
crazy statement. That's why you can't say a time before time.
It has to.
Sense.
There has to be a line.
Haven't you ever heard of the term sempiternal?
Yeah, it's a good Bring Me the Horizon album, right? It's a great album.
Was that Bring Me the Horizon?
Yeah, it is. 2013. It's a great album.
Oh no, it just means forever in every direction. Eternal, forward and backward.
Do you have
Continuous? It's a continuity continuum. Yeah.
Hold on, Searkar, do you have Sleep Token's fucking album
Oh, yeah.
behind you?
Oh, sleep token. Holy shit.
Absolutely.
All right.
Right. Let me put it this way, right? We go back in time to a time where cars did not exist.
Are you going to
But
take
all
us
the
back to
materials
past?
to build a car existed, correct? But
Sure.
a car did not exist.
No,
Metaphysical grounding. Let's go. Yes.
not
good, Teriak.
necessarily, right?
It does.
Wait,
explain
maybe I'm
clearly.
wrong. Did plastic
It
come
does
out
explain
after
clearly.
cars? Yeah, plastics and like carbon fibers, shit like this came out after cars, right?
I think
I know
so.
what you're saying. I'm just fucking with you. I'm trying to fuck
so.
with you. Go ahead.
The Colorado River comes out of a spring.
Yeah.
So once it
technically,
started springing from the spring in Leadville, did it automatically not become the Colorado River?
we're getting sidetracked. Right, to address Tyler's whole bullshit, like a time before time and all this kind of shit.
Oh,
We go
okay.
back 3,000, 5,000 years ago, right? Well before cars existed, right? The materials to build car, even to build a fucking Tesla, they all existed.
Yeah,
This
I'd
is
say the
back in the
materials existed, the knowledge didn't.
This is the desk and the atoms.
Yes, but
Continue, Teriak.
even the concept or the what would be the
Essence.
word?
Essence.
The potential for a car still existed.
Fucking
Yeah,
potentiality.
Correct?
Yeah, sure.
Potentiality. You mean potentiality?
So we could say, like, technically, if we did have a time machine, we could send back Elon Musk with all his workers on this kind of shit, go back in time and actually build a car back in those times.
So
I
it
think
was
it'd take a lot
actualized.
more.
It was
But yeah,
actualized. Right,
Fuck
Teriak?
that,
Yeah.
Southern man. I'll
not just
debate-
Elon. You'd have to bring some other people with him.
I'll
Teriak,
debate God
continue.
any
I'd
day
like
of
to
the
know
week.
how you're going to use Thomas Aquinas's.
But it's okay. I'm
Actualization
okay.
argument.
I want to hear where we're going with this. So sure, yeah.
Yeah, so like this whole thing of like bringing a
Possible.
car into creation,
Hmm.
it was like the materials were always there.
Yeah, in
It
essence,
just took an Shut the fuck up. It took an intellect. It took an intellect to actually bring it into physical existence. But the concept was
Actualization.
always there.
actualization.
It was just unknown, correct?
Actually,
talking to
people
you, Tyler.
were there before intelligence, right? People
Shut
became.
the fuck up.
All I
I'm
heard
talking
was,
to
You know what I'm
Tyler
saying?
specifically.
oh, you were talking to me now. I thought you were talking to Speakeasy. All I heard was
Man,
like, I
oh
fuck
my
potatoes. Potatoes
God.
fuck.
You're fucking, there he goes running
Okay.
off behind his fucking pot of gold in the rainbow, bro. He doesn't want to talk to me. What is this shit?
Okay, so you're saying that the
God.
potentiality that a car could exist.
Oh shit! Wait 1 second. I didn't let chat know, and that was my bad. So chat, I'm gonna give you guys 10 more minutes. If you want to end on a hot seat, you gotta put this dono bar up to 300. If not, we're gonna be wrapping it up. All right. So get those donos in. Go ahead, boys.
Okay, so the potentiality that a car could exist prior to a car existing. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, the potentiality always existed.
I mean, as like an emergent technological advance.
You're
Yeah.
learning, Tyler. Let's go.
Like I could see, but like with the advancements of technology, with the
Tyler,
took an
this is
intellect.
easy, bro. This is easy. Everything that we have on this planet, right? All the natural resources and everything, we had
Right.
the potential to build a car back then if someone had the knowledge and the shit and the manpower and blah 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 blah.
right, yeah. So
Okay,
if the
yeah.
technology
So just
was
say this is
yeah.
easy. Just concede this. There's nothing wrong.
It's pretty easy.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
It took an intellect to actually bring that into existence. That's my whole point of trying to describe what God is. This concept of supreme being. Divine intellect, as Plato would refer to it as.
But why? Why?
But that intellect is unchanging. It's
But
the
why
same
that
thing as the
jump?
universe. So when you say, well, the universe wasn't before or some shit like that, and now it was, that means that the intellect changed.
Oh,
no,
so-
it's the
so-
intellect active.
Real quick, my bad.
you see
Southern Man
Plato?
wanted me to read this. It says it's useless to debate an atheist about God. You're literally there's two atheists that were debating each other about God, and then well, actually, I don't know, Searka, if you would consider yourself an atheist, but
I mean,
and then-
I'm an atheist, yeah.
Teriak doesn't consider himself a Christian, so all the people arguing up here about God right now, Southern Man, are not Christians.
You know, the kind of funny thing with
I have
that
the same thing,
comment
Alicia.
itself,
Kind of same thing.
the
Mind you.
typically when someone becomes an atheist, it's normally through, I wouldn't say like a revelation, but it's actually through a deeper understanding of understanding scripture that actually turns you away from it. Like
What?
looking at the Bible is that actually turns people away.
That sounds like a reformed heroin addict, the holier than thou attitude. What is that?
Maybe,
I don't like that.
but actually a lot of atheists just
I don't
have
do that shit anymore. You know what I mean? And then they're all like, "You're like, okay, that's great, Deborah.
Yeah.
I know you were fucking addicted to heroin for 40 years. I'm glad you got
yeah,
over
but
it."
you know, $20 is $20. You know what I'm saying?
I know,
wait,
but like,
Tyler.
it doesn't make any sense. Like atheism just
Wait a
means
second.
you lack a belief
No,
in
it's just-
God.
it's-
It doesn't mean
yeah.
you reject
So-
God.
So you saying, Tyler, that like by reading the Bible, that's what turns you atheist?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh my God. So
That's
do you know Quentin
nothing.
Tarantino? Do you remember the movie Django Unchained?
No, I've actually never seen it. Unfortunately, well,
You're
I know.
so-
Okay,
That's a
one sec,
fantastic movie.
I'll simplify.
What a
I'll simplify.
Genius
Oh
I'll
movie.
simplify.
no, wait. That was with the
Yes.
the
Jamie
Samuel L.
Foxx.
Jamie
Jackson
Foxx.
and-
Jamie
yes.
Foxx.
Quentin Tarantino
yes,
movie.
yeah.
You love
Yeah,
that
So-
movie.
That's
So
right.
in that movie, Quentin Tarantino had white people
I'm
call
not very
black
well
people
liked on
the
this panel.
N-word. Question: does that mean that Quentin Tarantino is racist?
Or any of those
He's
guys.
depicting a certain
No.
point in time. No, it doesn't mean he's racist.
No.
Exactly.
He's being truthful for the time.
Exactly. So when you read about all this bad stuff that happens in the Bible, why are you thinking that that's what the author's intentions was?
I don't think you need to justify them. I think it doesn't invalidate God either or, personally.
Well, that is true as well.
Yep.
But
So
that,
there's
like,
no
that's
reason
basically what
for-
you're saying with, oh my God, these bad things happen in the Bible. It's like, yeah, but it's just historically documented what actually happened.
It's not historical. Yeah.
It doesn't mean that the Bible justifies that stuff, or
Yeah,
that's
it-
because when have you
True.
ever heard a Christian say, "Yes, let's smash babies' heads against the rocks"?
Correct. You're correct. The Bible is not
Uh,
univocal then, though. Correct.
There's depictions that it could be allowed. Like this is a whole argument on
The Bible does
What?
not endorse smashing
Um,
babies' heads with rocks, bro.
No, the line of questioning goes a lot further to get to that point, but there could be an argument made that it could be.
Yeah,
One second.
that's a
Let me
rabbit
talk to
hole
Tyler- let me
no
talk to
one
Tyler for a
wants to go
second. Tyler,
down.
Tyler.
Sounds retarded.
You know how a lot of Christians and fundamentalists will say the Bible is a univocal thing, and it has like a unified voice, and they'll cherry pick certain passages in order to say certain things. And you probably criticize that, right?
That I would criticize the
Univocality of it, yeah.
Okay, sure.
Would you? You say yeah.
Um,
You just said yes. I mean,
Sure.
it's probably a good thing to say that I also do the same thing. But you know what? You cannot do the same thing in the inverse. You cannot go, here's a passage in Exodus 18:21 that says that abortion is endorsed by the Bible. Therefore, the whole Bible says abortion is endorsed. You see what I did there? I just abused the fact that I'm using univocality against them. Truth is, there's a bunch of different voices. So you can't really make an argument that the Bible endorses smashing babies' heads with a fucking rock because there's a fucking passage about a prophetical conquest in Daniel. That would be a mistake, and also flawed your own logic, right?
So it would have to be that if where it's coming from, like that's the thing. Like, is it red
It's
text?
coming
only
from
or
a
black?
prophetical writer in Daniel. If I'm
Right, but
mistaken.
is it red or black text?
The hell does that mean?
If it's red, it's God.
He's talking about Jesus. The red text is everything that Jesus said. That's what he's going by.
All of this is the Old Testament.
Right. So what I'm saying is that if it's
So
red
how would
text,
Jesus say with it?
so if we have to look at in you have to include the Old Testament in with the New. You
So,
can't.
but what you mentioned, smashing babies' heads with rocks, where does that come from?
No, it wouldn't necessarily. There's an entailment that comes along with that.
And
So
you don't want to treat the Bible as a univocal concept, though, right? Where the Bible endorses things because one passage, right? Which is something you would criticize Christians for doing, right?
I think you would have to look at. I don't think you don't have to look at it at the totality of it, but you have to look at what was allowed to stay, considering like with the Council of Nicaea.
Except
those things
not
were
everyone
allowed-
had a equal voice to say what was accepted or not, right? When people wrote in the Bible, Paul was not able to have an input on this passage or one of the Psalms where it says, I hope we smash, or I hope the army smashes, babies' heads with rocks.
So
it's a lament in a way.
The entailment is that if God is all good and all just, that's kind of the basic line. And so then if God commands someone to do something, is it good? So if God commanded you, he came to you, Searka, and he said, Searka, go bash that baby's head in, with the idea that God is all good and all just, is that good?
Can humans be fallible?
Don't ask my question with the question. Answer the question. If God came to you, he is all good and all just, and he came to you and said, Searka, go bash that baby's skull in, is that good?
It would not be good.
It would have to be by definition.
Yeah. Is that what happens?
It would have to be by definition.
Is a lament by an individual asking God, not God commanding, right?
No, if God commands you to do it, God is all good and all just. It's just the entailment of going to there. I'm not saying that God would do it.
It's bad.
But
No, it wouldn't be good. Just because God tells you to do something doesn't mean you should do it. You should know
Remember,
this
the
from
Bible is
Abraham
not
and Sodom and Gomorrah.
univocal.
God
Not
said,
univocal.
one sec,
Yeah.
God said he was going to nuke Sodom and Gomorrah and then wrestled with God and said, what if there's 50 righteous people?
Right, and this is.
And then he came back. What if there's 10? What if there's 1? Yeah.
Yes.
Right.
And that's what Israel means, to wrestle with God. The
And
reason.
so this is kind of like the philosophical view of God outside of what the biblical.
No, the
depiction of
problem
God
is your question.
One lens.
Nobody should answer that question that you ask when you ask that.
It's
Right?
it's
that
unjustifiable.
question assumes God would command or could command something contrary to his own nature.
But God doesn't kill
can't.
innocents?
God can't defy himself. God can't lie. Can't act in contrary to his goodness. So asking, can God command evil? It's like asking, could God create a square circle? That doesn't.
Who wrote
it doesn't
the
make any
psalm
fucking
we're talking
sense.
about? Who wrote the psalm of smashing babies' heads with a rock?
What are you talking about?
That's I'm talking about a single passage. The passage he said in particular.
But what does that have to do with God command? What?
No,
My point is, you can't treat the Bible univocally if you're an atheist when you criticize Christians for fundamentally treating the Bible univocally. So just because a single passage in there that's created by a human, we don't even know who wrote that psalm, by the way, if I'm not mistaken, means that you can't just say the Bible now and God endorse smashing babies' heads with a rock. Is that making the same mistake?
It's actually better if we tear them to pieces while they're still in the womb. That's much better, huh?
That there is a
less
logical. As much as I would argue against, there is a logical argument since they couldn't become subject to sin and everything else. That it actually
what?
would be better.
Who couldn't be what are you talking about?
Babies.
Baby thing.
They couldn't become subject to sin. Being torn apart is not becoming subject to sin. Gotcha.
There's the argument, definitely an argument.
So if someone came and tore you apart limb by limb, you're not
No, I'm
becoming
already-
subject to sin.
No, I'm already born. I've already breached the.
Oh,
lip,
you
know what I'm
already
saying?
breached the magical vagina. I forgot that
Oh,
magical
okay.
vagina
So it's
wall.
like some of
Yeah,
you
I forgot.
say no shit.
Did you? If you have to like come out and like break the fucking red ribbon on your way out, go yay!
Yeah.
Like if I was going to be
Like a
like an
marathon
asshole
race.
who kind of is using the Bible as a weapon, right? I would say that Exodus 18:21 says that a fetus is worth less than a slave, and that the Bible endorses abortion because it's not even determined amount of shekels.
Oh my!
Very clear, but I
God.
mean, I'm not going to do that, right? That's not really how you.
Even
use
that
the
wouldn't
Bible.
work, right? Because this is so. First off,
Mhm.
what you're referring to is
Law concerning
is-
violence and property.
right, but why would it
Because Levitical law does not follow if two men are fighting and accidentally injure the woman and then no harm follows. It only actually gets put into place as soon as the woman is harmed. Now, people can say that it's premature birth, but that's just a misreading depending on which conservative YouTuber you're watching at the time. But the etymology of that word is very clear. It's miscarriage.
Yeah,
I know we don't have.
But I don't. What I'm trying to say, actually, guys, is I don't think it's.
You're
fair
talking
to be
about
like the Bible endorses
Exodus.
abortion,
He's
right? That would be.
I know what he's talking about, but what like this would be ignoring before I formed you in the womb, I knew you.
Jeremiah is a
God
prophetical
forms and knows
device,
the child in the
rhetoric.
womb.
It's literally Jeremiah
Um,
preaching to God that he's more prophetical and more of a prophet than other people around him. It's almost like it's like a competition of prophetical.
Is that what you think?
That's what the passage is mainly about. It's his
Yeah,
first
so-
person view.
So when you're talking about in Exodus, when it says if men are fighting and hit a pregnant woman causing a miscarriage, there's only a fine.
Yeah, it's not even a term.
So how does that promote abortion? How do you leap to?
No, it means that in Levitical law, and this is true across.
It's saying in Levitical law that there would be a punishment.
But it's less than the following passage, which has a
pregnant-
determinate amount when a slave is accidentally killed. It's 30 shekels. This one's non-determinate. So in Levitical law, and this is also something you can see, which is copy-pasted from other.
But when you
from
go to
other
the
communities that use
Hebrew,
it.
there's scholars that argue that this actually meant when a child
Premature
comes
birth.
out prematurely, right?
I don't think that's a good argument, but
You don't?
People can make, no. It's definitely
Why?
because if you go look at the actual lexicons of this, it's primarily mostly agreed upon to be miscarriage. But
In the
yes,
Bible, it says things like "life for a life, eye for an eye," but you think
Levitical law is
but you
severe.
think premature death. It tells you that
It
why
doesn't.
wouldn't
It's
it
actually
make more
copy-pasted.
sense?
It's copy
Why
pasted
wouldn't it
from
make
other communities with the same Levitical law in it?
why
and
wouldn't
means
it make
exactly that.
more sense that it meant premature birth?
Because again, it's copy pasted from other communities that use this very Levitical law, and it's always in that same format, as in it's talking about miscarriage. It's not just premature birth or twins or whatever you want to go down the rabbit hole. My point though, Speakeasy, is
Yeah,
it's
but
not
you just
something I
like you
can
made
use.
this jump.
It's not-
Where does the Bible say? Where does the verse that says a fetus, an unborn child, has less value than a slave?
No, you're correct. I was literally about to say that. My point is that I don't get to say the Bible endorses abortion because one passage, one fucking verse in Exodus says something that seems like the fetus is not that valued as a person. It doesn't have personhood, essentially. That would be dumb. So I'm trying to tell Tyler in a way that you can't use verses against Christians in the same way you would criticize Christians who then cherry pick verses in a univocal way. That was my whole argument.
Who the hell
Not
is
that the
this?
Bible endorses fucking abortion.
Who's that at the
Okay,
bottom?
I get what you're saying.
Mm-hmm.
Who's that? Who's that down there?
Daniel Plainview
Oh, you just
or
changed
Daniel
your...
Day Lewis.
Oh, I didn't know you changed your profile.
Oh, I didn't.
You
I
can
don't have
choose which one,
names,
Daniel Day Lewis, if you want.
Oh, so yeah, I didn't see that you changed. Look
Yeah, it's
unfamiliar.
okay.
No, and I
Alright.
think that the bigger discussion, like it is, like I don't know, it's yeah, it's definitely a bigger discussion to actually have.
Oh, dang it.
Yep, you missed the extra 10 minutes given, chat. But does anybody on the panel have anything they want to shout out or say to the chat before we wrap up?
Just I'll say this and I'll head out. I thank you everyone for tuning in, Speakeasy and Searkar for doing this. It was a lot of fun, and you know, I'm more than welcome to do another one. This is kind of my I'm not really like a Phil bro kind of thing. But you know, a good time was had. So I appreciate it. And of course, you can always find me and Kim, if she's still alive, every Monday and Wednesday, 8:00.
I'm
doing
sorry.
our all right. Well, that's good you're still alive. You know, doing our podcast thing. And Saturdays, I don't know, maybe something's changing with regards to that. And yeah, of course, chat, thank you very much. It was a good time. Good time was had. So thank you very much.
Thank you for coming. Anyone
Later,
else got
Thanks for
something?
the debate.
I'll also say the same last part as Tyler. And thank you, Speak. It's always fun.
Thank you guys for coming up.
100%. Appreciate you putting on the show, Easy. Great show as always. And also, please be patient. My mom took Tylenol. Okay, I got the tisms, all that shit.
Yeah.
I'm gonna bring you over to the right side, Teriak. Don't worry, all right? Everyone's gonna know when Teriak goes to liturgy. You're welcome.
Teriak, look up
I've been thinking
necessary.
about it, but like, it's pretty far. Should I?
Teriak, I'm sorry.
This guy said, "Why can't I own Canadians?"
Teriak, look up Pruss and Rasmussen's Necessary Existence. I think you'll like it. It's a good book.
Necessary existence.
Pruss and
Cool
Rasmussen.
bits.
He can't
And
read
just
it. He's Irish.
One question. Well, you be careful. But take a look at Belfast. That house might be suffering from the global warming. I'm telling you.
That's true.
But anyways, Searka, just one quick question before I go. Do you know what an Irish goodbye is?
Yeah, you've already asked me that. Fucker. Dude's done this twice now, bro.
Twice?
Is that many likes me?
He does it every time.
What about you guys? Got anything else for the chat?
God is a serious argument, and that's needs to be taken seriously. So that's it. Part of the story. Thank you all for having me, though. It was a pleasure.
Thank you for
Yeah,
coming.
Thank you,
GG's.
Tyler, for being a good sport. Sorry I can be a little aggressive. I'm working on it.
It's all right. It's all right.
I like it.
Also,
I like
when
it.
does the river
It's all
become a
right.
lake, man? I need to know.
What was that? Sorry.
When does the river become a lake?
I don't know.
Oh, that's the
When it gets wide enough, all right.
No, like I said, it was a good time, and you know, it is. I know the whole the contingency argument, which is basically what you're running. It is a very sound argument,
Valid,
and
not
yeah, valid. Yes, I'll agree.
Valid, not
Valid.
You're gonna
not
say
sound.
it backwards. All right.
Yeah. Yes, it's a valid argument, not sound, and maybe if I wasn't as dumb as I was, maybe I could argue it a little bit better. But maybe one day.
Shit.
Maybe one day.
It's not dumb.
All right.
You're not dumb. That's for sure. It's more like
I
Appreciate
something
you
to say,
boys.
but I forgot.
artistic energy you put into it. You know, that's usually how it works. Anyways, later, guys.
Later, guys,
Later.
and everyone in the chat. Can't thank you enough. Guys are absolutely amazing. All right. You didn't hit the 300 for a hot seat though. Today you left the donut bar extremely gray and lonely. All right, just saying. But we got some. I wanted to show you guys. We got some new merch up in the store. Okay, so we got the Fire and Ice Hawaiian shirt. All right. So we need to get more into the summer clothing, because I know a lot of you like fucking hoodies in the summer. What the fuck is going on here? So we got the Verbal Combat Fire and Ice Hawaiian shirts. All right. And then we got let me show you what else we got here. So we got some tank tops for the ladies here. We got a few different, it comes in a few different colors there, you know. And then we got, hold up, fitted caps. No, but you want to see the one I'm working on right now? I just actually have to name it. Here, I'll show you. That's what I'm working on right now. This is the hat we're working on right now. I just have to name it, put a price. See that? See that shit? I need fitted. This one's a snapback. You know what? Next one I'll work on is I'll do a fitted. I want a shirt with that logo. You like that one, huh? The Speakeasy Bears Punisher logo. You like that? Yeah, yeah. And then we got, hold up. We got the men's. We got the men's tank tops too. Comes in a bunch of different colors as well. Just simple with the logo on the front, nothing on the back. Know what I'm saying? But yeah. And I'm getting some more loaded in there. I'll work on a fitted next. You guys can go get this one though. This one's a trucker too. It's got the snapback style. I like this hat though. The quality's great. The fucking logo's right into the material. Like it's just like it's a part of the fucking material. It's not something stuck on there. You know what I mean? It's badass. Those ones are embroidered. I don't know if you noticed that. These are embroidered. He said, fuck your fitted. No, I didn't. I'll do a fitted next. I'll work on a fitted. Hats is the next thing I'm going to work on. It's a verbal combat hats, some speakeasy hats, open panel purge hats. You guys should go check out the store, okay? Check out the store. It's fucking, yeah, let me bring this back up. It's really easy, right? Like when you get on here, you'll be here at the main page. You can go down and like look at everything, but like we have our lines up here. So verbal combat, you'll get all the verbal combat gear. All right. And you come up here, open panel purge. We only got one thing for open panel purge so far, but it is limited edition. Verbal combat. This is where you get your. By the way, these average hoodies are about to go down, just so you guys know. So if you guys plan on getting one, I would go get one right now. Then Swords of Reason, we only have one sweater for Swords of Reason so far. Our new BLM line, all right. Check it out. Our Babies Lives Matters line, all right. I like it. I hope you guys like that one. That one's this one is important to me. I wanted this one to slap. What do you guys think of that logo? What do you guys think of the logo? VK Tumblr with the characters and my VK character hoodie. You like that one section? Yeah, we're going to get more in this line. But yeah, this message was important to me, and I figured, you know what? We have a fucking merch store. We could get this message out there. More Fire and Ice stuff is gonna come though. I see people have liked the Fire and Ice hoodies. I love mine. So more Fire and Ice stuff will be coming. All right. That's the only thing BLM should stand for. Facts. Facts. That's why we're jacking that. BLM. We're jacking that. Not enough stuff out there supporting it is right. That's what I'm saying. So everyone go get your merch, get your shirt. I'm going to put more in that line too. Whatever you guys have an idea where you're like, yo, I would love to have a hat with that logo or whatever. Shoot me ideas and I'll definitely put them together. The merch store is coming together really nice. It's fucking really nice. So, and we've gotten really good sales there. I'm very impressed. You guys are awesome. I can't thank you guys enough for the overwhelming support. Really can't. It's the opposite sides, right, Jeremy? I thought so. It's okay. That's okay. All right, guys. I'm going to be sending you guys over to Teriak. All right. Hope you guys have fun over there. Tomorrow, we're going to be just doing a open panel purge. All right. We're going to go do some purging tomorrow because I know you guys have been waiting on a purge. I know you guys have been waiting on it. All right. And then Friday, or wait, no. Oh, yeah, that's Friday already. Yeah. So Friday, big prize on Verbal Combat, baby. Big fucking prize. So, all of yous, tell your grandmas, all right? Tell your aunties. Tell everybody about it, all right? There's big money on the line. Come take a shot. And I think that's it. That's it I got for announcement. All right. Yeah, biggest pot ever so far. Biggest pot ever so far. Yep. Listen, I can't thank you all enough. You guys are absolutely amazing. All right. It could be 30 of you. It could be 2,000 of you. All right. Best chat on YouTube and Rumble. Hands fucking down. All right. Love you guys. God bless you all. Have a beautiful morning, evening, night, whatever it is, wherever you're at. And, well, for now.
This is Sparta! Spartans! What is your profession?